The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Sovereign God, you have marked out our appointed times in history and provided the time and space for our lives so that we would seek you, reach to you, and find you, for you are never far from us. For in you we live and move and have our being. So into your hands we place the U.S. House of Representatives and all who labor therein. From this body there is revealed an intricate tapestry of hopes and fears, possibility and challenge. Into this unique quilt you have woven our talents and treasures, our time and our effort. We pray then that you would use this sometimes unlikely and unruly montage of members. Reveal your mercy in our doubt, and even in the wavering of our faith, reveal your glory. In our busyness, may we find your quietness. In our quietness, may we receive your purpose. Let the favor of the Lord be upon us. Establish for us the work of our day, this day and every day. In the power to be found only in your name, we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Oh, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to stand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to stand in support of the hostages being held by Hamas following the October 7th attacks in Israel, the worst massacre of the Jews since the Holocaust. These individuals, unjustly seized and separated from their families, must not be forgotten. Each day in captivity underscores the cruelty, the cruel reality of anti-Semitism and terrorism. We must continue demanding their immediate release, their stories etched in our hearts, demand our unwavering commitment to the fight against hate. In their names, we must reinforce our stance against anti-Semitism in all its forms. Let us unite our efforts to ensure their safe return, keeping their families and loved ones in our prayers. We will not rest until they are home. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want everyone to know and to just be very clear that every month in the 12th Congressional District is Black History Month. I was born and raised in the most beautiful, blackest city in the country, the city of Detroit, where countless Black leaders, our neighbors, have inspired us all to seek change in the face of segregation, Jim Crow, economic injustices, and dehumanizing racism. We bore witness in our city to Dr. King's first walk to freedom and the transformative work of so many of our Black trailblazers, like Mother Rosa Parks, James Boggs, Reverend Franklin, and so many others. It was on our very streets that the fight for Black liberation and on civil rights bent the arc of the moral universe in our nation. From the iconic Motown sound to powerful activism, our community's Black history has a remarkable legacy. The 12th District acknowledges that Black history and Black lives matter every single day of the year. Please know that you will always have a fighter in me in the United States Congress.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since President Biden took office, his administration has waged an unprecedented war on American energy and continuously pushed this country into adopting the Green New Deal agenda. These policies pushed by the global elites have caused energy prices to skyrocket, as well as allow for our energy security to be exposed before our greatest adversaries, such as China and Iran. Two weeks ago, Joe Biden's Department of Energy announced that they would freeze permits for liquefied gas exports, forcing hardworking Americans to spend more on residential uses for natural gas, including cooking and heating homes. Furthermore, this decision will hurt our farmers as it would force them to spend more on fertilizer. The last thing Virginians want is more burdensome regulations pushed by the Biden administration, including by their two climate czars, John Kerry and John Podesta, two individuals who are among the Democrat elite and are simply out of touch with everyday Americans. That's why I urge my colleagues to support HRES 987 so American people aren't further burdened with climate change policies that have seen failed throughout the world. House Republicans will continue to fight for American energy independence on behalf of the American people. I yield back.
For what purposes, the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The failed policies of Biden and Democrats are costing American families over $11,400 more a year to buy the basics. The dollar stores I shop at are now $1.25. When Biden took office, inflation was just 1.4%. Since then, inflation has risen by 17.2%. Over the last year, families are paying 20% more for car insurance, 19% more for frozen juice, 11% more for beefsteak, 10% more for transportation, 7% more for baby food and formula. House Republicans, led by Speaker Mike Johnson, will continue to fight to pass legislation to reduce inflation and create jobs. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with Biden open borders for terrorists. It's sadly clear there will be more 9/11 attacks across America imminent in our country, as warned by the FBI. Families need a rally point now for safety when communications are cut. I yield back.
For what purposes, the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas is guilty of maladministration of our immigration laws on a cosmic scale. But we know that's not grounds for impeachment because the American founders specifically rejected it. They didn't want political disputes to become impeachments because that would shatter the separation of powers that vests the enforcement of the laws with the president, no matter how bad a job he does. Cabinet secretaries can't serve two masters. They can be impeached for committing a crime relating to their office, but not for carrying out presidential policy. This border crisis can't be fixed by replacing one left-wing official with another. It can only be fixed by the American people at the ballot box, by replacing this administration with one committed to securing our borders, defending our country, and upholding the rule of law. Americans are already coming to that conclusion, and I'm afraid that stunts like this don't help. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts. For what purposes does the gentleman seek recognition? The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to rise to thank Mr. McClintock for his statement. I don't normally agree with very much of what Mr. McClintock says, but I want to publicly thank him for being honest. And if we are being honest with one another, we would not be bringing this impeachment resolution of Secretary Mayorkas forward. This is a sham. This is a joke. It has no basis within the Constitution. This is a political ploy. But for the purpose of this 1 minute, I again want to thank the gentleman from California for his honesty. We need more honesty around here. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purposes, gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6216, the Israel Security Supplemental Appropriations Act, and our ally Israel as it continues its fight against Hamas. In November, less than 1 month after Hamas terrorists brutally attacked Israel, I proudly voted yes on the Israel Security Supplemental Appropriations Act, which sends $14.3 billion in emergency aid to our most loyal ally in the Middle East, Israel. This bill is fully paid for without increasing the debt or raising taxes by offsetting the new spending with cuts to previous funding found in the so-called Inflation Reduction Act which would hire unnecessary additional IRS agents. Unfortunately, the Senate refused to pass this bill to provide immediate, direct, and much-needed relief for Israel. Instead, they have prioritized the funding of an army of IRS agents. Mr. Speaker, I reiterate that I wholeheartedly stand with Israel, its fight against Hamas, and for providing much-needed military assistance. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. First is gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in the early morning of February 2, 2024, Florida Highway Patrolman Zachary Fink, ID number 1550, gave his life in the line of duty, serving our home of St. Lucie County, where he was raised and which he dedicated everything he had to protecting. He will be remembered by all who knew him and remembered as a man you could count on, a natural comedian who could de-escalate, an outdoorsman, and a man deeply proud of his law enforcement brothers and sisters who he himself considered it an honor to be among their ranks. Trooper Fink, it is we who have all been honored by your selfless and total commitment to others. I thank God and I thank your parents for giving us you. Mr. Speaker, I ask for silence in recognition of the sacrifice of Trooper Zachary Fink.
For what purposes, gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to remember and honor a civil servant of Guam, the late Vice Mayor of Sinahanya, Rudy Ariarte. Rudy was a proud son of Guam whose service to the island and his village of Sinahanya never went unnoticed. Having served in the public life for over 30 years, serving in several capacities through the local government and his village. Today, we recognize the great visions, accomplishments, and selfless service Rudy Ariarte made to our community. On behalf of a grateful island and nation, I extend my deepest and utmost condolences to the family of the late Vice Mayor and thank him for his service to making Guam a better place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. For purposes, gentleman from Maryland seek recognition.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and advise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with great sadness, with great disappointment. America is the land of the free and the home of the brave, and continually tells the world that we will protect them to be lands of the free and the home of the brave. And yet this week we are about to consider a bill that tells people, particularly that are in distress, we don't care. I believe all of us want to defend Israel and give her the resources she needs. But the people of Ukraine want to be the land of the free and the home of the brave. And yet we continue to stand silent. I rise, Mr. Speaker, to say that it is beneath the principles, image, and reality of America, that we are not passing a comprehensive bill to make sure that whether you're in Asia, the Middle East, or any place else, we will help you be the land of the free and the home of the brave. Let's do that, Mr. Speaker. Let's do it now.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purposes the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to share the story of Keith Samuel Siegel. Keith was born in the United States and has worked and lived alongside both Jews and Arabs and treasures them all equally. He lives and loves coexistence. His family says he's a man of innate faith in the goodness of humankind. Like all of us, he has a family that loves him dearly and friends whose lives are richer because of him. On October 7th, Keith was one of more than 240 who were kidnapped by Hamas. He is one of more than 100 hostages still being held captive in Gaza, enduring unthinkable torture and trauma. I stand here today to demand that Hamas release Keith immediately, along with all of the remaining hostages. Israel has proven its willingness to pause the fighting for hostages to be returned home. Nonetheless, Hamas continues to hold more than 100 hostages taken during its despicable acts on October 7th, 8 of them believed to be Americans. It's time to bring Keith home. It's time to bring all of them home. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
My remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Department of Labor has announced a new independent contractor rule, which in fact targets independent contractors across America. It is based upon AB 5, a truly destructive California law that has devastated independent professionals in over 600 professions. In hopes of trying to get this House to act to stop this rule from taking effect next month, I am sharing the stories of California freelancers and independent contractors who have been harmed by AB 5, which President Biden has called his model for national labor relations. One story comes from Jody. Jody said, "I worked years to gain my skills in American Sign Language interpreter. It was my goal since I was 9 years old. After AB 5, I lost all 3 of my agencies. The dream I worked for is lost. I can't provide for my family, and thousands of California deaf won't be served." In order to spare millions of Americans the same fate as Jody, I am asking for bipartisan support for my legislation under the Congressional Review Act to nullify the Biden administration's new independent contractor rule. I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 996 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 62, House Resolution 996. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House the resolution, House Resolution 863, impeaching Alejandro Nicolas Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security, for high crimes and misdemeanors. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Homeland Security, now printed in the resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution as amended to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 2 hours of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, 863, A, House Resolution 995 is hereby adopted, and B, no other resolution incidental to impeachment relating to House Resolution 863 shall be privileged during the remainder of the 118th Congress. Section 3, at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 485 to amend Title 11 of the Social Security Act to prohibit the use of quality-adjusted life years and similar measures and coverage and payment determinations under federal health care programs. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Energy and Commerce, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
So, without objection.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 996, providing for the consideration of 2 measures, H.R. 485 and H.Res. 863. The rule provides for the consideration of H.R. 485 under a structured rule with 1 hour of debate, and H.Res. 863 under a closed rule with 2 hours of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee of Jurisdiction or their designees. The rule provides for 1 motion to recommit for H.R. 485. The rule also deems passed H.Res. 995, which appoints the impeachment managers. I would also like to mention that all amendments offered to H.R. 485 were made in order. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the rule and the underlying bills. H.Res. 863, impeaching Alejandro Nicholas Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security, for high crimes and misdemeanors, and H.R. 485, the Protecting Health Care for All Patients Act of 2023. Today, this body begins consideration of one of its most solemn constitutional duties, the consideration of articles of impeachment against a federal official. House Resolution 863, impeaching Alejandro Nicholas Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security, for high crimes and misdemeanors, includes 2 articles of impeachment: willful and systematic refusal to comply with the law and breach of the public trust. On February 2nd, 2021, Alejandro Mayorkas was sworn in as the 7th United States Secretary of Homeland Security by Vice President Kamala Harris. On this day, Secretary Mayorkas solemnly swore to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. He swore that he took this sacred obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and swore to faithfully discharge the duties of the office. Mr. Speaker, I submit to you that this oath of office, sworn on February 2nd, 2021, has indeed been broken. Since President Biden took office, the United States Customs and Border Protection has encountered more than 7 million illegal migrants along the southwest border. 3.3 million have been released into the United States interior, including 312 individuals on the terrorist screening data set. In 2003, Customs and Border Protection encountered over 2.5 million illegal migrants attempting to cross the United States southern border. That's an all-time high for a fiscal year. In December alone, Customs and Border Protection encountered 302,000 illegal migrants attempting to cross the United States southern border, the highest number of unlawful migrant crossings in a single month in recorded history. Mr. Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas has shown willful and systematic refusal to comply with the law time and again. He has willfully refused to comply with numerous detention requirements spelled out in the Immigration and Nationality Act, but has instead implemented a mass catch and release program whereby apprehended illegal migrants are released into the interior of the country without any effective way to ensure their return before an immigration court. Mr. Secretary Mayorkas has also willfully misused parole authority and laid out in the Immigration and Nationality Act that permits parole to be granted only on a case-by-case basis, temporarily, and for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. Mr. Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas has not only failed in his solemn statutory duty to control and guard the border of the United States, to protect and defend his country and the Constitution, but he's also breached the public trust. Secretary Mayorkas has willfully failed to put in place or enforce initiatives that he abandoned that would enable the Department of Homeland Security to maintain operational control of our southwest border. He has also breached the trust of Congress and the American people by knowingly making false statements about the results of his refusal to comply with the law. The American people, and certainly those that I represent in Texas, have had enough of the Secretary's lies. Despite undeniable evidence that his gross negligence towards securing our southern border is endangering American families and communities across the country, Secretary Mayorkas thinks what he is doing is just fine, but he could not be more wrong. Contrary to what the Secretary says, the border is not secure. America is in fact less safe because of his negligence and because of his numerous failures. Since Secretary Mayorkas will not resign, Congress must take this action. Every day that Secretary Mayorkas remains as the head of the Department of Homeland Security is another day of pathetic disservice to the American people. Mr. Speaker, many of us have been to the border. I've been many times, and I've seen how understaffed and under-resourced and unsupported Customs and Border Protection is. And my friends on the other side of the aisle might have you believe it's not because of a lack of funding. While more funding may be helpful for better technology or building and repairing the border wall, it will not make up for the time spent by Customs and Border Patrol agents at the funerals of their coworkers or time spent wondering if they are next. It's shameful that these brave men and women aren't getting the support that they need. The Biden administration's policy of open borders and amnesty is killing Americans, and Alejandro Mayorkas, whose primary job it is to secure the homeland, refuses to do his job. The worsening conditions of the men and women who have sworn to protect our border and actually honored that oath is unacceptable. We must hold those accountable who have willfully refused to honor their oath. Mr. Speaker, this rule also allows for consideration of H.R. 485, the Protecting Health Care for All Patients Act, that I introduced along with Chairwoman Margolis Rogers of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Chairman Smith, and my friend from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup. This bill aims to preserve access to life-saving cures and to prevent discrimination for Americans with disabilities. I practiced medicine for nearly 30 years. I treated each patient as a human being, not just a diagnosis. Quality-adjusted life years measurements are cruel and hinder the physician's ability to care for and treat all patients with dignity. The government should never be able to decide or determine the value of a life to approve or deny care. Mr. Speaker, many years ago, the Affordable Care Act banned Medicare from using quality-adjusted life years, a metric often used in cost-effective analyses, widely known to discriminate against people with disabilities. The purpose of the quality-adjusted life year metric assigns a person living with a disability a lower value of a year of life than a person who is considered to be in good health. The quality-adjusted life year often fails to consider outcomes meaningful to patients, such as the impact on the ability to work, on the impact on caregiving needs. In a quality-adjusted life year-based assessment, a person living with conditions like heart disease, ALS, or sickle cell disease will be considered to be of less worth than someone else. Often, quality-adjusted life years are used by countries that have government-controlled healthcare systems to devalue treatment for those with chronic conditions and disabilities. This concept has been pushed by socialist healthcare advocates for years. Thankfully, the United States of America has not fallen totally prey to these harmful ideologies, at least not yet. I would like to remind my friends on the other side of the aisle that the first quality-adjusted life year ban within the Affordable Care Act passed with strong Democrat support. Therefore, this bill should be passed with strong Democrat support as well. It is not the government's place to determine whether a person living with a chronic condition or a disability is of less worth. This is why we need to prohibit the use of quality-adjusted life years in all federal programs and ensure that all human life has inherent value. Republicans will continue to work to reduce the government's hand in health care, and I urge colleagues to join us in supporting H.R. 485. Mr. Speaker, I stand in strong support of the rule and the underlying bills, urge my fellow members to support the rule, and I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. This impeachment resolution was supposed to be our second rule of the day. We had an emergency meeting last week in the Rules Committee about fixing salt. Everybody hurry up, it's an emergency. Better do it right away so we can vote quickly. And then, get this, then last night, a change was made to pull their emergency bill from the schedule. It was such an emergency that Republicans decided it's not an emergency at all. So not only did their bill not even fix the problem that they themselves created, it's not even going to come to the floor now because of their inability to govern. This majority is so incompetent, they couldn't even manufacture a fake vote to pretend New York Republicans are good at legislating. We wasted hours last Thursday at the Rules Committee debating a rule that's now been pulled from consideration. And for what? Will the gentleman from Texas tell us next time? Will the gentleman from Texas tell us next that he's glad he had to sit through a hearing on a rule his leadership can't even bring up because they're so bad at governing? This Republican-led House is an unmitigated disaster. I would say it's a clown show, but that would be a disservice to actual working clowns. And that brings us to the second emergency rule. Mr. Speaker, impeachment is one of the most solemn, serious, somber things that we can do in this body. It's not something that ought to get thrown around lightly or invoked when you disagree with someone, or you don't like their policies, or you think they're doing a bad job. It's something that should happen after a grave constitutional offense has been committed, a crime against the Republic. The founders in Article 1 reserve it only for treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. And so today, I'm very confused because our Republican colleagues have presented zero evidence for impeachment. This could be the first time in American history an impeachment will go to the floor of the United States House of Representatives with no evidence, no proof, no elements of a crime, nothing at all. And you don't have to take my word for it. Listen to the lead Republican for immigration policy, our colleague Tom McClintock. And he says, and I quote, The problem is the articles fail to identify an impeachable crime that Mayorkas has committed. In effect, they stretch and distort the Constitution in order to hold the administration accountable, end quote. Another Republican, Ken Buck, says, and I quote, Secretary Mayorkas did not commit an impeachable offense and is not guilty of high crimes or misdemeanors, end quote. These are not my words. These are your fellow colleagues, Mr. Speaker, openly admitting that these vague, unprecedented articles of impeachment trivialize this process and make a total mockery of this institution. And what does this impeachment have to do with fixing our challenges at the border? Nothing at all. They say this is about securing the border. And their plan to secure the border is to impeach the guy responsible for securing the border and replace him with, now wait for this, wait for it, they aren't sure. The chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security couldn't tell us during our Rules Committee meeting who will replace Secretary Mayorkas if he were removed. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. For months and months and months, Republicans have said that they would shut down the government, they would default on our debt, refuse to do anything unless we passed a border bill. Well, good news. Senate Republicans worked out a border bill, and the person who negotiated it for Republicans, Senator Langford, was someone Donald Trump endorsed. Donald Trump said, and I quote, that Senator Langford is strong on the border, end quote. So I'm shocked by the Republican rejection of Senator Langford's bill. Before we even saw what was in it, before the ink was even dry on the discussion draft, Donald Trump came out and he ordered them to kill it. He ordered them to do nothing to fix our broken immigration system. They'd rather let chaos prevail than work with Democrats to have a conversation about a path forward. Because here's the truth. Here's the truth, Mr. Speaker. Republicans simply do not want to participate in government. They want to create chaos, they want to create confusion, and they want to create a campaign issue for Donald Trump going into the next election. They're not interested in solving problems. They only want to gain power. And that's the real dereliction of duty here. House Republicans' refusal to address our challenges at the border because Donald Trump told them he wants a crisis so he can help his campaign, so he can hide from his crimes. Well, they own this now. Republicans own this now. They own the border. They own the fentanyl crisis. They own it all because they refuse to behave like adults. They're acting like spoiled, rotten children who got what they want and still can't take yes for an answer. But they own all of this now. And if anyone needs more proof than that, look no further than the sponsor of this resolution, Marjorie Taylor Greene, a MAGA extremist who amplifies Holocaust deniers, who said 9/11 was a hoax, who says wildfires are started by Jewish space lasers. That's the legislative and intellectual force behind this impeachment resolution. In fact, if it passes, she's going to be an impeachment manager on the floor of the United States Senate. God help us. It's just more proof that this is fraudulent, unconstitutional garbage. But Donald Trump wants another fraudulent impeachment, another distraction from his own legal troubles, another excuse to kill a bipartisan border deal instead of working across the aisle to get something done. So here we are, because Trump calls the shots around here. He directed Speaker Johnson and extreme MAGA Republicans not to work with Democrats to address challenges at the border. And you know, one thing we know, Republicans work for Trump, not for you, the voters. They worship and they work for Donald Trump, who doesn't care about anybody but himself. They are frightened to death of the former president. Secretary Mayorkas, Mr. Speaker, is a good man, a decent man, someone who is trying to do his job, despite the fact that Republicans refuse to give him the tools needed to do what they're asking him to do. He's an honorable public servant who respects law enforcement and takes seriously his oath of office and his obligation to uphold and enforce the law. And in smearing his good name, Republicans are only impeaching themselves and showing what all their rhetoric about the border has been nothing more than a bunch of BS. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I'd like to recognize a fellow member of the Rules Committee, fellow Texan, Mr. Chip Roy, for 10 minutes.
For 10 minutes. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 10 minutes.
Well, I thank my friend from Texas, and I get no great joy of being on the floor of the House of Representatives and talking about something as important and solemn as the removal of a secretary of one of our departments, particularly one as important as the department that is in charge of Homeland Security. This is an individual who was appointed and then confirmed by the United States Senate, and this is one of the highest charges we have as members of the United States House of Representatives. The charge by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, particularly the ranking member on the Rules Committee, that this is a political exercise or that there are individuals taking, quote, orders from former President Trump, I think indicates the extent to which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle desperately want to make this political. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle desperately want to take the abject and total failure of Democrat leadership on the southern border, resulting in death and destruction of the American people, the undermining of economic activity, the death of our children, fentanyl pouring into schools, ranchers who are getting absolutely decimated, the empowerment of cartels, the empowerment of China. This has all happened at record levels, record numbers, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know this. So they're desperately trying to deflect to legislation that was political and never had a chance to move from the Senate to the House, never had a chance to move, but they want to be able to deflect. They want to deflect an entire conversation about the failures of President Biden and the failures of Secretary Mayorkas to secure the border by not having a serious conversation about why we would be bringing articles of impeachment against a sitting secretary. The reason is simple. The Secretary of Homeland Security has blatantly ignored the laws of the United States he is charged to faithfully execute. He has done so with reckless abandon. He has done so in a way that has led directly to the death of American citizens, to the death of the very migrants that the Secretary suggests they want to try to help. 1,000 migrants along the southwest border last year dead. 53 migrants in a tractor trailer in San Antonio last year in the district where I represent. 75,000 Americans dead from fentanyl poisonings last year. These numbers are off the charts at levels we've never seen before, and they are the direct result of the policies enacted by the Biden administration, but very specifically by the Secretary of Homeland Security. It is his leadership of that department that has led to an abject failure of the department to secure the border. It is not the line men and women of the Border Patrol or ICE who are out there trying to do their job, but they're being denied the ability to do their job because the Secretary won't let them. The Secretary has turned them into processing machines. He's done so intentionally to flood the zone, and they basically acknowledged that. He's turned the law upside down, that the basic law of requiring that they have operational control of the border, that we stop the flow, that you have papers coming to the United States, has been turned upside down. And in its place, the administration, and specifically Secretary Mayorkas, has used exceptions to swallow the rule. Exceptions for asylum, exceptions under parole that are supposed to be on a case-by-case basis, based on our benevolence as human beings to try to help people, bipartisan desire to do so, has been made to swallow the rule of actual border security. And as a result, the numbers have been astounding. And a key consideration, of course, are the types of individuals that are coming into the United States. We're not talking about some workers who want to go from Nuevo Laredo to Laredo or Juarez to El Paso. We're talking about dangerous individuals from all over the globe, including 331 that have been encountered that are associated with terrorist organizations under this administration, under Mayorkas' watch, which compares to 11 under President Trump. Now you say, well, aren't they doing their job? They encountered them. No. Those numbers indicate who we're finding, not the 50,000 a month or so gotaways that are pouring into the United States. Now we see cops being beaten in the streets of New York by people who are here illegally, walking out of the court with no bail and flicking off the American people. We have a woman being dragged out of a parking garage in New York by migrant gangs, dragged through the streets of New York. We have all sorts of danger to the American people. People like a cheerleader getting killed in Texas by somebody here illegally. An illegal who posed as an unaccompanied child who lived with a family in Florida and then killed the family. That's what we have happening in the United States of America, and it is directly a consequence of a Secretary of Homeland Security who is failing to secure the homeland, as he is charged to do when he takes an oath to fulfill his duty to carry out the laws of the United States. If the Attorney General just went out and ordered all the United States attorneys and prosecutors and assistant U.S. attorneys to stop enforcing the law, allow reckless abandon, he should be impeached. That is, in fact, a high crime and misdemeanor. And this is where I disagree with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and a few, I think, on my side of the aisle. This notion of high crimes and misdemeanors and what it includes or does not include, but it most certainly includes officials in the administration, the executive branch, who are completely refusing to carry out their duty. It's literally his job is to secure the homeland, and he's refusing to do it. The fact of the matter is, some of my colleagues that have concerns about issues of maladministration and so forth, if you believe this is maladministration, I do not. I think it goes beyond maladministration. It is the purposeful, willing, ignoring of the law to endanger the American people that goes beyond maladministration. But even if you accept the notion that it is maladministration, I keep hearing people say, well, the founders rejected maladministration. Well, the fact of the matter is, Colonel Mason put it forward, Mr. Gary put it forward, he seconded it. Mr. Madison raised a concern. He said a term would be equivalent to a tenure during pleasure of the Senate. There was some debate. Governor Morris, Colonel Mason withdrew maladministration. There was no vote. There was no affirmative rejection of it. It was a debate. They withdrew. And instead, in its place, he substituted, the language was not there at the time, other high crimes and misdemeanors. Okay, now you go back and say, well, what does that mean? Well, I wasn't there. You go back and look. There are debates about what it meant. But one thing is, British common law had developed a definition of high crimes and misdemeanors that included, but was not limited to maladministration. Now, this is a debate worthy of academic debate. But the fact is, it is up to us. There are no elements of the crime in the Constitution. There is no specific requirement that there be a violation of statute. There's no mens rea in the Constitution. It is for us and us alone to determine. And when the Secretary violates his duty to the Constitution, violates his oath to defend the people of the United States and secure the homeland, then it is incumbent upon this body to call out and reject that secretary. And in this case, that secretary being Secretary Mayorkas. There are other tools at our disposal, but there are not many. We have the power of the purse. We should use it. That is a speech for another time. But one last point on this notion that somehow by rejecting the bill that the Senate was debating, and by the way, has not sent to us, the Senate is merely debating it. They're not even debating it yet. They haven't even proceeded to it yet. They haven't even gotten past cloture on proceeding to it yet. Why? Because it is fundamentally flawed. The bill does not do what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were suggesting it does. So I'm sorry, you're getting punched in the head 10 times. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to say, well, sorry, we'll just start punching you in the head 5 times. Why won't you take that half a loaf? I'm sorry, that's not how that works. That's not what we're here to do. We're here to actually stop the flow. And that bill was flawed. It would have set essentially in permanent stone, effectively, mass migration. It has 250,000 visas, 250,000 work permits. It ensconces alternatives to detention as part of how the releases would work for asylum claims. It would spend $4 billion to hire up new asylum officers by this administration, by this secretary, who has the power right now to stop this flow but refuses to use it. The President of the United States could use 212F right now and stop the flow. The Secretary could apply the laws the way they're supposed to be applied with respect to asylum and parole, and he could stop it right now but refuses to do so. We're here to defend the people of the United States who don't have a voice. We're here to stand up for the forgotten men and women of this country who are tired of getting rolled over. That's why we're here, and the Secretary of Homeland Security deserves to be held to account. I rise in support. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Texas just took almost 10 minutes of my life, which I'll never get back, and still didn't get it right, which is basically that this move to impeach Secretary Mayorkas is a sham. There's, there's no basis for this. And just because you don't like the guy, you disagree with the policies of this administration, is not a reason, is not a high crime misdemeanor, is not a reason to move forward on impeachment. And I'm listening to the gentleman and also my colleague from Texas. Republicans are really good about complaining about things, about talking about what the problems are. We agree with some of the things that have been highlighted, that they are problems. What my Republican friends are not really good at is actually solving a problem or getting to yes on anything. The gentleman from Texas said, we were asked to consider a Senate bill that the Senate hasn't acted on yet. But wait a minute, the Speaker of this House of Representatives has already said we will not have a vote on in this House no matter what happens in the United States Senate. And Donald Trump, the guy you're all afraid of, has been making calls saying, you better not do this. You better not do this. And the author of this Senate bill, again, I haven't read it all. There's lots of stuff in it that give me heartburn from what I can tell. But the guy who wrote it was a senator from Oklahoma, who Donald Trump says is strong on the border. And so I will repeat what I said before. What we are doing today does nothing to help anything at the border. Not a thing. Not one thing. Any opportunity to do something requires working in a bipartisan way to move a bill forward, which apparently my Republican friends here in the House do not want to do. And that's a shame. But here's the deal. You now own this. This is a problem that you are maintaining, that you have deliberately decided that you will own, because you will do nothing. You are blocking any attempt for any kind of legislation to come to this floor that has a chance of passing in a bipartisan way and getting signed into law. You are doing, even the Border Patrol Union has endorsed what the Senate's doing. Again, I haven't read the whole thing yet. I bet you none of you have either. But even before the ink was dried on the draft copy, Trump gave you the orders to kill it. And that's where we are. So, complaining about a problem, I get it. Maybe it used to be good politics, but here's what I'm predicting. The American people are watching. They're now seeing how this works. If we want a bill, we want to work in a bipartisan way, then there is a bipartisan coalition that develops in the Senate, led by a very conservative Republican senator, and they come up with a bill, and as soon as they do, no, we don't want to solve the problem. We want to continue the problem for political purposes. So now you own all of this. You own all of this. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from New Mexico, member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Before I recognize the lady, I'd just like to remind members to address their comments to the chair. The chair recognizes the lady from New Mexico for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, reasonable Republicans and even the Wall Street Journal editorial board have written that this impeachment does not qualify as high crimes and misdemeanors. The board wrote, and I quote, "Grandstanding is easier than governing, and Republicans have to decide whether to accomplish anything other than impeaching Democrats." And I quote again, Impeaching him accomplishes nothing beyond political symbolism, end quote. That's right, it's political symbolism. It's political theater. Our immigration system is broken. We've been saying it, and we have been offering up bipartisan solutions that Republicans have refused to take up. They just blew up a bipartisan deal in the Senate. They've refused to provide Secretary Mayorkas the resources and legal changes he needs to reform the immigration system so our border is secure, our policies are humane, and our country is richer thanks to the immeasurable contributions of our immigrant workforce. Instead, we have a clown show directed by Marjorie Taylor Greene. If we vote for this sham impeachment in the House, she will have the power to march over to the Senate and stop all their work. She'll stop work on a budget that we need to keep our government open. She'll stop work on the farm bill, which my rural communities need. She'll stop work on policies to lower costs and expand the middle class. Extreme Republicans have answered the Wall Street Journal's question. Do they want to govern? They don't want to govern. They want chaos. Chaos at the border, chaos in Congress. They put chaos over people. They always put politics over people. We cannot trust them to reform our immigration system in a bipartisan manner. They continue to use immigration as a political bulldozer to destroy and divide. Their abuse of the solemn impeachment process shows us we cannot trust them with our Constitution. We cannot trust them. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll give myself a minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
What is needed is border security. What is needed is border protection. Immigration reform can come later, after border security is established. So the discussion about what's happening over in the Senate, to me, until you get the border secured, you have no opportunity to discuss any type of immigration reform. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Serves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the gentleman from Texas. Do you agree or disagree that we know that to change enforcement, we must change the law? I'm happy to yield to the gentleman. I mean, does he agree that we need to change the law if we're going to change enforcement?
I would recommend, if the gentleman yield, I would recommend to the gentleman that you enforce existing law as a starting point.
Yeah, but I'm using your words, Dr. Burgess, you know, from 6/18/2018, and you said we know that we need to change enforcement. We know that to change enforcement, we must change the law. And then you go on to talk about immigration bills that we might consider in Congress and talk about the importance of legislation, and this is how democracy works. So, I mean, the bottom line is, you know, Republicans are really good at complaining, but they're not so good at legislating. They're not so good at getting things done. And when things begin to move in a direction when we may get something done, then they back away and they say no. They can't get to yes on anything. Well, that's not leadership. That's not governing. That's, quite frankly, incompetence. You know, I mean, when Trump was president, my friends were saying one thing. When Biden's president, they say another thing. But the bottom line is that if we're going to get something done, we need to come together in a bipartisan way. That's what has begun to happen over in the Senate. And for the life of me, I do not understand why the Speaker of the House of Representatives, why my colleagues on the Republican side, one after another, do not want to do anything. Well, you know what? You know, if you do not want to do anything, that must mean you're satisfied with the status quo and you own this problem. You know, this is a problem of your creation because we're trying to fix it and we're trying to work in a bipartisan way. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I'll offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12, a bill that would ensure every American has full access to essential reproductive health care, including abortion care. Far too many states have enacted laws to either ban some or all abortions, which many Republicans have declared numerous times is their goal. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And to discuss our proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Sherfilis McCormick.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 12, the Women's Health Protection Act of 2023. As a woman, a mother of 2 teenagers, and as a member of Congress, I was proud to co-sponsor this legislation and look forward to the day when we as a Congress enshrine a federal law to reestablish a nationwide right to abortion. Abortion is health care, and access to health care saves many lives. In Texas, Kat Knox was forced to flee her home state to receive life-saving care after the Texas Supreme Court decided she wasn't close enough to dying to receive an abortion, despite 4 emergency room visits, elevated vitals, and a risk of uterine rupture. In my home state of Florida, Deborah Dobert was forced to give birth to her son, who died in her arms shortly after he was born, just as doctors predicted. For an agonizing 13 weeks, Deborah was forced to carry a baby she knew would die, which left her with severe anxiety and depression. In Ohio, Brittany Watts, a black woman, was criminally charged after having a miscarriage at home after doctors found that her water broke prematurely and the fetus she was carrying would not survive. In the wake of the Supreme Court overturning half a century of precedent, we have women nationwide who are at risk of losing their lives every single day. Women in states with abortion bans are nearly 3 times more likely to die from childbirth, and black women have the highest maternal mortality rates in the U.S., 3 times higher than their white women. Being forced to give birth means black women will die, and if they don't die, they will be jailed for miscarrying an unviable fetus. This could be your wife, your daughter, your sister, or even me, whose life is at risk unless we receive an abortion. How can any doctor tell a woman that her life cannot be saved when we know it can? This is reprehensible. Congress must pass H.R. 12, the Women's Health Care Protection Act of 2023. With that, Mr. Speaker, I thank Representative Chu, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlewoman from Florida yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can I inquire how much time I have left?
The gentleman from Texas has 10 minutes remaining.
Thank you. My further inquiry is engaging in personalities or destruction of personalities. Is that something we're now doing on the floor of the House?
The chair is not going to respond to hypotheticals or provide advisory opinions, but
well, it wasn't a hypothetical. What was said on the other side?
All members are reminded that remarks should be addressed to the chair and not to engage in personalities.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield myself a minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
We can talk about existing authority that the President has today that he could use to solve the problem at our southern border. He could end catch and release, reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy, enter into asylum cooperative agreements with other countries, end parole abuses, detain inadmissible aliens, use expedited removal, rein in taxpayer-funded benefits for people who are in the country without the benefit of who are in the country illegally, and issue a proclamation to suspend or restrict entry. All of those are available to the President right now, today, to solve this problem. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Again, the gentleman from Texas confuses me because not too long ago, and I'll use one of his quotes, he said, President Trump has presented a clear path forward. However, he cannot solve this crisis alone. That's the gentleman's words. Congress must stand ready to put partisan politics aside and pass meaningful solutions. But now, all of a sudden, Joe Biden could do it alone? You know, I mean, when Trump was president, he needed Congress, according to the gentleman, to give him the ability to be able to do what he wanted on the border. And now all of a sudden, it's a different story because there's a different president. And Mr. Speaker, let me also address something that the other gentleman from Texas mentioned in his 10 minutes of remarks when he said something that, you know, this isn't about politics. I want to point out that in April of 2023, Chairman Green, who's the chair of the Homeland Security Committee, promised Republican donors that he would produce an impeachment case against Secretary Mayorkas before donors. And according to a recording of Chairman Green's remarks to campaign contributors, he said, quote, on April 19th, next week, get the popcorn. Alejandro Mayorkas comes before our committee, and it's got to be fun, end quote. Chairman Green also said, and I quote, that'll really be just the beginning for him, end quote. The chairman said those things 2 months prior to the committee formally announcing its so-called investigation. 2 months prior. He already promised his Republican donors that he would deliver impeachment charges. To be clear, this entire impeachment process has had a predetermined outcome. This has nothing to do with a legitimate case for impeachment, but it has everything to do with Republicans' mission to distract, deflect, and exact revenge for President Biden winning the 2022 presidential election. I request unanimous consent to insert into the record a New York Times article entitled, Key Republican Tells Donors He Will Pursue Impeachment of Mayorkas. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I am very distressed about is that many of my Republican colleagues who are upset that Donald Trump lost the last election, and we're not able to overturn the free and fair results of that election. They're upset that they didn't get their way. They weren't able to overturn the results. And so now this is kind of a continuation of that effort to deny the legitimate results of the election. This, in many respects, is a continuation of what happened here on January 6th. And it really is sad. There's another election coming up in November. I predict that my friends will understand better then that their policy of obstruction and impeachment and of distraction and not wanting to solve problems, I think they will realize that when people go to the ballot box, that is not what they want. The American people want us to work together to get something done. We have a serious situation at the border. We're trying to provide President Biden with the tools to be able to act, just as my friend said that Donald Trump needed the legislative tools to be able to get what he wanted to get done. And unfortunately, notwithstanding some very impressive bipartisan cooperation in the Senate, my friends here have decided to reject anything that might solve the problem, anything that might ease the situation at the border, anything that might help our Border Patrol agents, anything that will do anything to be able to solve this problem. They are against. It is pathetic that is the state that we are in right now, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yield myself a minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
So the difficulty that we have is that President Biden will not use any of the tools he has in his toolbox and now is asking for additional tools. The other problem is codifying 5,000 illegal immigrants a month, 5,000 illegal immigrants a day, 2 million a year is not, in anyone's estimation, a solution to a problem. I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that this is not about Secretary Mayorkas or a high crime misdemeanor. It's about a policy disagreement with President Biden. But again, it's just interesting to point out when Trump was president, he couldn't do things because Congress didn't give him the tools. Biden's asking for more tools, and my Republican friends don't want to do anything. Mr. Speaker, I have a memo here released today on the arguments regarding impeaching Secretary Mayorkas, authored by the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Subcommittee on Immigration, Integrity and Security, and Enforcement, Mr. McClintock. And listening to my friends on the other side of the aisle, surely you would assume that the chairman of the Immigration Subcommittee, the lead Republican on immigration issues, would conclude in his memo that this impeachment is necessary and warranted. But no, you would be wrong. In fact, he concludes the exact opposite, and Mr. McClintock has said he will vote no on impeaching the Secretary. Now, I would like to request unanimous consent to put the entire memo into the record, but it is so exhaustive in its analysis of how this impeachment is a bunch of garbage that the memo exceeds the page limit for the congressional record. So let me just read a quick excerpt instead. He writes, quote, "The problem is the articles fail to identify an impeachable crime that Mayorkas has committed. In effect, they stretch and distort the Constitution in order to hold the administration accountable." I mean, stretch and distort. That is the words of the Republican chairman of the Immigration Subcommittee. Mr. Speaker, I want to, again, I thank my colleague from California who came to the well and basically called it as he sees it and told the truth. We need some more truth around here. This is a sham. This is a dangerous precedent to go down. To impeach somebody because of a policy disagreement, I tell you, this is not what we should be doing, and I'm hoping that there are Republicans on the other side of the aisle who still believe in the Constitution and in this institution and who will reject this. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield myself a minute, and I would like to enter into the record a memo prepared by the Secretary of Homeland Security, released on September 30th, 2021.
Without objection.
We're discussing the Secretary being there to enforce the laws. But in this memo, he basically says he's going to make the laws that then he purports to enforce. He bemoans the fact that there is no path for citizenship that has been established, but then goes on to say the fact that an individual is a removable non-citizen therefore should not alone be the basis of an enforcement action against them. Ask unanimous consent this be made part of the record. I reserve my time.
Without objection. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Michael Chertoff, the former Republican-appointed Homeland Security Secretary, the first ever Homeland Security Secretary, has also come out in support of Secretary Mayorkas. He said, and I quote, "I can say with confidence that for all of the investigating that the House Committee on Homeland Security has done, they have failed to put forth evidence that meets the bar," end quote. He went on to say, and I quote, "I don't agree with every policy decision the Biden administration has made, but there are aspects of immigration strategy that are worthy of debate. But House Republicans are ducking difficult policy work and hard-fought compromise. Impeachment is a diversion from fixing our broken immigration laws and giving DHS the resources needed to secure the border. I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an opinion piece written by Michael Chertoff and published by the Wall Street Journal entitled 'Don't Impeach Alejandro Mayorkas.' I reserve my time.
Without objection. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself a minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article detailing the numbers of children that the Department of Homeland Security has lost. And that number has increased year over year. It was 100,000 kids last year. What are we doing if we are losing track of 100,000 children that have come into this country illegally? I ask this article be made part of the record, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time I have remaining?
Gentleman from Massachusetts has 4.5 minutes remaining.
Okay. And may I ask the gentleman how many more speakers he has on his side? Is he prepared to close?
Yes, I'm prepared to close.
All right. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time.
Gentleman's recognized.
And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an editorial piece from the Wall Street Journal entitled "Impeaching Mayorkas Achieves Nothing."
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, everything we have heard from the other side has confirmed that this impeachment is a predetermined political stunt. Again, this is the first time in American history an impeachment could go to the floor of the United States House of Representatives with no evidence, no proof, no elements of a crime, nothing at all. Not my words, Mr. Speaker. it's your own colleagues who say that. Again, a few more quotes. Jonathan Turley, a top Republican legal advisor, he says there is also no current evidence that he, meaning Secretary Mayorkas, is corrupt or committed an impeachable offense. Donald Trump's own impeachment defense lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, and I quote, "I urge principled Republicans who care about the Constitution to oppose those in their party who are seeking to impeach and remove Mayorkas based on non-constitutional accusations." Republican leaders told their donors, behind closed doors that they were going to impeach Mayorkas before they even began their sham investigation. They raised money off of this. They promised Marjorie Taylor Greene last year that they were going to impeach no matter what in order to help Donald Trump to distract from his legal troubles and their own incompetence. And I get why they need to change the subject. Trump was the worst president in my lifetime, probably in history. He tried to overturn the election results when he lost. He said he wants to be a dictator, quote, on day one. And he invokes Adolf Hitler, saying immigrants, quote, poison the blood of our country. The worst jobs record since the Great Depression. Told everyone to drink bleach and take horse medicine during COVID. Has been indicted more times than elected. And is currently in trial for 91 felony charges. And that's after being ordered to pay $83 million after a jury of his peers decided he was a rapist. That's the leader of the Republican Party. That's who this impeachment is about, Donald Trump. Not Secretary Mayorkas, a good, honorable, decent man. Donald Trump, a corrupt, dishonorable, disgraceful man. This is all about helping Republicans rile up MAGA voters and distracting from their inability to govern and address the critical issues facing our country. Instead of legislating, they are being led by Marjorie Taylor Greene and the extreme MAGA chock-full of nuts caucus to pursue their baseless, extreme, and harmful impeachment charade that distracts from actually securing the border. Do we have a problem at the border? Absolutely. Democrats and President Biden want real comprehensive solutions to fix it, but the MAGA extremists have shown no interest in working with House Democrats to address the challenges facing the American people. What we need is Republicans to stop playing political games, and that's the exact opposite of what's happening here, the exact opposite of this cynical, reckless impeachment stunt. So we're going to continue as Democrats to put people over politics, to fight for issues that matter, to try to lower costs, grow our economy, and yes, to secure our border. And if Republicans decide they want to join us as partners in government to solve these challenges, we welcome that. And if they don't, there's an election coming up in November. But I would say history is going to judge this Republican majority. But I don't think we need to wait for that. The voters are going to judge us all in November. And I think people are going to look at this fraudulent impeachment, and they're going to look at Republicans' lack of accomplishments, and they are going to vote them out because of their incompetence, their extremism, and their refusal to work with Democrats to address the challenges our country faces, including the border. And as I said before, this entire impeachment stunt is an absurd, cynical exercise in extremism. I strongly, strongly urge a no vote on this rule and a no vote on the underlying resolution. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I inquire as to how much time I have remaining?
8. The gentleman from Texas has 8 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself the balance of our time.
The gentleman's recognized.
Well, I think we've just seen one of the worst cases of Trump derangement syndrome ever recorded. And Mr. Speaker, I would just remind people that I am not running for re-election, so I am not beholden to anyone. As I told the gentleman last week, I'm bulletproof. I'm only beholden to the constituents that I represent. And the constituents I represent do not understand why Texas has had to endure basically an invasion during the tenure of this Secretary of Homeland Security. Why has he not enforced the laws that he swore an oath to uphold and enforce? And he won't do it. So what are we left to do when we have someone who is charged with protecting our country, charged with enforcing our laws, and he says, it's too much trouble, I can't do it? Look, we know it's possible because I was on a codel with Speaker Johnson down to the border, down to Eagle Pass, but a couple of weeks ago. The week before, you'd seen on Bill Maluchan's report on Fox News, thousands of people on the riverbanks on the United States side who were there awaiting processing to be released into our country to parts unknown, for lengths of time unknown. But the Speaker of the House goes down there, and there's not a soul on that riverbank. This problem can be stopped literally overnight if the Secretary and the President would make it a priority and would do it, but they won't. So what are we left to do? I agree with the gentleman that there is an election coming up. I hope people do remember that. I hope they do remember they have a president who has it within his power right now, under 212F of the Immigration and Naturalization Act, he has it in his power right now to suspend activities on the southern border, but he won't do it. We are being invaded, Mr. Speaker. My governor, Governor Abbott, has officially declared an invasion. I don't think there's any debate about that. The administration and this secretary have done nothing to help Texas. Instead, they've turned around and sued the state at every turn. $12 billion is what Texas has had to spend over the last year to do the job that Secretary Mayorkas should have been doing. Just by the numbers, over 2 million illegal aliens apprehended last fiscal year, 15,000 pounds of fentanyl seized from drug smugglers crossing our border. How many families need to lose a child? How many American lives have to be cut short before the Secretary Mayorkas, President Biden, and his border czar, Vice President Kamala Harris, change course and actually enforce existing law? The consequences of this administration and Secretary Mayorkas' actions have been staggering. A southern border open to drug cartels, criminals, human traffickers, and potential terrorists. A record number of migrant deaths, rising human trafficking, exploitation of minors, and a growing public health disaster. An annual net burden to the American taxpayers exceeding $150 billion. Mr. Speaker, each of these consequences would have been avoidable if Secretary Mayorkas had just enforced existing law. This willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and the continued breach of public trust by Secretary Mayorkas will not be tolerated, and for this, he must be impeached. I also want to thank Chairwoman McMorris-Rodgers for her leadership in bringing H.R. 485 to the floor, and the Chairman of Homeland Security, Mark Green, for his work on a proper and thorough investigation leading for consideration of HRES 863. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I stand in strong support of the rule and the underlying legislation. I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
So the question is on order in the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. And pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, further proceedings of this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.
And so the House will return in just a few minutes, right around 1:30 Eastern, to vote on whether to begin debate on impeachment articles against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for high crimes and misdemeanors. There are two separate articles of impeachment, one for willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law, and one for breach of public trust for actions taken by Secretary Mayorkas at the U.S.-Mexico border. Again, the House returning at about 1:30 Eastern for votes. Of course, we'll have live coverage here on C-SPAN.
C-SPAN is your unfiltered view of government. We're funded by these television companies and more, including Comcast.
Oh, you think this is just a community center? No, it's way more than that. Comcast is partnering with 1,000 community centers to create Wi-Fi-enabled lift zones so students from low-income families can get the tools they need to be ready for anything.
Comcast supports C-SPAN as a public service, along with these other television providers, giving you a front row seat to democracy.
On Thursday, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear oral argument in the case of former President Donald Trump's eligibility to be on the 2024 Colorado ballot. The Colorado Supreme Court ruled that former President Trump was ineligible from running for office because he violated the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and supported an insurrection on January 6th. Watch our live coverage from the court beginning at 7 a.m. Eastern on C-SPAN's Washington Journal with expert analysis previewing the case. And then at 10 a.m. Eastern, it's our live coverage of the U.S. Supreme Court's oral argument. And at 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll recap the day's events and take your calls. Watch live coverage of the U.S. Supreme Court oral argument beginning Thursday at 7 a.m. Eastern on Washington Journal on C-SPAN, C-SPAN Now, our free mobile video app, or online at cspan.org.
A healthy democracy doesn't just look like this. It looks like this, where Americans can see democracy at work. When citizens are truly informed, our republic thrives. Get informed straight from the source on C-SPAN. Unfiltered, unbiased, word for word. From the nation's capital to wherever you are. Because the opinion that matters the most is your own. This is what democracy looks like. C-SPAN, powered by cable.
A discussion on the economy and related matters with two guests joining us for this discussion. Matthew Dickerson is with the Economic Policy Innovation Center. He serves as their budget policy director. And Mike Conzel with the Roosevelt Institute, their macroeconomic analysis director. And to both of you gentlemen, thank you so much for giving us your time.
Thanks for being
here. From your various positions that you take, especially looking at the economy writ large, how would you describe that? How would you describe the current state of the economy? Mike Conzel, you go first.
Right now, I think the labor market's quite strong. We had about 3 million jobs last year, given that unemployment has been below 4% for about 2 years. I think it's pretty remarkable. We had 2 quarters of really solid growth at about 4%. Again, pretty remarkable given how far along this business cycle has been. Inflation has obviously been a huge challenge, and as it has been for most OECD countries over the last 3 years, though over the last 6 or 7 months, it's come down to very close to the Fed's target. Financial markets are now kind of anticipating when the Fed will start moving to a more a less restrictive state between March and this summer. So all in all, the economy has landed in a very solid place given the challenges of the reopening in the past 3 years.
Just to show you the headline from the New York Times recently about that growth of 3.3% in the last quarter in the U.S. economy. Mr. Dickerson, your take on what the economy looks like considering these numbers.
That's right. Some of the recent headline numbers have been good, and we should celebrate that. The question is, what are the underlying parts of that made up those headlines, and are they sustainable? People are still concerned about the direction of the economy. If you look at the polls, people say the country is still on the wrong track. And although year over year headline inflation is coming down and cooling off, and that's a good thing, unfortunately, real wages are not keeping up with the rising prices. Since January 2021, real wages are down about 4%, and that's making the typical worker $2,200 less well off than they were in 2021. And we've seen lots of headline job growth, but a lot of that is being subsidized by taxpayers, and about 20% of the job growth in 2023 was state and local government officials. And a lot of that has been subsidized by the federal government through transfers to the state governments. And over the long run, that's not going to be sustainable.
If that's the case, what things do you have to look for? What numbers or metrics do you have to look for to see sustainability?
Well, we do want to see real wage growth. And the things that you want to do is be seeing people's take-home pay rise faster than prices over time. And the way you want to be able to do that is getting government out.
We'll leave this here. Return to live coverage now of the U.S. House.
Resolution 996 and adoption of the House Resolution 996 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 996, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 62, House Resolution 996, resolution providing for consideration of the resolution House Resolution 863, impeaching Alejandro Nicolas Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security, for high crimes and misdemeanors, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 485 to amend Title 11 of the Social Security Act to prohibit the use of quality-adjusted life years and similar measures in coverage and payment determinations under federal health care programs.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
A vote now on whether to begin debate on impeaching Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for high crimes and misdemeanors. There are two separate articles of impeachment, one for willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law, and one for breach of public trust for actions taken by Secretary Mayorkas at the U.S.-Mexico border. This is the first time in nearly 150 years that the House has considered articles of impeachment against a cabinet member. If either or both of the articles is passed by the House, they would be sent to the Senate for a possible Senate trial. Two House Republicans, Ken Buck of Colorado and Tom McClintock of California, have already announced that they will vote no on impeaching Secretary Mayorkas, so it's expected to be a close vote this afternoon. Chad Pergram of Fox News posted a response from Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene on Congressman McClintock opposing the Mayorkas impeachment. She said clearly he's not paying attention to the American people, and he's failing his oath of office. That's what I would say. I would say he needs to grow some courage and read the room. And I would urge all of my colleagues to do the right thing, grow some courage, and actually do something for once in this Congress. General debate on the impeachment resolution is expected this afternoon, with the impeachment vote itself expected at about 5:30 p.m. Eastern today. So as this vote continues, we will watch some of the floor debate from earlier.
Today in support of the rule and the underlying bills. H.Res. 863, impeaching Alejandro Nicolas Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security, for high crimes and misdemeanors, and H.R. 485, the Protecting Health Care for All Patients Act of 2023. Today, this body begins consideration of one of its most solemn constitutional duties, the consideration of articles of impeachment against a federal official. House Resolution 863, impeaching Alejandro Nicolas Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security, for high crimes and misdemeanors, includes two articles of impeachment: willful and systematic refusal to comply with the law and breach of the public trust. On February 2nd, 2021, Alejandro Mayorkas was sworn in as the 7th United States Secretary of Homeland Security by Vice President Kamala Harris. On this day, Secretary Mayorkas solemnly swore to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. He swore that he took this sacred obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and swore to faithfully discharge the duties of the office. Mr. Speaker, I submit to you that this oath of office, sworn on February 2nd, 2021, has indeed been broken. Since President Biden took office, the United States Customs and Border Protection has encountered more than 7 million illegal migrants along the southwest border. 3.3 million have been released into the United States interior, including 312 individuals on the terrorist screening data set. In 2003, Customs and Border Protection encountered over 2.5 million illegal migrants attempting to cross the United States southern border. That's an all-time high for a fiscal year. In December alone, Customs and Border Protection encountered 302,000 illegal migrants attempting to cross the United States southern border, the highest number of unlawful migrant crossings in a single month in recorded history. Mr. Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas has shown willful and systematic refusal to comply with the law time and again. He has willfully refused to comply with numerous detention requirements spelled out in the Immigration and Nationality Act but has instead implemented a mass catch and release program whereby apprehended illegal migrants are released into the interior of the country without any effective way to ensure their return before an immigration court. Mr. Secretary Mayorkas has also willfully misused parole authority and laid out in the Immigration and Nationality Act that permits parole to be granted only on a case-by-case basis, temporarily, and for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit. Mr. Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas has not only failed his solemn statutory duty to control and guard the border of the United States, to protect and defend his country and the Constitution, but he's also breached the public trust. Secretary Mayorkas has willfully failed to put in place or enforce initiatives that he abandoned that would enable the Department of Homeland Security to maintain operational control of our southwest border. He has also breached the trust of Congress and the American people by knowingly making false statements about the results of his refusal to comply with the law. The American people, and certainly those that I represent in Texas, have had enough of the Secretary's lies. Despite undeniable evidence that his gross negligence towards securing our southern border is endangering American families and communities across the country, Secretary Mayorkas thinks what he is doing is just fine, but he could not be more wrong. Contrary to what the Secretary says, the border is not secure. America is in fact less safe because of his negligence and because of his numerous failures. Since Secretary Mayorkas will not resign, Congress must take this action. Every day that Secretary Mayorkas remains as the head of the Department of Homeland Security is another day of pathetic disservice to the American people. Mr. Speaker, many of us have been to the border. I've been many times, and I've seen how understaffed and under-resourced and unsupported Customs and Border Protection is. And my friends on the other side of the aisle might have you believe it's not because of a lack of funding. While more funding may be helpful for better technology or building and repairing the border wall, it will not make up for the time spent by Customs and Border Patrol agents at the funerals of their co-workers or time spent wondering if they are next. It's shameful that these brave men and women aren't getting the support that they need. The Biden administration's policy of open borders and amnesty is killing Americans, and Alejandro Mayorkas, whose primary job it is to secure the homeland, refuses to do his job. The worsening conditions of the men and women who have sworn to protect our border and actually honored that oath is unacceptable. We must hold those accountable who have willfully refused to honor their oath. Mr. Speaker, this rule also allows for consideration of H.R. 485, a Protecting Health Care for All Patients Act, that I introduced along with Chairwoman McGorris-Rogers of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Chairman Smith, and my friend from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup. This bill aims to preserve access to life-saving cures and to prevent discrimination for Americans with disabilities. I practiced medicine for nearly 30 years. I treated each patient as a human being, not just a diagnosis. Quality-adjusted life years measurements are cruel and hinder the physician's ability to care for and treat all patients with dignity. The government should never be able to decide or determine the value of a life to approve or deny care. Mr. Speaker, many years ago, the Affordable Care Act banned Medicare from using quality-adjusted life years, a metric often used in cost-effective analyses, widely known to discriminate against people with disabilities. The purpose of the quality-adjusted life year metric assigns a person living with a disability a lower value of a year of life than a person who is considered to be in good health. The quality-adjusted life year often fails to consider outcomes meaningful to patients, such as the impact on the ability to work, on the impact on caregiving needs. In a quality-adjusted life year-based assessment, a person living with conditions like heart disease, ALS, or sickle cell disease will be considered to be of less worth than someone else. Often, quality-adjusted life years are used by countries that have government-controlled healthcare systems to devalue treatment for those with chronic conditions and disabilities. This concept has been pushed by socialist healthcare advocates for years. Thankfully, the United States of America has not fallen totally prey to these harmful ideologies, at least not yet. I would like to remind my friends on the other side of the aisle that the first quality-adjusted life year ban within the Affordable Care Act passed with strong Democrat support. Therefore, this bill should be passed with strong Democrat support as well. It is not the government's place to determine whether a person living with a chronic condition or a disability is of less worth. This is why we need to prohibit the use of quality-adjusted life years in all federal programs and ensure that all human life has inherent value. Republicans will continue to work to reduce the government's hand in health care, and I urge colleagues to join us in supporting H.R. 485. Mr. Speaker, I stand in strong support of the rule and the underlying bills, urge my fellow members to support the rule, and I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Texas for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. This impeachment resolution was supposed to be our second rule of the day. We had an emergency meeting last week in the Rules Committee about fixing SALT. Everybody hurry up, it's an emergency. Better do it right away so we can vote quickly. And then, get this, then last night, a change was made to pull their emergency bill from the schedule. It was such an emergency that Republicans decided it's not an emergency at all. So not only did their bill not even fix the problem that they themselves created, it's not even going to come to the floor now because of their inability to govern. This majority is so incompetent, they couldn't even manufacture a fake vote to pretend New York Republicans are good at legislating. We wasted hours last Thursday at the Rules Committee debating a rule that's now been pulled from consideration. And for what? Will the gentleman from Texas tell us next time? Will the gentleman from Texas tell us next that he's glad he had to sit through a hearing on a rule his leadership can't even bring up because they're so bad at governing? This Republican-led House is an unmitigated disaster. I would say it's a clown show, but that would be a disservice to actual working clowns. And that brings us to the second emergency rule. Mr. Speaker, impeachment is one of the most solemn, serious, somber things that we can do in this body. It's not something that ought to get thrown around lightly or invoked when you disagree with someone, or you don't like their policies, or you think they're doing a bad job. It's something that should happen after a grave constitutional offense has been committed, a crime against the Republic. The founders in Article 1 reserve it only for treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. And so today, I'm very confused because our Republican colleagues have presented zero evidence for impeachment. This could be the first time in American history an impeachment will go to the floor of the United States House of Representatives with no evidence, no proof, no elements of a crime, nothing at all. And you don't have to take my word for it. Listen to the lead Republican for immigration policy, our colleague Tom McClintock. And he says, and I quote, "The problem is the articles fail to identify an impeachable crime that Mayorkas has committed. In effect, they stretch and distort the Constitution in order to hold the administration accountable," end quote. Another Republican, Ken Buck, says, and I quote, "Secretary Mayorkas did not commit an impeachable offense and is not guilty of high crimes or misdemeanors," end quote. These are not my words. These are your fellow colleagues, Mr. Speaker, openly admitting that these vague, unprecedented articles of impeachment trivialize this process and make a total mockery of this institution. And what does this impeachment have to do with fixing our challenges at the border? Nothing at all. They say this is about securing the border. And their plan to secure the border is to impeach the guy responsible for securing the border and replace him with, now wait for this, wait for it, they aren't sure. The chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security couldn't tell us during our Rules Committee meeting who will replace Secretary Mayorkas if he were removed. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. For months and months and months, Republicans have said that they would shut down the government, they would default on our debt, refuse to do anything unless we passed a border bill. Well, good news. Senate Republicans worked out a border bill, and the person who negotiated it for Republicans, Senator Langford, was someone Donald Trump endorsed. Donald Trump said, and I quote, that Senator Langford is strong on the border, end quote. So I'm shocked by the Republican rejection of Senator Langford's bill. Before we even saw what was in it, before the ink was even dry on the discussion draft, Donald Trump came out and he ordered them to kill it. He ordered them to do nothing to fix our broken immigration system. They'd rather let chaos prevail than work with Democrats to have a conversation about a path forward. Because here's the truth. Here's the truth, Mr. Speaker. Republicans simply do not want to participate in government. They want to create chaos, they want to create confusion, and they want to create a campaign issue for Donald Trump going into the next election. They're not interested in solving problems. They only want to gain power. And that's the real dereliction of duty here. House Republicans' refusal to address our challenges at the border because Donald Trump told them he wants a crisis so he can help his campaign, so he can hide from his crimes. Well, they own this now. Republicans own this now. They own the border. They own the fentanyl crisis. They own it all because they refuse to behave like adults. They're acting like spoiled, rotten children who got what they want and still can't take yes for an answer. But they own all of this now. And if anyone needs more proof than that, look no further than the sponsor of this resolution, Marjorie Taylor Greene, a MAGA extremist who amplifies Holocaust deniers, who said 9/11 was a hoax, who says wildfires are started by Jewish space lasers. That's the legislative and intellectual force behind this impeachment resolution. In fact, if it passes, she's going to be an impeachment manager on the floor of the United States Senate. God help us. It's just more proof that this is fraudulent, unconstitutional garbage. But Donald Trump wants another fraudulent impeachment, another distraction from his own legal troubles, another excuse to kill a bipartisan border deal instead of working across the aisle to get something done. So here we are, because Trump calls the shots around here. He directed Speaker Johnson and extreme MAGA Republicans not to work with Democrats to address challenges at the border. And you know, one thing we know, Republicans work for Trump, not for you, the voters. They worship and they work for Donald Trump, who doesn't care about anybody but himself. They are frightened to death of the former president. Secretary Mayorkas, Mr. Speaker, is a good man, a decent man, someone who is trying to do his job, despite the fact that Republicans refuse to give him the tools needed to do what they're asking him to do. He's an honorable public servant who respects law enforcement and takes seriously his oath of office and his obligation to uphold and enforce the law. And in smearing his good name, Republicans are only impeaching themselves and showing what all their rhetoric about the border has been nothing more than a bunch of BS. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to recognize a fellow member of the Rules Committee, fellow Texan, Mr. Chip Roy, for 10 minutes.
For 10 minutes. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 10 minutes.
Well, I thank my friend from Texas, and I get no great joy of being on the floor of the House of Representatives and talking about something as important and solemn as the removal of a secretary of one of our departments, particularly one as important as the department that is in charge of Homeland Security. This is an individual who was appointed and then confirmed by the United States Senate, and and this is one of the highest charges we have as members of the United States House of Representatives. The charge by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, particularly the ranking member on the Rules Committee, that this is a political exercise or that there are individuals taking, quote, orders from former President Trump, I think indicates the extent to which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle desperately want to make this political. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle desperately want to take the abject and total failure of Democrat leadership on the southern border, resulting in death and destruction of the American people, the undermining of economic activity, the death of our children, fentanyl pouring into schools, ranchers who are getting absolutely decimated, the empowerment of cartels, the empowerment of China. This has all happened at record levels, record numbers, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know this. So they're desperately trying to deflect to legislation that was political and never had a chance to move from the Senate to the House, never had a chance to move, but they want to be able to deflect. They want to deflect an entire conversation about the failures of President Biden and the failures of Secretary Mayorkas to secure the border by not having a serious conversation about why we would be bringing articles of impeachment against a sitting secretary. The reason is simple. The Secretary of Homeland Security has blatantly ignored the laws of the United States he is charged to faithfully execute. He has done so with reckless abandon. He has done so in a way that has led directly to the death of American citizens, to the death of the very migrants that the Secretary suggests they want to try to help. 1,000 migrants along the southwest border last year dead. 53 migrants in a tractor trailer in San Antonio last year in the district where I represent. 75,000 Americans dead from fentanyl poisonings last year. These numbers are off the charts at levels we've never seen before, and they are the direct result of the policies enacted by the Biden administration, but very specifically by the Secretary of Homeland Security. It is his leadership of that department that has led to an abject failure of the department to secure the border. It is not the line men and women of the Border Patrol or ICE who are out there trying to do their job, but they're being denied the ability to do their job because the Secretary won't let them. The Secretary has turned them into processing machines. He's done so intentionally to flood the zone, and they basically acknowledged that. He's turned the law upside down, that the basic law of requiring that they have operational control of the border, that we stop the flow, that you have papers coming to the United States, has been turned upside down. And in its place, the administration, and specifically Secretary Mayorkas, has used exceptions to swallow the rule. Exceptions for asylum, exceptions under parole that are supposed to be on a case-by-case basis, based on our benevolence as human beings to try to help people, bipartisan desire to do so, has been made to swallow the rule of actual border security. And as a result, the numbers have been astounding. And a key consideration, of course, are the types of individuals that are coming into the United States. We're not talking about some workers who want to go from Nuevo Laredo to Laredo or Juarez to El Paso. We're talking about dangerous individuals from all over the globe, including 331 that have been encountered that are associated with terrorist organizations under this administration, under Mayorkas' watch, which compares to 11 under President Trump. Now you say, well, aren't they doing their job? They encountered them. No. Those numbers indicate who we're finding, not the 50,000 a month or so gotaways that are pouring into the United States. Now we see cops being beaten in the streets of New York by people who are here illegally, walking out of the court with no bail and flicking off the American people. We have a woman being dragged out of a parking garage in New York by migrant gangs, dragged through the streets of New York. We have all sorts of danger to the American people. People like a cheerleader getting killed in Texas by somebody here illegally. An illegal who posed as an unaccompanied child who lived with a family in Florida and then killed the family. That's what we have happening in the United States of America, and it is directly a consequence of a Secretary of Homeland Security who is failing to secure the homeland, as he is charged to do when he takes an oath to fulfill his duty to carry out the laws of the United States. If the Attorney General just went out and ordered all the United States attorneys and prosecutors and assistant U.S. attorneys to stop enforcing the law, allow reckless abandon, he should be impeached. That is, in fact, a high crime and misdemeanor. And this is where I disagree with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and a few, I think, on my side of the aisle. This notion of high crimes and misdemeanors and what it includes or does not include, but it most certainly includes officials in the administration, the executive branch, who are completely refusing to carry out their duty. It's literally his job is to secure the homeland, and he's refusing to do it. The fact of the matter is, some of my colleagues that have concerns about issues of maladministration and so forth, if you believe this is maladministration, I do not. I think it goes beyond maladministration. It is the purposeful, willing ignoring of the law to endanger the American people that goes beyond maladministration. But even if you accept the notion that it is maladministration, I keep hearing people say, well, the founders rejected maladministration. Well, the fact of the matter is, Colonel Mason put it forward, Mr. Gary put it forward, he seconded it, Mr. Madison raised a concern. He said a term would be equivalent to a tenure during pleasure of the Senate. There was some debate. Governor Morris, Colonel Mason withdrew maladministration. There was no vote. There was no affirmative rejection of it. It was a debate. They withdrew. And instead, in its place, he substituted, the language was not there at the time, other high crimes and misdemeanors. Okay, now you go back and say, well, what does that mean? Well, I wasn't there. You go back and look. There are debates about what it meant. But one thing is, British common law had developed a definition of high crimes and misdemeanors that included, but was not limited to maladministration. Now, this is a debate worthy of academic debate. But the fact is, it is up to us. There are no elements of the crime in the Constitution. There is no specific requirement that there be a violation of statute. There's no mens rea in the Constitution. It is for us and us alone to determine. And when the Secretary violates his duty to the Constitution, violates his oath to defend the people of the United States and secure the homeland, then it is incumbent upon this body to call out and reject that secretary. And in this case, that secretary being Secretary Mayorkas. There are other tools at our disposal, but there are not many. We have the power of the purse. We should use it. That is a speech for another time. But one last point on this notion that somehow by rejecting the bill that the Senate was debating, and by the way, has not sent to us, the Senate is merely debating it. They're not even debating it yet. They haven't even proceeded to it yet. They haven't even gotten past cloture on proceeding to it yet. Why? Because it is fundamentally flawed. The bill does not do what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were suggesting it does. So I'm sorry, you're getting punched in the head 10 times. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to say, well, sorry, we'll just start punching you in the head 5 times. Why won't you take that half a loaf? I'm sorry, that's not how that works. That's not what we're here to do. We're here to actually stop the flow. And that bill was flawed. It would have set essentially in permanent stone, effectively, mass migration. It has 250,000 visas, 250,000 work permits. It ensconces alternatives to detention as part of how the releases would work for asylum claims. It would spend $4 billion to hire up new asylum officers by this administration, by this secretary, who has the power right now to stop this flow but refuses to use it. The President of the United States could use 212F right now and stop the flow. The Secretary could apply the laws the way they're supposed to be applied with respect to asylum and parole, and he could stop it right now but refuses to do so. We're here to defend the people of the United States who don't have a voice. We're here to stand up for the forgotten men and women of this country who are tired of getting rolled over. That's why we're here, and the Secretary of Homeland Security deserves to be held to account. I rise in support. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Texas just took almost 10 minutes of my life, which I'll never get back, and still didn't get it right, which is basically that this move to impeach Secretary Mayorkas is a sham. There's
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 207. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Members now voting on the rules that will guide debate on whether to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for high crimes and misdemeanors. Again, there are two separate articles of impeachment, one for willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law, and one for breach of public trust for actions taken by Secretary Mayorkas at the U.S.-Mexico border. Andrew Sullender of Axios posted that House Republicans are having a problem with their whip count on the Mayorkas impeachment. Per a Republican member, still 4 or 5 no votes. They're also dealing with absences. If this rule is approved, the 11 House Republican managers for a possible Senate trial would also be approved, and they include Homeland Security Committee Chair Mark Green and Representatives McCall, Higgins, Klein, Guest, Biggs, Garbarino, Pfluger, Hagman, Lee, and Green. If the rule that the House is voting on now is approved, members will go on to debate the impeachment articles for 2 hours. And according to the House schedule, a final vote, if that does happen, would take place at about 5:30 p.m. Eastern today. It would be a historic vote. Not since 1876 has a cabinet secretary faced impeachment charges, and it's the first time a sitting secretary is being impeached. 148 years ago, Secretary of War William Belknap resigned just before the vote, and he was later acquitted in his Senate trial. So after the 2 hours of impeachment debate, members will debate a $17.6 billion Israel aid bill. And Jake Sherman of Punchbowl News posted on X, just caught up with Speaker Johnson in the Capitol. He said the House will vote on the Israel aid bill today. If it fails, Speaker Johnson said there's a very good chance we'll bring it back again next week. The Speaker did not engage on what he'd do if Majority Leader Schumer combined Israel and Ukraine in one bill.
30 seconds. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change the vote? Aye or no, recorded. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 209. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. Please take your seats or take your conversations outside. The House will come to order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 996, I call up House Res 863 and ask for the immediate consideration in the House.
The House will be in order. Please take your seats or take your conversations outside. The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar number 60, House Resolution 863. Resolved that Alejandro Nicholas Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security of the United States of America, is impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors, and that the following articles of impeachment be exhibited to the United States Senate. Articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives of the United States of America in the name of itself and of the people of the United States of America against Alejandro N. Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security of the United States of America, and maintenance and support of its impeachment against him for high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 1, willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the civil officers of the United States, including the Secretary of Homeland Security, shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. In his conduct while Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro N. Mayorkas, in violation of his oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, to bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and to well and faithfully discharge the duties of his office, has willfully and systemically refused to comply with federal immigration laws, and that throughout his tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro N. Mayorkas has repeatedly violated laws enacted by Congress regarding immigration and border security. In large part because of his unlawful conduct, millions of aliens have illegally entered the United States on an annual basis, with many unlawfully remaining in the United States. His refusal to obey the law is not only an offense against the separation of powers in the Constitution of the United States, it also threatens our national security and has had a dire impact on communities across the country. Despite clear evidence that his willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law has significantly contributed to unprecedented levels of illegal entrance, the increased control of the southwest border by drug cartels, and the imposition of enormous costs on states and localities affected by the influx of aliens, Alejandro N. Mayorkas has continued in his refusal to comply with the law, and thereby acted to the grave detriment of the interests of the United States. Alejandro N. Mayorkas engaged in this scheme or course of conduct through the following means. 1, Alejandro N. Mayorkas willfully refused to comply with the detention mandate set forth in Section 235B2A of the Immigration and Nationality Act, requiring that all applicants for admission who are not clearly and beyond a doubt entitled to be admitted shall be detained for a removal proceeding. Instead of complying with his requirement, Alejandro N. Mayorkas implemented a catch and release scheme whereby such aliens are unlawfully released, even without effective mechanisms to ensure appearances before the immigration courts for removal proceedings or to ensure removal in the case of alien ordered removed. 2, Alejandro N. Mayorkas willfully refused to comply with the detention mandate set forth in Section 235B1B II of such act, requiring that an alien who is placed into expedited removal proceedings and determined to have a credible fear of prosecution shall be detained for further consideration of the application for asylum. Instead of complying with this requirement, Alejandro N. Mayorkas implemented a catch and release scheme whereby such aliens are unlawfully released, even without effective mechanisms to ensure appearances before the immigration courts for removal proceedings or to ensure removal in the case of aliens ordered removed. 3, Alejandro N. Mayorkas willfully refused to comply with the detention set forth in Section 235B1B III-4 of such act, requiring that an alien who is placed into expedited removal proceedings and determined not to have a credible fear of persecution shall be detained until removed. Instead of complying with this requirement, Alejandro N. Mayorkas has implemented a catch and release scheme whereby such aliens are unlawfully released,
even without effective mechanisms to ensure appearances before the immigration courts for removal proceedings or to ensure removed in the case of aliens ordered removed. 4, Alejandro and Mayorkas willfully refused to comply with the detention mandate set forth in Section 236C of such act, requiring that a criminal alien who is inadmissible or deportable on certain criminal and terrorism-related grounds shall be taken into custody when the alien is released from law enforcement custody. Instead of complying with this requirement, Alejandro and Mayorkas issued guidelines for the enforcement of civil immigration laws, which instructs Department of Homeland Security, here and thereafter referred to as DHS, officials that the fact an individual is a removable non-citizen shall not alone be the basis of an enforcement action against them, and that DHS personnel should not rely on the fact of conviction alone, even with respect to aliens subject to mandatory arrest and detention pursuant to Section 236C of such act, to take them into custody. In Texas versus United States, 40 F. 4th 205, 2022, the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit concluded that these guidelines had every indication of being a general policy that is so extreme as to amount to an abdication of statutory responsibilities, and that its replacement of Congress's statutory mandates with concerns of equity and race is extra-legal and plainly outside the bounds of the power conferred by the INA. 5, Alejandro and Mayorkas willfully refused to comply with the detention mandate set forth in Section 241A2 of such act, requiring that an alien ordered removed shall be detained during the removal period. Instead of complying with this mandate, Alejandro and Mayorkas issued guidelines for the enforcement of civil immigration laws, which instructs DHS officials that the fact an individual is a removable non-citizen shall not alone be the basis of an enforcement action against them, and that DHS personnel shall not rely on the fact of conviction alone, even with respect to aliens subject to mandatory detention and removal pursuant to Section 241A of such act. 6, Alejandro N. Mayorkas willfully exceeded his parole authority set forth in Section 212D5A of such act that permits parole to be granted only on a case-by-case basis, temporarily and for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit, in that A, Alejandro and Mayorkas paroled aliens en masse in order to release them from mandatory detention, despite the fact that, as the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit concluded in Texas versus Biden, 20 F. 4th 928, 2021, paroling every alien, DHS, cannot detain in the opposite of the case-by-case basis determines required by law, and DHS's pretended power to parole aliens while ignoring the limitations Congress imposed on the parole power is not non-enforcement. It's misenforcement, suspension of the INA, or both. B, Alejandro and Mayorkas created, reopened, or expanded a series of categorical parole programs never authorized by Congress for foreign nationals outside of the United States, including for certain Central American minors, Ukrainians, Venezuelans, Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, Colombians, Salvadorians, Guatemalans, Hondurans, which enabled hundreds of thousands of inadmissible aliens to enter the United States in violation of the laws enacted by Congress. 7, Alejandro and Mayorkas willfully exceeded his release authority set forth in Section 236A of such act that permits, in certain circumstances, the release of aliens arrested on an administrative warrant, and that Alejandro and Mayorkas released aliens arrested without a warrant, despite their being subject to a separate applicable mandatory detention requirement set forth in Section 235B2 of such act. Alejandro and Mayorkas released such aliens by retroactively issuing administrative warrants in an attempt to circumvent Section 235B2 of such act. In Florida versus United States, number 3:21 CV 1066, TKWZCB, ND, Florida, March 8, 2023, the United States District Court of the Northern District of Florida noted that this sleight of hand using an arrest warrant as a de facto release warrant is administrative sophistry at its worst. In addition, the court concluded that what makes DHS's application of 236A in this matter unlawful is that 235B2, not 236A, governs the detention of applicants for admission whom DHS places in removal proceedings after inspection. Alejandro and Mayorkas's willful and systemic refusal to comply with the laws has had calamitous consequences for the nation and the people of the United States, including: 1, during fiscal years 2017 through 2020, an average of about 590,000 aliens each fiscal year were encountered as inadmissible aliens at ports of entry on the southwest border or apprehended between ports of entry. Therefore, during Alejandro and Mayorkas's tenure in office, that number skyrocketed to over 1,400,000 in fiscal year 2021, over 2,300,000 in fiscal year 2022, and over 2,400,000 in fiscal year 2023. Similarly, during fiscal year 2017 through 2020, an average of 130,000 persons who were not turned back were apprehended after making an illegal entry were observed along the border each fiscal year. During Alejandro and Mayorkas's tenure in office, that number more than trebled to 400,000 in fiscal year 2021, 600,000 in fiscal year 2022, and 750,000 in fiscal year 2023. 2, American communities, both along the southwest border and across the United States, have been devastated by the dramatic growth in illegal entries, the number of aliens unlawfully present, and substantial rise in the number of aliens unlawfully granted parole, creating a fiscal and humanitarian crisis and dramatically degrading the quality of life of the residents of those communities. For instance, since 2022, more than 150,000 migrants have gone through New York City's shelter intake system. Indeed, the mayor of New York City has said that we are past our breaking point and that this issue will destroy New York City. In fiscal year 2023, New York City spent $1.45 billion addressing Alejandro and Mayorkas's migrant crisis, and city officials fear it will spend another $12 billion over the following 3 fiscal years, causing painful budget cuts in important city services. 3, Alejandro and Mayorkas's unlawful mass release of apprehended aliens and unlawful mass grant of categorical parole to aliens have enticed an increasing number of aliens to make the dangerous journey to our southwest border. Consequently, according to the United Nations International Organization for Migration, the number of migrants intending to illegally cross our border who have perished along the way, either en route to the United States or at the border, almost doubled during the tenure of Alejandro and Mayorkas as Secretary of Homeland Security, from an average of about 700 a year during the fiscal years 2017 through 2020 to an average of about 1,300 a year during fiscal years 2021 through 2023. 4, alien smuggling organizations have gained tremendous wealth during Alejandro and Mayorkas's tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, with their estimated revenues rising from about $500 billion in 2018 to approximately $13 billion in 2022. 5, during Alejandro and Mayorkas's tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, the immigration court backlog has more than doubled from about 1,300,000 cases to over 3 million cases. The exploding backlog is destroying the court's ability to administer justice and provide appropriate relief in a time frame that does not run into years or even decades. As Alejandro and Mayorkas acknowledge, those who have a valid claim to asylum often wait years for a decision. Likewise, non-citizens who will ultimately be found ineligible for asylum or other protection, which occurs in the majority of cases, often have spent many years in the United States prior to being ordered removed. He noted that of aliens placed in expedited removal proceedings and found to have a credible fear of persecution, and thus referred to immigration judges for removal proceedings, significantly fewer than 20% were ultimately granted asylum, and only 28% of cases decided on their merits are grants of relief. Alejandro and Mayorkas also admitted that the fact that migrants can wait in the United States for years before being issued a final order denying relief and that many such individuals are never actually removed, likely incentivizes migrants to make the journey north. 6. During Alejandro N. Mayorkas' tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, approximately 450,000 unaccompanied alien children have been encountered at the southwest border, and the vast majority have been released into the United States. As a result, there has been a dramatic upsurge in migrant children being employed in dangerous and exploitive jobs in the United States. 7. Alejandro N. Mayorkas' failure to enforce the law, drawing millions of illegal aliens to the southwest border, has led to the reassignment of U.S. Border Patrol agents from protecting the border from illicit drug trafficking to processing illegal aliens for release. As a result, during Alejandro N. Mayorkas' tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, the flow of fentanyl across the border and other dangerous drugs, both at and between ports of entry, has increased dramatically. U.S. Customs and Border Protection seized approximately 4,800 pounds of fentanyl in fiscal year 2020, approximately 11,200 pounds in fiscal year 2021, approximately 14,700 pounds in fiscal year 2022, and approximately 27,000 pounds in fiscal year 2023. Over 70,000 Americans died from fentanyl poisoning in 2022, and fentanyl is now the #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. 8. Alejandro N. Mayorkas has degraded public safety by leaving wide swaths of the border effectively unpatrolled as U.S. Border Patrol agents are diverted from guarding the border to processing unlawful release, the heightening waves of apprehended aliens, many who now seek out agents for the purpose of surrendering with the now reasonable expectation of being released and granted work authorization. And federal air marshals are diverted from protecting the flying public to assist in such processing. 9. During Alejandro N. Mayorkas' tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, the U.S. Border Patrol has encountered an increasing number of aliens on the terrorist watch list. In fiscal year 2017 through 2020 combined, 11 non-citizens on the terrorist watch list were caught attempting to cross the southwest border between ports of entry. That number increased to 15 in fiscal year 2021, 98 in fiscal year 2022, 169 in fiscal year 2023, and 49 so far in fiscal year 2024. Additionally, in United States versus Texas 599 U.S. 670, 2023, the United States Supreme Court heard a case involving Alejandro N. Mayorkas' refusal to comply with certain federal immigration laws that are at issue in this impeachment. The Supreme Court held that states have no standing to seek judicial relief to compel Alejandro N. Mayorkas to comply with certain legal requirements contained in the Immigration and Nationality Act. However, the Supreme Court held that even though the federal courts lack Article III jurisdiction over this suit, other forums remain open for examining the executive branch's enforcement policies. For example, Congress possesses an array of tools to analyze and influence those policies, and those are political checks for the political process. One such critical tool for Congress to influence the executive branch to comply with the immigration laws of the United States is impeachment. The dissenting justice noted, the court holds Texas lacks standing to challenge a federal policy that inflicts substantial harm on the state and its residents by releasing illegal aliens with criminal convictions for serious crimes. In order to reach this conclusion, the court holds that the only limit on the power of a president to disobey a law, like the important provisions at issue, is Congress's power to employ the weapons of interbranch warfare. As the dissenting justice explained, Congress may wield what the Solicitor General described as political tools, which presumably means such things as impeachment and removal. Indeed, during oral argument, the justice who authored the majority opinion stated that the Solicitor General, I think your position is, instead of judicial review, Congress has to resort to shutting down the government or impeachment or dramatic steps. Here, in light of the inability of injured parties to seek judicial relief to remedy the refusal of Alejandro N. Mayorkas to comply with federal immigration laws, impeachment is Congress's only viable option. In all of this, Alejandro N. Mayorkas willfully and systemically refused to comply with the immigration laws, failed to control the border to the detriment of national security, compromised public safety, and violated the rule of law and separation of powers in the Constitution to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, Alejandro N. Mayorkas, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to the national and border security, the safety of the United States people, and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with his duties and the rule of law. Alejandro N. Mayorkas thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. Article 2, breach of public trust. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that civil officers of the United States, including the Secretary of Homeland Security, shall be removed from office or impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. In his conduct while Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro N. Mayorkas, in violation of his oath to well and faithfully discharge the duties of his office, has breached the public trust, and that Alejandro N. Mayorkas has knowingly made false statements and knowingly obstructed lawful oversight of the Department of Homeland Security, herein thereafter referred to as DHS, principally to obfuscate the results of willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law. Alejandro N. Mayorkas engaged in this scheme or course of conduct through the following means. 1. Alejandro N. Mayorkas knowingly made false statements to Congress that the border is secure, that the border is no less secure than it was previously, that the border is closed, and that DHS has operational control of the border, as that term is defined in the Secure Fence Act of 2006. 2. Alejandro N. Mayorkas knowingly made false statements to Congress regarding the scope and adequacy of the vetting of the thousands of Afghans who were airlifted into the United States and then granted parole following the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan after President Biden's precipitous withdrawal of United States forces. 3. Alejandro N. Mayorkas knowingly made false statements that the apprehended aliens with no legal basis to remain in the United States were being quickly removed. 4. Alejandro N. Mayorkas knowingly made false statements supporting the false narrative that U.S. Border Patrol agents maliciously whipped illegal aliens. 5. Alejandro N. Mayorkas failed to comply with multiple subpoenas issued by congressional committees. 6. Alejandro N. Mayorkas delayed or denied access of DHS Office of Inspector General, hereinafter referred to as OIG, to DHS records and information hampering OIG's ability to effectively perform its vital investigations, audits, inspections, and other reviews of agency programs and operations to satisfy the OIG's obligations under Section 402B of Title V, United States Code, in part to Congress. Additionally, in his conduct while Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro N. Mayorkas has breached the public trust by his willful refusal to fulfill his statutory duty to control and guard the boundaries and borders of the United States against the illegal entry of aliens, as set forth in Section 103A5 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Alejandro N. Mayorkas inherited what his first chief of the U.S. Border Patrol called arguably the most effective border security in our nation's history. Alejandro N. Mayorkas, however, proceeded to abandon effective border security initiatives without engaging in adequate alternative efforts that would enable DHS to maintain control of the border and guard against illegal entry. And despite clear evidence of the devastating consequences of his actions, he failed to take action to fulfill his statutory duty to control the border. According to his first chief of the U.S. Border Patrol, Alejandro N. Mayorkas similarly rejected the multiple options to reduce the illegal entries through the proven programs and consequences provided by civil servant staff at DHS. Despite clear evidence of the devastating consequences of his actions, he failed to take action to fulfill his statutory duty to control the border, and that, among other things, 1. Alejandro N. Mayorkas terminated the Migrant Protection Protocols, hereinafter referred to as MPP, in Texas versus Biden 20 F. 4th 928, 2021. The United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit explained that the district court pointed to evidence that the termination of MPP has contributed to the current border surge, citing DHS's own previous determinations that MPP had curbed the rate of illegal entries. The district court has also pointed out that the number of enforcement encounters, that is, instances where immigration officials encounter immigrants attempting to cross the southern border without documentation, have skyrocketed since MPP's termination. 2, Alejandro and Mayorkas terminated contracts for border wall construction. 3, Alejandro and Mayorkas terminated asylum cooperative agreements that would have equitably shared the burden of complying with international asylum accords. And all of this, Alejandro and Mayorkas breached the public trust by knowingly making false statements to Congress and the American people and avoiding lawful oversight in order to obscure the devastating consequences of his willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and carry out his statutory duties. He has also breached the public trust by willfully refusing to carry out his statutory duty to control the border and guard against illegal entry, notwithstanding the calamitous consequences of his abdication of that duty. Wherefore, Alejandro N. Mayorkas, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to the national and border security, the safety of the American people, and to the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with his duties and the rule of law. Alejandro N. Mayorkas thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States.
Pursuant to House Resolution 996, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee of Homeland Security is adopted. The resolution shall be debatable for 2 hours, equally divided, and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee of Homeland Security or their respective designees. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, each will control 1 hour. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.Res. 863.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to present 2 articles of impeachment against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Article 1 charges him with willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law. And Article 2 charges him with the breach of public trust. Since Secretary Mayorkas took office, we've all watched the unprecedented crisis at our borders unfold. We've seen the chaos. Under Secretary Mayorkas' watch, CBP has reported more than 8.5 million encounters at our borders, including more than 7 million apprehensions at the southwest border. Even more terrifying is the approximate 1.8 million known gotaways that Border Patrol agents detect but are unable to apprehend. Millions of those inadmissible aliens who are encountered are eventually released into our communities. This has never happened before in the history of the country, and it doesn't happen by accident. For nearly a year, the House Committee on Homeland Security conducted a thorough, fair, and comprehensive investigation into the causes, costs, and consequences of the border crisis. Our members saw firsthand numerous parts of the southwest border, spent time with law enforcement officers on the front lines, and spoke with real Americans about how the crisis is affecting them. We also conducted a field hearing and roundtable on the border that our Democrat colleagues refused to attend, burying their heads in the sand as if there wasn't a crisis. We published 7 total reports, totaling nearly 400 pages, to which Democrats never had a single substantive response. Instead, their only response was to simply shout MAGA louder and louder. And if that's a meaningful response to the millions of Americans suffering from, as if that's a meaningful response to the millions of Americans suffering from this crisis. We held many hearings at the subcommittee and full committee level, and we heard from a variety of witnesses, including former senior DHS enforcement officials, state attorneys general, and victims who've been impacted by Secretary Mayorkas' border crisis. Democrats consistently claimed these hearings were a waste of time. Tell that to the families of 150,000 Americans who died from fentanyl poisoning in 2021 and 22 alone. Throughout this investigation, our subsequent impeachment proceedings, we found that Secretary Mayorkas' willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and his breach of public trust are responsible for this historic crisis. However, for almost a year, Democrats have turned a blind eye to the victims of the border crisis while berating us for spending what they believed was too much time investigating Secretary Mayorkas' lawless handling of our sovereign borders. Keep that in mind when you hear them claim now this impeachment is somehow rushed. The truth is this process has been painstakingly thorough. Unlike House Democrats, we take the use of impeachment extremely seriously. While I do not wish to be standing here presenting these articles today, we have exhausted all other options. Our oath to the Constitution now requires us to exercise this solemn duty. Secretary Mayorkas has explicitly refused to comply with the law. He has refused to obey the law. His refusal to obey the law has led to the death of our fellow citizens, and he no longer deserves to keep his job. What's unique here in the history of impeachments is that the Supreme Court just this summer denied the effective state's judicial review on many of these issues, but with the understanding that the result of doing so could mean the impeachment of a secretary. In oral argument, Justice Kavanaugh explained how he understood the position of the Biden administration if judicial review was denied, saying, and I quote, "I think your position is instead of judicial review, Congress has to resort to shutting down the government or impeachment or dramatic steps if some administration comes in and says we're not going to enforce laws, or at least not going to enforce the laws to the degree that Congress, by law, has said the laws should be enforced," end quote. In response, the Biden administration's Solicitor General agreed, saying, quote, "Well, I think that if those dramatic steps would be warranted, it would be in the face of a dramatic abdication of statutory responsibility by the executive," end quote. Today's articles of impeachment outline exactly that, a dramatic abdication of statutory responsibility by Secretary Mayorkas has occurred. Of the article's 20 pages, 6 are solely dedicated to the laws Secretary Mayorkas has violated, while 4 more document his lies to Congress and the American people, and the violation of his statutory duty to control and guard our borders. We identify numerous unambiguous provisions of the Immigration and Nationality Act he has refused to enforce, laws requiring him to detain inadmissible aliens and limit his ability to grant people parole. We also highlight how programs he has created, such as various mass parole programs, are void of congressional authority. Secretary Mayorkas is the very type of public official the framers feared, someone who would cast aside the laws passed by a co-equal branch of government and replace those with his own preferences, hurting his fellow Americans in the process. He has directed the release of millions of inadmissible aliens into the country in violation of the INA, which requires them to be detained. He has abused the statute limiting parole to be issued only on a case-by-case and temporary basis for very specific limited reasons, instead overseeing more than 1.5 million paroles. He has created new categorical parole programs in defiance of the statute to further his mass release agenda. And he has directed Immigration and Customs Enforcement personnel not to detain all manner of illegal aliens, including criminal aliens. In his September 2021 enforcement guidance, the Secretary even directed that unlawful presence in the country was no longer sufficient grounds for removal, and that criminal convictions alone were not enough to warrant ICE attention. This is not about policy differences. We certainly object to Secretary Mayorkas' policies, but this goes far deeper. According to the Democrat-led committees that investigated Iran-Contra, quote, "Government officials must observe the law, even when they disagree with it," end quote. Or when they think that, quote, "Congress is to blame for passing laws that run counter to administration policy," end quote. Again, we're here because our oath and our duty compel us to be here. The actions and decisions of Secretary Mayorkas have left us with no other option than to proceed with articles of impeachment. That is why we must remove him from office. The time for accountability is now. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to House Resolution 863 and the Republicans' sham impeachment of Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Madam Speaker, what is happening here today is a travesty. It's an affront to the United States Constitution. It will do nothing to solve challenges at our border, and it's a baseless attack on a dedicated public servant. Republican members of Congress sworn to support and defend the Constitution are rejecting the framers' intent and over 2 centuries of precedent in favor of a politically motivated sham impeachment. Republicans have failed to make a constitutional viable case against impeachment. Neither of the impeachment charges in H-Res 863 are a high crime and misdemeanor under Article 2 of the Constitution. Impeachment over mere policy disputes was deliberately rejected by the framers, and those disputes are best settled in our court system. In fact, the policy disputes identified in the articles of impeachment have already been addressed by the courts. The courts have either decided in the Biden administration's favor, or the disputes are still working their way through the system. Republicans are trying to relitigate court decisions through a sham impeachment, but the Constitution doesn't allow that. Constitutional experts testified before the Committee on Homeland Security that for a breach of public trust to rise to a high crime and misdemeanor, it would require conduct intended to serve an official's own benefit or the benefit of a foreign power. Secretary Mayorkas has done nothing of the sort. Republicans have misrepresented the law and Secretary Mayorkas' record to justify this sham impeachment. Secretary Mayorkas has served our country honorably over 30 years as a prosecutor and in leadership roles at the Department of Homeland Security. He's been a tireless advocate for the more than 260,000 DHS employees working to secure the homeland every day. He's leveraged all the authorities at his disposal while using every resource provided by Congress to secure the border. Under Secretary Mayorkas' leadership, DHS removed record levels of migrants from the U.S., detained even more people than Congress had provided funding for, and prevented record levels of fentanyl from entering our communities. If House Republicans were serious about improving conditions along the border, they would provide the department the funding necessary to do so. They have not. At every opportunity, Republicans have refused to provide resources to the Department of Homeland Security. If House Republicans were serious about improving conditions at the border, they would support the bipartisan Senate border bill. They have not. Republicans take their orders from Donald Trump, and he told them to reject the Senate bill. Republicans have been trying to kill the bill before they even knew what was in it. The Republican majority is running a do-nothing Congress. This sham impeachment effort isn't really about border security. It will do nothing to solve the border challenges we face. The truth is, the extreme MAGA Republicans running the House of Representatives don't want solutions. They want a political issue. House Republicans want to distort the Constitution and the Secretary's record to cover up their inability and unwillingness to work with Democrats to strengthen border security. It's about Republican politics and subversion of the Constitution. Bipartisan constitutional law and impeachment experts agree the Secretary has not committed an impeachable offense. Former Secretary of Homeland Security Michael Chertoff agrees, and even some of my Republican colleagues here in the House agree. The gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, said in a memorandum to House Republican colleagues, and I quote, "Problem is that the impeachment articles fail to identify an impeachable crime," unquote. The gentleman from California is right. I suspect some of his Republican colleagues agree, even if they won't admit it. Secretary Mayorkas has faithfully implemented the administration's border policies consistent with the funding Congress has provided, just like every other Secretary of Homeland Security before him, Democrat or Republican. During consideration in the Homeland Security Committee last week, Republicans improperly shut down the markup and blocked Democrats from offering amendments to the resolution. Republicans couldn't bear to consider amendments to their poorly drafted articles of impeachment. They silenced Democrats who attempted to inject a dose of reality into the chaotic proceedings. Yesterday, before the Rules Committee, Republicans again failed to make their case, relying on partisan rhetoric and obvious misinformation before neither the law nor the facts are on their side. The truth is, Republicans' actions show they don't have faith in their own case against the Secretary. That's why they lack the courage of their convictions to see their markup to an end. This nonsense has to stop, and it should stop here. Republicans need to start doing their work Americans sent them here to do. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to honor their oath to the Constitution, listen to the constitutional experts, listen to your own Republican colleagues who know H.Res. 863 is baseless. Drop this sham impeachment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Georgia, Mrs. Green.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.Res. 863, impeaching Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Alejandro Mayorkas is guilty of aiding and abetting the complete invasion of our country by criminals, gang members, terrorists, murderers, rapists, and over 10 million people from over 160 countries into American communities all across the United States. His willful refusal to secure the border has bankrupted communities, closed down U.S. schools that our children attend, drowned hospitals, and incapacitated law enforcement while empowering criminal cartels and illegal aliens. My Democrat colleagues argue that one cannot be impeached over policy differences. Well, I argue that breaking our laws is more than just policy differences. 300 dead Americans every day from fentanyl poisoning is more than just a policy difference, it's murder. Today in my own office, narcotics law enforcement officers from Georgia told me that 7 out of 10 Oxycontins or Percocets sold on the street are laced with fentanyl, and that comes directly across the border from Mexico. Secretary Mayorkas has violated numerous provisions in the Immigration and Nationality Act, including unlawfully directing DHS to mass parole illegal aliens into the U.S. when federal law specifically prohibits this, and unlawfully implementing catch-and-release policies when federal law specifically mandates the detention and removal of inadmissible aliens. In fact, detention facilities under Mayorkas have been mostly vacant because of such unlawful policies. The largest detention facility in California, which can house almost 2,000 illegals, is currently housing only 6 illegal aliens. He has violated his oath of office and breached the public trust by willfully refusing to ensure the laws passed by Congress and signed into law by the President are faithfully executed as required by Article 2 of the Constitution. He has allowed over 10 million illegal border crossers to invade our country, approximately 2 million of whom are known gotaways. These are people who have completely evaded U.S. authorities and are roaming the interior of the American communities, assaulting, raping, and murdering Americans. And God help us if we have a terrorist attack on our land. His subversion of the law has resulted in the highest number of illegal alien encounters in a single day, in the highest number of illegal alien encounters in a single month, and the highest number of illegal alien encounters in a single year surpassing every national record on each account.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield the lady an additional 15 seconds.
His willful refusal to enforce the law has resulted in the most egregious national security crisis in the history of our country. Democrats are in a quandary. Either they must own the policies of murder and crime of American citizens, or they can admit Secretary Mayorkas has broken federal laws and vote to impeach Secretary Mayorkas.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Though she sits on the Homeland Security Committee, Representative Margaret Taylor Greene has raised doubts about 9/11 to the false assertion that 9/11 was done by our own government. She said that's all true. She also thinks Jewish space lasers cause wildfires. She fundraises off defunding the FBI. She's a person whose advice Republicans are taking today on this impeachment. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
The gentleman is recognized.
Welcome, my colleagues, to another week of Impeachment Unlimited. Having no legislative accomplishments to show for their 14 months in power, Republicans are voting on yet another pointless resolution. Unable to provide any evidence against President Biden, they have now decided to impeach someone else instead. We have serious challenges at the border, no one denies that, but these are not serious people. By this standard put forward by this hapless majority, every single DHS secretary would have been impeached. This is a policy and political dispute, not a high crime or misdemeanor. When an administration official tries to extort a foreign leader into helping them cheat in an election or leads an insurrection against our government, then impeach them. But until then, stop wasting everyone's time. I've known Ali Mayorkas since we were prosecutors together. He is a person of great integrity and devotion to this country. This impeachment is baseless, it is unconstitutional, and it should be defeated. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from Tennessee recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Secretary Mayorkas took an oath to protect our nation from all enemies, foreign and domestic. He has violated that oath and the public trust. Today, I intend to personally uphold the oath of office that I swore to my country. In my 25 years of dealing with the border as a federal prosecutor and the former chairman of this committee, I've never seen it this broken. That's because of one man's actions, his refusal to enforce the law, his rescission of successful policies like Remain in Mexico, his breach of public trust, his dereliction of duty has led to 8 million encounters, 300 on the terror watch list, 2.3 million aliens released into the interior, enough to fill 13 states. 200,000 young Americans have died due to fentanyl poisoning. These numbers are clear. Secretary Mayorkas is the architect of destruction, and the legal justification for his impeachment is strong. In the Supreme Court decision, the United States versus the state of Texas, the court examined a statute that mandated, quote, the government shall take into custody any alien that has committed an aggravated felon. It's not discretionary, it's mandatory. By failing to uphold this law, he has released dangerous and violent criminals into our communities and has put every American life at risk. Supreme Court Justice Story in 1833 said, quote, where a Lord Admiral has neglected to safeguard the seas, that shall be deemed an impeachable offense. That's exactly the case we have here. Secretary Mayorkas, charged with defense of air, land, and sea, has failed to defend our borders. The founders clearly believed impeachable offenses included neglect of duty, violation of public trust, injury to society. When asked before the Supreme Court if impeachment is a proper remedy, President Biden's own Solicitor General said, quote, in the face of a dramatic abdication of statutory responsibility by the executive branch, such steps would be warranted, end of quote. Secretary Mayorkas is guilty of those impeachable offenses. He is destroying the fabric of this nation, and Americans agree. So today I will proudly stand up for our nation by voting to remove him from office, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas has invested significantly in stopping dangerous drugs like fentanyl entering the country and launched several efforts targeting smugglers, gangs, and cartels. Under Secretary Mayorkas' leadership, with more personnel, technology, infrastructure, and resources on our borders than ever. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much. You know, considering this impeachment resolution is the fastest I've seen the House GOP move all session. That's because there's been no collection of evidence, only the manipulation of it. There's been no meaningful bipartisan engagement, only partisan political stunts. And there's been no due process. Instead, it's a deliberate disregard for the basis of our legal system. It has no constitutional precedent or basis, no real backing by Senate GOP counterparts who are going to hold the trial, no meaningful engagement with policy, and no support from respected legal scholars, political pundits, nor former DHS directors. History will remember this for what it is, an appeasement of the most extreme members of the MAGA base, and put very simply, the brown-nosing of a man with 91 indictments, several convictions, and 2 impeachments. And I yield back.
Reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Burkeen.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this impeachment resolution. As Chairman Green of the Homeland Security Committee has reminded our committee often in recent weeks, James Madison, the father of our Constitution, once said, "If an unworthy man be continued in office by an unworthy president, the House of Representatives can at any time impeach him, and the Senate can remove him whether the president chooses or not," end of quote. This impeachment is not about policy difference, though we have them. It is absolutely because Secretary Mayorkas refuses to enforce the laws that are part of our nation's fabric. The rule of law matters. Nobody is above it, including Secretary Mayorkas. Contrary to what he and the President publicly claim, no new laws are needed to stop this crisis. They have created it. Section 212 of the Immigration and Nationality Act already grants them the authority to holler halt. We know that Mayorkas is aware of this provision. On day 5 of the Biden administration, the President suspended entry by those coming from UK, Ireland, Brazil, and South Africa. Secretary Mayorkas has left us with no other option other than impeachment because he refuses to enforce the law. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, Republicans say this impeachment is not about policy disagreements, but every argument they make is about policies. Secretary Mayorkas has taken action to secure the border, but he's used different, more humane policies that are not practical, impeachable. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, our Democratic whip, Ms. Clark.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. We all agree something needs to be done to fix our broken immigration system. But when it comes to doing the work, finding the solutions, House Democrats have come to the table. President Biden has come to the table. The Senate has come to the table. But then there's the House GOP. As the MAGA extremists hold up our national security priorities, our commitment to our allies and to our own readiness, supposedly to strike a deal on immigration. The president says, let's get it done. And then he did. Instead of pursuing a bipartisan compromise, instead of strengthening the security of our border, advancing humane solutions, and doing their jobs, they're now impeaching the Secretary of Homeland Security without a single allegation of any impeachable crime? Not one. Impeaching a cabinet member without any evidence of high crimes or misdemeanors, that is the breach of public trust here. So the plan is to impeach the secretary, and then what? Will the majority invest in Border Patrol? No, their dream budget fires 2,000 Border Patrol agents. Just yesterday, Speaker Johnson ridiculed the men and women of Border Patrol for supporting the Senate bill, saying it's probably because it would give them a fair wage. This majority's contempt for working people, even those whose mission is to carry out border security, has no bounds. This extreme MAGA majority has repeatedly rejected funding for technology that is needed to stop the flow of fentanyl. But here we are. The extreme MAGA majority, what are they going to do about the border? Only this sham impeachment. And they've told us what the future holds. As one member across the aisle put it, they oppose action on immigration because it would boost Biden against Trump. That's all they care about. That's what this sham is about. Choosing extremism over country, stunts over solutions, and politics over people. That is a breach of trust we all must reject. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Lee.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the resolution to impeach Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. We are here today to address one of the most serious responsibilities that we can undertake as Congress, the impeachment of Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. The Committee on Homeland Security has worked diligently to investigate and to consider the causes and the consequences of the catastrophe at our southern border. And it has concluded that it is necessary and appropriate to pursue this impeachment. Since President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas took office, there have been over 8.3 illegal crossings nationwide. We have seen the devastating effects of human trafficking, of fentanyl trafficking, and what happens when we cede operational control of our southern border to the Mexican drug cartel. Secretary Mayorkas has refused to enforce the duly enacted laws passed by this Congress. By doing so, he has endangered our homeland, a direct violation of his oath of office. Even in the face of irrefutable evidence to the contrary, he has given false testimony to Congress, claiming that the border is secure. And he has defied court orders ordering the Secretary to abandon the illegal programs and policies that it has implemented which incentivize illegal immigration. House Republicans know that border security is national security, and the crisis at our border is a critical threat to national security and the safety of the American people. Secretary Mayorkas has willfully and deliberately refused to uphold the laws of the United States. He has violated his oath of office, and he has breached the public trust. Congress has a constitutional duty to secure our border and to ensure our communities are safe. We cannot allow an executive branch agency head to defy the lawful authority of Congress and of the courts in pursuit of policies that are contrary to law and endangering Americans. And that is why Secretary Mayorkas must be impeached. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the border is not open. In fact, under Secretary Mayorkas' leadership, this administration has removed, returned, or expelled more migrants in 3 years than the Trump administration did in 4 years. With that, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, the ranking member on our Border Subcommittee.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. We have something in common with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. This country, Main Street, every one of our districts has a challenge with fentanyl. We've all witnessed the deaths in our communities, good young men and women, from fentanyl, from this scourge. But Secretary Mayorkas is doing his job. I want you to look at this graph. The seizures at the border of fentanyl. 2019, 2,800 pounds. 2023, 27,000 pounds of fentanyl seized. Ladies and gentlemen, I just got back again from visiting the border. I went to San Isidro, and again I asked the men and women in uniform, again I asked them, what do you need from us to double these numbers? Simple answer. We want more resources. We want more personnel, more drug-sniffing dogs. We want more equipment. Some of those agents were struggling. They were working double shifts. Women, moms, men, fathers saying, we don't have time for our families. We're going to have to find another job. And right now, we have a solution. We have legislation that the Senate has worked on with Senate Republicans, Senate Democrats, and the President supporting a solution that will bring resources to the border. And the majority party here refuses to bring that legislation forward for a vote. Who's derelict on their duty? We must step up and make sure that we protect Main Street and we help Secretary Mayorkas do his job and double these numbers. Thank you. I yield.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Today is about delivering accountability on behalf of the local and state leaders unable to bear the weight of thousands of illegal immigrants flooding their communities, hospitals, and schools. On behalf of the thousands of families who have lost loved ones at the hands of illegal immigrants. On behalf of hundreds of Border Patrol agents stripped of their tools to do their job. The situation at the border cannot continue. I've seen it firsthand during my trips to the southern border. Mayorkas' refusal to enforce the laws of our nation has encouraged millions of illegal aliens from 160 different countries to cross the border. Over 85% of them are being released into the United States. This is in clear violation of federal immigration law. Failure to act is not an option. The year-long investigation held by the committee confirmed what every American already knew to be true. The actions that we will take today against Secretary Mayorkas are warranted and utterly urgent. Our country is under attack, and the Secretary of Homeland Security is working against America. I urge my colleagues to act on this critical time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, if my Republican colleagues were serious about the border, they drop this baseless impeachment and bring up the Senate bipartisan border agreement for debate. But they aren't serious about reform. Speaker Johnson made it clear the bill was dead on arrival before he saw the text of the bill. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member. On our first Homeland Security Committee hearing, Professor Bowman, an expert in impeachments, made it clear that policy differences are not a legitimate basis for impeachment. There is no legitimate basis for impeachment, yet here we are. Why? Republicans believe persecution is a substitute for policymaking. I guess when you can't legislate, you punish, right? Persecution has become their go-to strategy to score political points. We've seen that on Congressperson Omar, Schiff, Tlaib, even their own Speaker McCarthy, government employees, immigrants, and now Secretary Mayorkas. While great for political theater, persecution and punishment does not solve problems. Policy does. But Republicans are not interested in policy. They shut us down from presenting policy. They even killed a supplemental they had negotiated for months. They're just desperately deflecting attention from their failure to govern to secure their own empty re-elections. If we're serious, we'd be debating policies to address a humanitarian crisis, the root cause of migration, and fentanyl. Clearly, we're not.
Yield an additional 15 seconds to the lady.
Clearly, we are not serious about solutions, just chaos.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, many have said what the issue is. Many have mischaracterized it, in my judgment. The issue presented by the articles of impeachment and why they should be adopted by the House is not a matter of policy. It is not a matter of maladministration. It is not a matter of incompetence. It is not a matter of neglect. It is not even a matter of refusal to enforce the law. It was stated succinctly and aptly in the district court opinion that ultimately led to the United States Supreme Court last summer in Texas, in United States versus Texas. The core of the dispute is whether the executive branch may require its officials to act in a manner that conflicts with a statutory mandate imposed by Congress. It may not. You see, the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, issued guidelines, administrative law, instructing the Department of Homeland Security not to detain criminal aliens, nor those ordered finally removed. That is what he did, and that was flatly contradictory to statutes passed by the Congress in the mid-1990s. We are a nation of laws. The court has said, the Supreme Court has said, it cannot referee this dispute. It is up to Congress. And the Congress has but one means in this situation to vindicate the law. It cannot help the situation by shutting down the government, by cutting off funding. There is no new cabinet secretary to refuse to confirm in the Senate. There is but one means: the impeachment of the secretary who purported to issue law defying the Congress. That must result in his impeachment. If the law is to have any force, if the Congress is to remain of any significance in the jurisprudence, in the law of the United States.
15 more seconds. Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, Republicans highlight the Secretary's enforcement guidelines as an example of breaking the law. They fail to mention that the conservative Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals said, quote, "The guidance does not necessarily violate a single word of the statute." The Sixth Circuit also found that the provisions of immigration law that Republicans frequently cite does not, quote, "create a judicially enforceable mandate that the department arrest or remove certain non-citizens." I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my colleague for yielding. The power to impeach is one of the greatest constitutional powers granted to the House of Representatives. This awesome responsibility should be reserved for high crimes and misdemeanors. But House Republicans have decided to abuse that responsibility for a cheap political stunt. House Republicans have not even alleged an impeachable offense. Policy disagreements are not impeachable. Even if you strongly believe border security should be improved, that does not provide grounds to remove a cabinet official. That is why former Republican Secretary Michael Chertoff said Mayorkas hasn't committed an impeachable offense. Even law professor Jonathan Turley has said Secretary Mayorkas' alleged actions are not impeachable and fail to, quote, "amount to high crimes and misdemeanors warranting his impeachment." Republicans offered no constitutional scholars as witnesses during their 2 impeachment hearings, but rather relied on Republican states' attorney general's testimony, one of which didn't even mention the word impeachment in his prepared testimony.
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
I thank my colleague. This unconstitutional impeachment process has been predetermined and unjust since it began. It will lower the constitutional bar for future impeachments, and it will not make our border more secure. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution, often known as the Invasion Clause, says that this government will protect every state from invasion. That is something that clearly this secretary is in complete dereliction of duty of. And I know that he swore an oath to protect and defend that Constitution. Now, I'm not sure how many Americans have to die. I'm not sure how many Americans have to die of fentanyl, MS-13 gang members, having their kids raped and murdered. We had one in Homeland Security just a couple weeks ago begging us to do something about this absolutely atrocious leadership from the secretary. But it is high time that this individual be held accountable for his complete dereliction of duty at our southern border. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. And the last thing I want to say is, I think it tells you everything you need to know when my colleagues say it doesn't matter if you impeach Secretary Mayorkas. We're just going to have somebody come in.
Gentleman's time is expired.
Will you give me another 15
15 seconds.
We're just going to have somebody come in and do the same exact job. Thank you for saying the quiet part out loud. Yes, your policies are so bad that no matter who you put in there, it will cause the same amount of damage to the American people. The people of this country are watching. Let's get this done.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves, and the members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. And the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. 90% of fentanyl seized is interdicted at ports of entry, mostly in passenger vehicles driven by U.S. citizens and lawful residents, not migrants. If we invest in our ports of entry instead of pursuing this sham impeachment, we can scan more of these vehicles. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Smoke and mirrors has never been the foundation of the Constitution. And that is all we have today to misrepresent to the American people that we're doing serious work. It comes to mind as to whether or not Secretary Mayorkas is being charged with articles of impeachment because he's a Cuban immigrant who came to the United States with his family as political refugees, that he spent time fleeing the Nazis, and that he came here to do his very best for the American people. And yet, we attempt to charge him with willful violation of the law. Operational control of the border means 0 persons coming across. This has not been the case as relates to any secretary, no matter what administration. And yet we failed in this process of false smoke and mirrors to allow the secretary to be able to articulate, or we articulate, any charge that might constitute high crimes and misdemeanors. We failed to provide evidence to support the charges, such as they are. We failed to name the proper target.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Gentlelady, an additional 30 seconds.
I thank the gentleman. We failed to name the proper target for impeachment in a policy dispute. We failed to process anything against Secretary Mayorkas. And we could not in any way bring to suggest that he violated the law or that he benefited from any aspect of his work. This secretary has been denied due process. This is smoke and mirrors. The Constitution, the foundation of this land, is truth. There has been no high crimes and misdemeanor or bribery. This is an impeachment that should be immediately dismissed. I ask my colleagues to vote no on the articles of impeachment. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
2 minutes. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a sad day. It's a sad day that we have to be here, but the framers of our Constitution forecasted that this could occur. And while we're going to hear that this is a policy difference, that this is maladministration, this is the systemic refusal to follow the law, to enforce the law. It's the egregious breach of public trust. And there are no other avenues here. There must be a consequence, there must be accountability, and that's why we are moving to impeach Alejandro Mayorkas for endangering our country. You know, anyone with common sense can see that what is being allowed to happen in our border is not only a catastrophe, but it's a national security crisis. 9 million illegal aliens have entered our country since President Biden has been in office. 300 people have matched the terror watch list. It took less than 20 people to orchestrate the attacks on 9/11, which
sent me into 20 years of service to this country to protect us overseas. And yet we're letting the Trojan horse into our country that threatens us. And we have a secretary who refuses to enforce the laws on the books. It is Congress's duty to ensure that the Department of Homeland Security is led by individuals committed to upholding the rule of law, protecting our borders. And the failure to secure the border has been so severe that we have to provide accountability. Not only is this a systemic refusal to follow the law, but it's also the systemic deconstruction of the rule of law that eventually will eat away at this country. I'm so concerned, our country should be concerned, and I urge everyone in this House to do something that actually gets accountability, to impeach Alejandro Mayorkas, and to get our country secure once again. I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I inquire how much time remains on each side.
The gentleman from Tennessee has 37 1/4 minutes.
And how much?
Gentleman from Mississippi has 39 3/4 minutes.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, daily removals are nearly double what they were compared to pre-pandemic averages. The vast majority of individuals encountered at the southwest border throughout this administration have been removed, returned, or expelled. Secretary Mayorkas is enforcing the law. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Dr. Ruiz.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I rise to call out the hypocrisy and extreme political stunts Republicans are displaying with this baseless and unconstitutional impeachment against the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. Instead of seeking bipartisan solutions, they voted to cut border security funding. Let me repeat, cut border security funding, and are now bringing an impeachment that lacks basis in law just to pull another one of their political stunts. Secretary Mayorkas has dedicated his career to public service and our country. During his time in the department, he led the development and implementation of DACA and led the department's successful response to Ebola and Zika outbreaks. He's worked tirelessly on combating human trafficking and developed an emergency relief program for orphaned youth following the tragic January 2010 earthquake in Haiti. Secretary Mayorkas has done the work he was tasked to do by the president and more. Stop wasting time on yet another extreme political farce. Start working with Democrats for a bipartisan, real solution. Thank you.
Gentleman, time's expired. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to urge support of H.Res. 863, the Articles of Impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. It is clear that Secretary Mayorkas has willfully and systematically refused to comply with U.S. immigration law. An average of 5,000 illegal immigrants are being released into the United States each day, which is a flagrant abuse of immigration laws passed by Congress governing the parole, detention, and removal of illegal immigrants. For 3 years, Secretary Mayorkas has refused to enforce the laws passed by Congress, abused his authority as a cabinet secretary, and misled Congress and the American people about the crisis and the role his actions and decisions have played in sparking and facilitating it. As a result, we see record amounts of deadly fentanyl flowing into our communities, rising crime across our country, and a massive strain on our locality, schools, and community services. Since Secretary Mayorkas' tenure, over 300 individuals on the terrorist watch list have been apprehended by Border Patrol agents trying to illegally enter the United States at the southern border between ports of entry.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Cartels in Mexico.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
15 seconds.
Thank you. And cartels in Mexico are empowered to expand lucrative human trafficking and smuggling operations across the porous southern border. The actions of Secretary Mayorkas have led to a complete humanitarian and national security catastrophe. Congress must hold the executive branch accountable when they fail to uphold the oath of office, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of H.Res. 863.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Republicans ignore the fact that no administration has ever had the resources to detain all border crossers. President Trump released over 500,000 people without ever detaining any of them. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the ranking member on Judiciary, Mr. Nadler.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the sham impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. This resolution is filled with false and misleading statements that amount to nothing more than policy disagreements. Even if it were based in truth, however, policy disagreements are not a legitimate basis for impeachment. Impeaching a cabinet secretary is serious. Unfortunately, House Republicans are not. This sham impeachment ran roughshod over due process and completely bypassed the Judiciary Committee, the committee of jurisdiction for impeachment. This is not a serious effort, nor is it a serious resolution. Republicans allege that Secretary Mayorkas should be impeached simply because he failed to meet the impossible standards set out in our laws, standards that no administration, not even President Trump's, has ever come close to meeting. For example, they allege that Secretary Mayorkas has failed to detain everyone that the law requires to be held in mandatory detention. But to do so would require Congress to appropriate over $35 billion a year, a number 10 times higher than President Trump ever requested for detention. That's why the Trump administration released over 500,000 people at the U.S.-Mexico border and released 1.1 million people from immigration detention into the United States. But did we hear calls from the Republicans to impeach Secretaries Kelly, Duke, or Nielsen? Of course not. The resolution also takes aim at the Secretary's use of his parole authority. But Republicans never complained when President Trump uses parole authority for tens of thousands of Cubans and military families. So what's different now? Could it be that it's an election year and Republicans have no record of accomplishments to run on? With no ideas, no agenda, no ability to govern, they are cheapening the serious and awesome power of impeachment to score a few cheap political points. That is shameful. Our immigration system has been broken for decades. Impeaching a cabinet secretary because you do not like their policies will not repair it. Only bipartisan reform can do that. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. His actions support law-breaking and lawlessness and have inflicted a horrific toll on our country. The kind of damage he's done to our cities and our families is something you'd expect from a hostile foreign adversary looking to destabilize and destroy America. Our cities are overrun, forcing vital services to be cut off or reduced, shutting down our schools to house illegal migrants, turning community centers into refugee camps, all while ignoring the needs of our own citizens. There are more than 110,000 dead Americans from fentanyl that is being smuggled by Mexican cartels. We see criminal illegal immigrants committing murder, rape, and beating our police in broad daylight. This is far more than a policy difference. This is the death and destruction of our country and our people. And I will not stand by and just politely ask the Biden administration to please stop the chaos and devastation. In a functioning government, people need to be held accountable when they have deliberately inflicted harm on our nation, and that is exactly what we are doing today. I yield
Reserve.
back.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if my Republican colleagues were worried about the impacts of migration on our local communities, they should support DHS's Shelter and Services program. This is the only federal program that can provide direct assistance to cities and organizations responding to arriving migrants. Instead, they are trying to gut this program and impeach Secretary Mayorkas, which would accomplish nothing. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
This is not about Secretary Mayorkas. This is straight-up sabotage. MAGA Republicans have never accepted President Biden as the president from the day they led an insurrection into this chamber to this day where they're trying to sabotage solutions at the border. Any shortcomings with Mayorkas are your fault. You won't give him the authorities that he needs to carry out more security at the border. And all we've heard for years is noun, verb, border. So you get your border deal, led by the second most conservative in the Senate, and you're walking away from it. You're walking away from it because Trump says you can't have it. And this place, with you all in charge, is looking less and less like the House chamber and more like Trump's echo chamber. What we need right now are solutions, not chaos. And with you all in charge, you're a party of followers. And with President Biden's leadership, Democrats continue to show we're a party of leaders. And I yield back.
I want to remind members that they are to address their remarks to the chair. The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the House rules. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it interesting that how many Democrats or open border caucus members, or I apologize for my redundancy there, are willing to house migrants in their own homes, Madam Speaker. None, zero, nada. They seem to all be for providing sanctuary, provided they don't have to provide it. Alejandro Mayorkas, under oath, testified before Congress and claimed the border is no less secure than it was previously. Does anyone in this chamber actually believe that? Does anyone in this country believe that? So let's compare the first 3 years of President Trump and Biden's tenures. President Trump, first 3 years, 1.6 million illegal crossings. Joe Biden, 8.3 million, a 519% increase. Terror watch list suspects apprehended. Under President Trump, 8 in 3 years. Joe Biden, 361, a 4,512% increase. Chinese nationals, mostly of military age, the military-age men entering illegally, last year under President Trump was 450. Under Joe Biden, over 24,000, a 5,333% increase. No less secure. That the new math? Opioid deaths have doubled. The Mexican drug cartels are enjoying record profits. Alejandro Mayorkas fostered this mayhem, and he facilitated a cataclysmic chaos. He's inept, he's weak, he's impotent. He's violated federal law, he's purged himself in front of Congress, he's lied to the American people, and he's undermined his own Border Patrol agents. Mayorkas has shown the world who he is. He is a sheep in sheep's clothing. And the cartel wolves and our enemies across the world are circling. This impeachment is richly deserved, and we must fire this bum, this second coming of Benedict Arnold, forthwith. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's look at the facts. Since May 12, 2023, when Title 42 ended, DHS has removed more than 500,000 individuals. That's more people than when Donald Trump removed in any given year. The border is not open. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, the ranking member of the Oversight Committee.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Chairman, we're here because the madcap wild goose chase to impeach Joe Biden has produced no wild geese. Even Fox News is lampooning the fact that their own expert witnesses repeatedly say President Biden did nothing wrong and there are no grounds for impeachment. More than a dozen GOP members in Biden majority districts don't want to go anywhere near that fantasy production. So the Trump-Putin mega faction, headed up by the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, has been given this worthless trinket of a consolation prize, the opportunity to bring a slapstick impeachment drive against a cabinet member of unimpeachable integrity who has obviously committed no treason, no bribery, no high crimes, no misdemeanors, nothing indictable or even indictable, if you prefer. What makes this farce a tragedy is that Secretary Mayorkas and the U.S. Senate have been working for months to achieve precisely the immigration and border compromise the GOP has been demanding. And miraculously, they got to a bipartisan immigration agreement for billions of dollars more in Border Patrol officers, immigration judges, fentanyl detection machines, a far tougher border. It was good enough for Senator Mitch McConnell and dozens of GOP senators, and it was good enough for the Wall Street Journal, but the House MAGAs would not take yes for an answer Why? Because Donald Trump doesn't want a border solution. He wants a border problem, nothing else to run on. And Vladimir Putin certainly doesn't want $60 billion going to the heroic people of Ukraine, defying his filthy imperialist invasion. All over the world, democracy and freedom are under siege today, and all our colleagues can think to do is to sell out our Democratic allies and sell out the cause of human rights, and then impeach a cabinet secretary working diligently to solve the immigration problem that they claim to care about. I yield back.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas swore an oath to defend the U.S. Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. Unfortunately, it seems as though he hasn't defended it from a single one. Since President Biden took office, there have been more than 7 million illegal encounters at our southern border and more than 1.7 million known gotaways. Not once has Secretary Mayorkas issued a statement, signed a policy, or taken an action to discourage this from happening. In fact, he has doubled down and encouraged the invasion by endorsing catch-and-release policies, ending Title 42, and stopping Remain in Mexico. This subversion of our Constitution, willful disregard of our country's laws, and unfettered dedication to exacerbating this self-inflicted crisis have left the House with no other option than to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. Madam Speaker, I urge the House to join me in voting to impeach Secretary Mayorkas and urge the Senate to remove him from his position. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I remind my colleagues that they voted to terminate the COVID-19 national emergency and thus voted to end Title 42. In addition, DHS has no role in ending this policy. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, the American people want us to be working together to solve our challenges at the border. We could be working together to vote on President Biden's proposal for $14 billion of funding that would add over 1,000 Border Patrol officers. We could be working with the Senate on real immigration reform that Republicans claimed they wanted until Donald Trump told them that they didn't. But instead, we are wasting time and energy on an impeachment with no legal basis just because it's what Donald Trump wants. Here are the facts. The facts are this. Congress has allocated funding for 34,000 beds at detention centers. The average daily census last year was 37,000. The centers are full. And so the Secretary, under the law, uses his legal discretion to decide who to detain and who to release, the same legal discretion that all of his predecessors have used. In the last 2 years of the Trump administration, 52% of migrants were released, nearly 1 million people. And I did not hear my House Republican colleagues calling to impeach that Homeland Security Secretary. No, this is about one thing, politics. There are no high crimes, no misdemeanors, no treason, no bribery. And I would remind my colleagues, our oath is to the Constitution, not to Donald Trump. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Betts.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Chair Green. It's been said that Secretary Mayorkas is dishonest, duplicitous, and derelict in his duties, and I agree. However, he has also willfully refused to comply with and enforce our nation's immigration laws and explicitly instructed his employees to not enforce these laws. Additionally, the Secretary has willfully obstructed inquiries of my Judiciary Committee regarding entry of illegal aliens into our country. The constitutional standard for impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas has been satisfied. I want to commend Chair Mark Green for his excellent work in managing this important constitutional matter and in following regular order. While doing so, I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, despite the Republicans want us to believe the courts at the highest level have not found that Secretary Mayorkas is violating the law, and courts are where we go to determine whether a cabinet secretary is following the law Congress wrote, not a partisan impeachment. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I rise today in strong opposition to the GOP's political stunt of the day, impeaching Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas. The real problem here is congressional inaction on immigration reform. My community of El Paso, Texas, on the U.S.-Mexico border, has been on the front lines of this issue and living with the consequences of congressional failure to act. Our federal personnel, local governments, and shelters are all overwhelmed. And Republicans continue to withhold vital funding that would help address this issue. As a border legislator, I've never met a more committed, accessible cabinet member than Secretary Mayorkas. He is a great public servant doing everything he can with the limited resources Congress has given to him. I invite my Republican colleagues who want to solve this, who really want to solve this, to join the bipartisan coalition supporting the Dignity Act. Stop playing games and do your job. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to express my support for impeaching Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for reasons outlined in both articles of impeachment, but specifically for Article 2, breach of public trust. Secretary Mayorkas has repeatedly testified falsely, misleading Congress and the American people. He's done so by saying that the southwest border is secure and that his department has operational control of the border. Secretary Mayorkas, in his previous appearances before the Committee on Homeland Security, has told me personally on multiple times, testifying while under oath, that the border is secure. And I know that time and time again, Secretary Mayorkas has appeared before Congress, both the United States House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate, and has repeated the security of our southwest border. These declarations, Madam Speaker, are patently untrue, and they contradict statements made by both his former Border Patrol Chief, Raul Ortiz, and by the President himself. President Biden, who just recently said and admitted that the border was not secure. And he went on to say that the border has not been secured for almost a decade. Madam Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas' dealings with Congress, they indicate a lack of transparency and an attempt to mislead the public on the true conditions that exist at the border. And we as Congress, we must now hold Secretary Mayorkas accountable. This is a grave day in our history, a grave day for this nation, and not one that we take lightly. However, in light of all the facts, I urge my colleagues to join me in voting to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, my Republican colleagues won't admit that this impeachment is a sham, but their favorite conservative legal experts will. President Trump's impeachment attorney, Alan Dershowitz, accused Republicans of, quote, distorting the Constitution, unquote. And Republicans' favorite legal witness, Jonathan Turley, said that there is, quote, no evidence that Secretary Mayorkas is corrupt or committed an impeachable offense, unquote. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to oppose the partisan sham impeachment proceedings against a dedicated and honorable public servant to power. It is clear that policy differences are not grounds for impeachment. Even worse than the partisan nature of these proceedings are the alleged facts that they are based on. To build their case, House Republicans worked with and cited reports from groups such as the Center for Immigration Studies, a Southern Poverty Law Center designated hate group. When I attempted to introduce an amendment to point this out, it was rejected by House Republicans twice in committee, once in Homeland and once in Rules. All because Republicans don't want Americans to know the baseless and completely unprecedented nature of this.
The gentleman's time has expired. Additional 30 seconds.
That anti-migrant hate groups form the foundation of the case that we are listening to today. I stand with my Democratic colleagues against this partisan impeachment, and I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. You know, James Iredale, one of the founders from North Carolina, talking about this impeachment clause, said the power of impeachment is given by this Constitution to bring great offenders to punishment. It's calculated to bring them to punishment for crime which is not easy to describe, but which everyone must be convinced is a high crime and misdemeanor against government. For instance, corruption. Let's do here. Its exercise, the impeachment, will arise from acts of great injury to the community, and the objects of it may be such as cannot be easily reached by an ordinary tribunal. That's why you have impeachment. And that's necessary here because what you have is a secretary who came into judiciary. He's given the language from the Safe and Secure Fence Act of 2006 and said, is the border under operational control? He says, well, no, we've redefined it ourselves. We're comfortable with the new definition that we've made. That's a violation of the separation of powers. This is the same secretary who tells his ICE agents, you know what, you
cannot. Time has expired.
Additional 30 seconds.
He tells his ICE agents, you cannot remove 1 million, 1.2 million people who have actually had due process through the courts and have active removal orders. He's the same one who says we don't have to adhere to Title VIII. That has resulted in great injury to our communities. And that is why he must be impeached, because he falls in the definitions that one of the founders, James Iredale, said. And he's right on the money, and I urge everyone to support this movement to impeach.
The gentleman's time expired. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the definition of operational control in the Secure Fence Act of 2006 has never been achieved under any administration, including the Trump administration. This is not grounds for impeachment. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, Republicans are engaging in yet another impeachment scam. We're here today because the majority wants to attack President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas, all to elect Donald Trump. The insane leader of their party claims that immigrants like me, and I quote, pollute the blood of this country. Donald Trump's rhetoric is just like Hitler's. And he wants chaos. He thinks the border crisis helps him, so he wants it to continue. And in fact, Border Patrol apprehensions more than tripled in the last 8 months of the Trump presidency. But let's remember the Donald Trump and MAGA vision for border security. These are actually some of their ideas. Donald Trump wants to build alligator moats. He's proposed bombing Mexico. He's actually said we should shoot migrants in the legs and maybe even electrify the fence. These are cruel and ridiculous ideas, but they are proposals of Donald Trump and the MAGA right. This extreme political stunt should fail, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. A gentleman from Mississippi Reserve. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank my colleague, the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, and I respect my colleagues across the aisle who have voiced their opposition. It's important that we clarify the legacy that some of us would condemn by impeaching the secretary responsible for this legacy, and by contrast, the legacy that my colleagues who oppose the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas would support. 300,000 Americans dead from cartel drugs. 100,000 teenage girls and boys missing, lost by the Mayorkas system into the unspeakable horror of sex slavery networks across the filthiest corners of criminal organizations in our cities. American sovereignty disintegrated. American soil lost to cartel human and drug trafficking bases. Millions of single military-age men from over 100 countries, unvetted, released into our country, creeping into every corner of American society, every city, every town. Our schools overrun by illegals, granted free access to American education infrastructure in hundreds of reports, with no room left for our own children. Hundreds of thousands of violent criminals released into our nation, despite federal law stating that DHS shall detain known criminals who enter America illegally. 1,000 or more known or suspected terrorists allowed to pass freely into the heart of our nation, into my state, into yours. This is the legacy of Alejandro Mayorkas, and by our oath, we must impeach this man who has presented an arrogant, defiant tone of denial and lies to Congress for 3 years, seemingly content or even proud to destroy America day by day. So it is that on this day, it shall be written in the historical record of the People's House that Secretary of Department of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas has been impeached. So shall it be written. So shall it be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my Republican colleagues are starving DHS of necessary border security resources while accusing Secretary Mayorkas of not doing his job. House Republicans refuse to consider the White House's $13.6 billion border supplemental funding request that would pay for more border agents and officers and detention beds. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this resolution to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. This resolution is as ridiculous as it is dangerous. It has no evidence of high crimes or misdemeanors. Are we really debating impeaching a cabinet secretary because House Republicans don't like the policies that he advances under a democratically elected president? Far from alleging true high crimes and misdemeanors, this resolution relies on the same tired and untrue Republican talking points that Democrats have demonstrated for months are not true. With this Marjorie Taylor Greene sham impeachment resolution, the majority is bending to the will of the most extreme members of their conference simply because they don't like the policies that Secretary Mayorkas is pursuing. Secretary Mayorkas is an excellent and dedicated public servant working tirelessly to protect our national security and to address a broken immigration system. And this Republican Congress, the least productive Congress in the history of the United States, having passed only 27 bills that have been signed into law despite over 700 votes in this body, is simply trying to distract the American people from the fact that they are not doing a single thing to address the lives of ordinary Americans across this country. I keep thinking that the House cannot debase itself further, Mr. Speaker, but it appears that we have not reached rock bottom yet. Vote no on this sham of an impeachment. I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona for 2 minutes, Mr. Siscomani.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Chairman Green for yielding me time. Let me start with this. The House is pursuing impeachment because there is no option left. Secretary Mayorkas has abandoned his job, and he has abandoned the American people. As the charges describe, the Secretary has willfully and systematically refused to comply with the law. And he's put our communities and our country at risk by doing so. This is not an action we take lightly. The last time his cabinet secretary was impeached was in 1876. This is a historic impeachment for someone with historic failures. The time has run out for Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to be able to do his job. In order to secure our communities, protect our homeland, and keep Americans safe, Secretary Mayorkas has got to go. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record op-eds from frequent conservative legal commentator Jonathan Turley and Alan Dershowitz opposing the Mayorkas impeachment despite their policy disagreements with the Biden administration. I also include in the record a January 30th, 2024 editorial by the conservative Wall Street Journal titled "Impeaching Mayorkas Achieves Nothing."
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve balance.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize the gentleman from California for 2 minutes, Mr. Issa.
The distinguished gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is so frustrating because today we are, in fact, impeaching a pawn. We're impeaching a pawn for the president. The secretary is being impeached for what he did wrong. He is, in fact, guilty as alleged. But in fact, he is just part of the high crimes and misdemeanor of the President of the United States. It was the President's decision to, in fact, undo policies that were working, to reverse, to make a systematic change that in my district, with over 55 miles of Mexican border, my border agents are reduced to being Uber drivers for everyone coming over the border. I am perfectly willing to listen to people say, well, this is a policy difference, but it is not. To faithfully execute the mission, you can have differences in how to do it. To thwart the very execution of that mission, which Secretary Mayorkas has done, is in fact an impeachable offense. I have some sympathy for him because I believe he is just obeying the orders of his boss. But that has been said before. That excuse has been used. The fact is he took an oath. He must faithfully execute that oath. If he cannot, because the president will not let him do it, then he needs to resign. As we impeach the first cabinet officer in well over 100 years, the fact is he should have resigned rather than to do things which were adverse to the Constitution, adverse to his oath, but upon the orders and duty of the president. The president can be wrong. The president can order high crimes and misdemeanors. The president can be guilty of them. This president is, in fact, guilty of that which we are impeaching the secretary for today, but so is the secretary, and for that reason I urge a yes vote and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire about how much time remains for each side?
Gentleman from Tennessee has 22.5 minutes. Gentleman from Mississippi has 24. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, this baseless sham impeachment fails to articulate a single charge that rises to the level of high crimes and misdemeanors. The constitutional standard for impeachment. Mere policy differences do not amount to impeachable offenses. I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a letter by eminent constitutional scholars opposed to this political stunt, as well as a Washington Post op-ed by Joshua Metz and Norm Eisen titled "Why Impeaching Mayorkas Would Violate the Constitution."
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now recognize for 2 minutes, or I yield 2 minutes, to the gentlelady from Oklahoma, Mrs. Bice.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier in this debate, the gentleman from Mississippi noted that there has been more fentanyl seized at our southern border than ever before, but what he did not also recognize is that there are now more fentanyl deaths in this country than ever before, and that is a direct result of what is happening across our southern border. I rise today in support of the impeachment of Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. This is one of the most solemn and consequential actions the United States House of Representatives can take, and I do not take it lightly. However, under the watch of Secretary Mayorkas, we have witnessed the degradation of our border security and the willful and consistent refusal to comply with and enforce federal immigration laws. Today, fentanyl is the leading cause of death for those ages 18 to 45. Terrorists on the FBI watch list are being released into the interior of the country, and the cartels are a multi-billion-dollar business. The crisis we face today is a threat to every single American, causing our communities to be less safe, and it is a direct result of Secretary Mayorkas' actions. A clear message must be sent to the executive branch that they no longer get to break the law without consequences. Secretary Mayorkas must be held accountable. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, today 3 bipartisan former secretaries of Homeland Security wrote to Speaker Johnson voicing their opposition to impeaching Secretary Mayorkas. They agree that impeachment for a policy is not constitutionally permissible. They further warn that allowing impeachment of cabinet officials over policy differences would jeopardize our national security. I ask unanimous consent to include in the record the letter from Secretaries Chertoff, Napolitano, and Johnson.
Without objection.
And yielding 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend, the ranking member, for yielding. I rise today to condemn this rushed, baseless, sham impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas that will go down in history as one of Congress's darkest moments. The Republican argument for impeachment boils down to their view that Secretary Mayorkas has intentionally caused the influx of immigrants over our southern border. Never mind that even if true, this is not a high crime or misdemeanor that has ever been used before in the history of our country. Never mind that no court has found the Secretary or the Department of Homeland Security to have violated the law. And in fact, the United States versus Texas case, which my friends on the other side of the aisle like to cite so frequently, actually reversed a district court ruling and held that there must be discretion given to the Secretary, as there has been given to every single department secretary for 27 years. And never mind that every one of those Department of Homeland Security secretaries has interpreted the law the exact same way that Secretary Mayorkas has. Never mind that Republicans have sued him to stop him from implementing the policy changes that the administration has tried to put in effect to address the situation at the border. Never mind that House Republicans are impeaching him for failing to address the problems at the border while he has spent months negotiating a bipartisan bill in the Senate to do just that. The reason for this partisan stunt is simple. Donald Trump and House Republicans want to use the border as an election year issue rather than actually solve the problems through necessary legislation. I urge my colleagues who care about the Constitution, the rule of law, and this institution to vote no. You will otherwise come to regret this vote.
Gentleman's time
And
has
I yield
expired.
back.
Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, General Bergman.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last Secretary of Homeland Security appointed by a Democrat president once described a border crisis as more than 1,000 Border Patrol encounters per day. In December last year, we averaged nearly 10 times that number. Perhaps most worryingly, 2023 saw a record-setting 860,000, just a little bit shy of 1 million gotaways, border crossers who were detected but who were never apprehended. That's nearly 1 million potential felons, cartel members, terrorists, and drug traffickers freely allowed into our country and currently residing in our communities and our neighborhoods. This crisis has been aided and abetted through the unprecedented dereliction of duty of Secretary Mayorkas. As the House Homeland Security Committee has uncovered, Mayorkas has repeatedly violated, subverted, and simply ignored multiple laws set forth by Congress that he swore an oath to uphold, all while ignoring court orders and lying to Congress and the American people. The evidence of his wrongdoings is damning. His abuse of power goes well beyond simple bureaucratic incompetence, and his actions, which have put our nation at extreme risk, cannot go unanswered. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Republicans are exploiting impeachment power to distract from their inability to pass legislation. Here's what Republican Representative Chip Roy said in November, quote, "I want my Republican colleagues to give me one thing, one that I can go campaign on and say we did. One. Explain to me one material, meaningful, significant thing the Republican majority has done." I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the Democratic leader, Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Let me first just thank the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Mississippi for yielding, for his leadership, for his dignity, for his decency, for his continued defense of our democracy in the face of the extreme attacks coming from the other side of the aisle. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this political stunt, this reckless Republican effort to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. Let's be clear, Secretary Mayorkas is a good man, a patriotic man, and a hardworking man doing the best he can under very difficult circumstances. That's not an impeachable offense. Extreme MAGA Republicans have produced no evidence that Secretary Mayorkas has engaged in a high crime or misdemeanor, no evidence that Secretary Mayorkas has engaged in an impeachable offense, and no evidence that Secretary Mayorkas has broken the law or violated the Constitution. Not a shred of evidence, not a scintilla of evidence, nothing but extreme MAGA Republican chaos and confusion, and the effort to avoid doing the hard work necessary to find common ground to actually address the challenges at the border. What do these impeachment articles have to do with the issue of addressing our broken immigration system? Nothing. What do these impeachment articles have to do with building a healthy economy for everyday Americans? Nothing. What do these impeachment articles have to do with addressing the inflationary challenges and the affordability issues that the American people are experiencing day after day as we work to continue to emerge from a once-in-a-century pandemic that shut down the economy? Absolutely nothing. Extreme MAGA Republicans have spent this entire Congress not advancing any ideas, acting on any agenda, deciding to work together with us to solve problems for the American people. And so you've brought articles of impeachment that are not anchored in reality. You've brought articles of impeachment for one simple reason: because you really want to impeach Joe Biden. That's what you were directed to do by the puppet master, the former president of the United States, Donald Trump. You really want to impeach Joe Biden, but you realize that that is politically unpopular. And so you've brilliantly come up with, in your minds, Plan B. Let's go after Secretary Mayorkas. No evidence that he's engaged in wrongdoing, committed a crime, or violated the Constitution, but let's go after Secretary Mayorkas. Maybe that will satisfy the quest for revenge of the puppet master. Because when the puppet master, Donald Trump, says jump, extreme MAGA Republicans respond, how high? We just got evidence of that over the last few weeks, because extreme MAGA Republicans have been lecturing America that we have to deal with the challenges at the border. We agree. A bipartisan process has been underway in the Senate for months to try to fix our broken immigration system. But as soon as Donald Trump says, no, we actually don't want to do anything about the challenges at the border, because politically that might not be good for us, you've walked away from working together in a common sense fashion to fix our broken immigration system. And so instead, what you have to offer the American people is this sham impeachment, this political stunt, this waste of time. But you will not fool the American people. You will actually be held accountable for your inaction and your affirmative leaning in to doing things that don't advance progress in any way, shape, or form for the American people. No reasonable American can conclude that you're making life better for them with this sham impeachment. But you will live with this like a scarlet letter. It may succeed, it may not. Secretary Mayorkas should wear this like a badge of honor, because it's worthless. It means nothing. It's fake, it's fraudulent, and it's foolish. And I urge everybody to vote no so we can get back to doing the real business of the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from North Carolina, Chairwoman Fox.
The gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Tennessee for yielding and his great work on this impeachment resolution. Mr. Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas' political career is on the chopping block where it rightfully belongs. He has failed to apply the laws that would stop this invasion at the southern border. To those who claim that this impeachment is for purely political purposes, you're dead wrong. This is about upholding the rule of law that governs our republic. the same rule of law that Secretary Mayorkas has ignored and forsaken every day. Secretary Mayorkas has had innumerable opportunities to enforce the laws that are already on the books, but has chosen not to. He has earned his own impeachment. Let's be clear, our entire constitutional system is predicated on the idea that Congress creates laws and the executive branch enforces those laws. Allowing this abuse of our constitutional system to go unchecked could spell the beginning of the end for our republic. I'm proud to serve as a co-sponsor of these impeachment articles. The rule of law must be restored at the border immediately, and with that, I yield back my time to the gentleman from Tennessee.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Republicans use the language of invasion and great replacement theory. But look, invasion in the Constitution means invasion during an act of war by a foreign nation or insurrection from within. I direct my Republican colleagues to the Federalist Paper number 4 and 43 if they want to learn why the entry of migrants escaping crisis for a better life is not invasion. I now yield. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Chairman Arrington.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank our fearless leader and good gentleman from Tennessee, and just a comment about this not being an invasion. No honest or objective American from sea to shining sea could characterize what's happening at our southern border in any way other than an invasion. And it's destroying our country. And it's because of the willful neglect. It's because of the dereliction of duty. It's because of the faithlessness to this Constitution and its first job to provide a common defense. I want to thank Chairman Green for restoring the dignity and integrity of the impeachment process. I think it's important that we are careful, that we make the fullness of due process an important feature, restoring what's happened over the last 2 impeachments. This is a year-long process, and I appreciate your fidelity to the Constitution and the integrity of this institution. Look, bottom line, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the impeachment clause in the Constitution, according to our founders, was to give remedy for this very circumstance, to remove someone who had violated their public trust in a way that resulted in serious and systemic injury to society. So, Chairman Green, again, thank you for your leadership. I stand with you. This is the right and responsible thing to do in faithfulness to the Constitution, in the protection of the American people, and in defense of the sovereignty of the greatest nation in human history. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the extreme mega Republican stunt to impeach Secretary Mayorkas is baseless. The Democratic staff of the Committee on Homeland Security thoroughly documented the many failures of fact and law in the articles of impeachment contained in Resolution H68. I ask unanimous consent that it be included in the record.
Without objection.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the distinguished gentleman. In the time that we've had to debate one of the most sacred and deliberative responsibilities of the United States Congress, and that is impeachment proceedings, there has been not one iota of truth and or facts that would suggest that Secretary Mayorkas is in fact guilty of the articles of impeachment against him. One, the willful violation of the law, and the benefit to himself from anything that he might have done or that he did not do. But what it has done is given to this nation a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants. The sense that you cannot flee Nazism, you cannot flee Cuba, and for more than 2 decades come to this country to serve your beloved adopted country. That you cannot be the Justice Department U.S. Attorney, you cannot be a Deputy Secretary, and now the Secretary of Homeland Security, without those who find it strange to have you with your diversity to be able to lead in this way. This is a question of stunts over solutions, and the Constitution was created to create a more perfect order, and that is that under that Constitution, precious rights fall under the 5th Amendment and the 14th Amendment, due process. Let me say, Mr. Speaker, that this Secretary of Homeland Security was not allowed to bring his own witnesses. The majority did not allow the minority to have its day of witnesses. There were no constitutional scholars who pointed to the fact in large numbers, as they would have, that this is in fact a fraud, and it is fraught with misrepresentations. Operational control is 0 people crossing the border. That means they're not crossing for entertainment, they're not crossing for business, they are just there. This is wrong, this is wrong-headed, this is a stunt, and this does not bequeath or equal to the Constitution, which is to create a more perfect union. Vote against these articles of impeachment. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Mississippi reserved. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Zinke.
Gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of House Resolution 863, the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. You know, Montana is about the same size as from here to Chicago plus 2 miles. It's a long, long border. And the few border people we have generally are deployed down south. So my friend and gentleman from New York said, what evidence do we offer? What evidence of negligence? What evidence of wrongdoing? I'd say it's pretty easy to find. It's found in every street, every city, every county, every state across this nation. The evidence is found in every fentanyl pill and death. The evidence is found in every woman that's raped along our border. The evidence is found in every child trafficking case that is in every city, to include Billings, Missoula, Chicago, and Washington, D.C. It's found in every evidence of children being sex trafficked. And I can go on. The evidence of negligence is the willful and blind turning of this horror that we have in our southern border. Our northern border, while not discussed a lot, is wide open, because this country doesn't have a border. And in Montana, this administration can't even prevent a balloon. So the evidence is clear, compelling, and not in dispute. The lack of action and blindfold and willingness to do nothing is deserving no less than impeachment. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas is doing his job with the resources allotted by this Congress. Not only has no administration detained all border crossers, but Congress has never appropriated sufficient resources to detain all individuals who should be detained under the Republicans' reading of the law. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman. This impeachment against Secretary Mayorkas is a sham. The process was a sham. The charges are a sham. And you might wonder, if that's the case, then why go through all of this trouble? Well, last November, a colleague of mine from the state of Texas stood up in this chamber and asked for one meaningful accomplishment that the Republican Congress has accomplished this session? The answer was nothing. That colleague was not a Democrat on this side of the aisle, but a Republican. A Republican who asked the question whether somebody could name one meaningful accomplishment. So the answer to my question, why does this happen, when you have no record of accomplishment to run on, nothing on education, nothing on health care, nothing about creating jobs, nothing on the environment, nothing about keeping people safe, this is what you do. You put on a circus. And that's why we're here today. If we need an example, let's look to the last few days. For years, Republicans have used immigrants as political scarecrows, using them like scarecrows to put up in the face of Americans and scare Americans that every single one of these people, including the 6-year-old children, is coming to harm you and hurt you. And because they have no positive policy solutions, man, they sell that really hard. You hear it on every radio interview, every television interview. You hear it from the people in here. You hear it on television, on Fox News, every single place. They use these people to scare Americans. That's how they want to win. And that's why we're here. Because there's nothing else left. And on the border,
Gentleman,
I would ask for
additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman recognized for additional 30 seconds.
They have claimed that we need to secure the border. But even when President Biden made the comment that he would be willing to shut down the border because it's overwhelmed, the Republican speaker says that that proposal that would allow for it, what they've been asking for supposedly for years, they say it's dead on arrival. They're not going to do it. This is a show trial. It's a sham. I yield back, Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, before coming to Congress, I spent 8 years as a sheriff in my home county and 42 years as a law enforcement officer. If I hadn't have done my job as a sheriff, I would have been fired and removed from office. Mr. Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas has not done his job. He has willfully ignored immigration laws passed by the Congress and allowed our southern border to turn into utter chaos. His breach of the public trust cannot go unanswered. I voted to hold him accountable in committee last week, and I will do so today on the floor. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this impeachment and hold Secretary Mayorkas accountable for his actions. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan.
The gentlelady from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. I rise to oppose this baseless, politically driven impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas by extreme MAGA Republicans. House Republicans have failed to meet the constitutional standard for impeachment. They have failed to provide evidence for high crimes and misdemeanors because no evidence exists. Republicans rant about challenges at the southern border, and their only solution is to remove the person who has been in the room trying to work on a bipartisan basis to get tough on border policies that I don't even agree with. Republicans are not serious about border security. This is all about politics for them. They have consistently opposed legislation to increase funding for more Border Patrol agents at the southern border, more Customs and Border Protection, more money to combat fentanyl from coming across the southern border, something they love to talk about, but they want to put no resources to make sure that it's not coming over. And of course, they've even said no to $1 billion in ICE detention beds. This is a Republican talking point, and they have said no to this too. So why are we wasting floor time on political games with a fact-free impeachment resolution instead of legislation to improve the lives of Americans? Because House Republicans can't govern. They want to distract from their weekly embarrassments. Their own members admit they have not accomplished anything. This sham impeachment is not an accomplishment. It's just another embarrassment because they are a do-nothing Congress. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire as to how much time remains for each side?
Gentleman from Tennessee has 12 minutes, 12 and a half. Gentleman from Mississippi has 12.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to address some of the, at a minimum, misinformation that's been provided by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. This notion that Republicans have somehow cut Border Patrol is absolutely false. In fact, it's been the administration that's brought decreasing budget requests, for example, for ICE detention beds every single year, and we've wound up giving them more than they've asked for. Our bill, H.R. 2, House Resolution 2, actually would provide 3,000 new Border Patrol agents, and the supplemental request by the president's like 1,400. I mean, you can't say we're resourcing less when we're actually providing numbers for more. I mean, that's just disinformation. It's false. This notion that seizures are up, I mean, if you pour more water through a small pipe, you're going to catch. I mean, there's more volume coming at the fence. They're going to seize more. I get that. But tell me why the price of fentanyl in Tennessee for a hit of it on the street went from $95 a hit when this president took office to $28 a hit. It's because the supply and demand of fentanyl. It's, supply and demand curve. And that's because it's pouring across our southern border. It's pouring across our southern border because the cartels are jamming folks through the crossing sites. The Border Patrol agents are having to move off the border to cover that, and we have a wide open southern border. We've shown this in our 5 phases investigation, videos of, camouflage wearing, carpet shoe wearing people with backpacks full of drugs coming through the remote parts of the country, or the border. It's to suggest that just because seizures are up, somebody's doing their job, that's meaningless. I want to make a point here because several people have said if we were concerned about border protection, we would bring up the Senate negotiated bill. Well, I thought they had to pass it over there before we could bring it up. I thought you had to actually pass. I haven't heard that the bill's even passed the Senate. So this accusation that we somehow aren't for Border Patrol because we haven't taken up this bill is false, because it hasn't even passed the Senate yet. I heard someone say Mr. Mayorkas has done his job. I mean, the last poll I saw was like 85% of Americans think the guy is failing. But yeah, keep singing that song. Rushed, we've been at this for almost a year. One gentleman said no court has actually ruled that Mr. Mayorkas is breaking the law. The Fifth Circuit Court absolutely ruled it. And then the gentleman who mentioned that actually said that the Supreme Court overturned that. No, they didn't. They decided they weren't going to decide. They said, we don't have standing here, or you don't have standing here. So the case wasn't technically even heard. They said, you don't have standing, have a nice day. To suggest that that was overturned, the Fifth Circuit Court's ruling on the lawlessness of this secretary is just wrong. It's wrong. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to push back. I want to tell you that what is happening here is not political theater, as my friends on the other side of the aisle wish to make this. The Democrats have sought to blame Republicans, saying that our inaction has helped cause this border crisis. But I will tell you that nothing is further from the truth. almost a year ago, this body passed H.R. 2, a border security bill. A border security bill that would fund a record number of Customs and Border Patrol agents. A bill which would give raises to those men and women who are there on the front lines trying to secure our border. A bill which would invest in technology to stop the flow of illegal drugs coming across our borders. A bill which would have restarted wall construction. That bill for almost a year has sat in the other chamber, has sat in the Senate. And Schumer has refused to bring that bill to the floor. This body also passed the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill, giving the Homeland Security Department more money than that department has ever received. We funded those additional agents. We funded those pay raises. We funded additional detention beds. And what has happened to that appropriations bill? It also sits in the Senate, waiting for the Senate to take action. And today, my friends across the aisle, they seek to hide behind this Senate bill that was crafted behind closed doors in the cover of darkness. A bill that did not include any from the House of Representatives, did not include Homeland Security Chairman Mark Green, ranking member from Mississippi, Benny Thompson. The Senate, 3 senators out of 100 got together behind closed doors, and for weeks they sat down and they crafted a bill.
Another minute.
Gentleman's recognized for additional minute.
And that bill, with no input on behalf of the House of Representatives, we are now supposed to adopt that bill before it even passes the Senate. I want to give you a number, Mr. Speaker. That number is 370,000. That is the number of immigrants who came into our country last month alone. That's not a year. That's not 6 months. That is a single month, $370,000. Yet our Homeland Security Secretary continues to maintain that the border is secure. And my friends across the aisle seek to blame Republicans for this crisis. I will tell you that their blame is misplaced. If they want to know the blame and they want to blame someone for what's happening on the southwest border, they need to look in the mirror. They need to look at what their secretary has done, and they need to look at what their president has done. They can no longer blame Republicans for their failures. And I will close with this, Mr. Speaker. If we are unable to hold Secretary Mayorkas accountable for his failures, for his failure to enforce the law,
Gentleman's time has expired.
we can hold no one accountable. Secretary Mayorkas must be impeached.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the administration is enforcing the law. ICE is currently detaining over 38,000 people. This is 4,000 more than Congress has provided funding for. If Republicans want DHS to detain more people, they should provide the funds the administration has asked for in the supplemental request. Under former President Trump, Republicans cheered the doubling of drug seizures. Now they view it as a problem. This is hypocrisy at its finest. Under Secretary Mayorkas' leadership, DHS has seized more fentanyl and arrested more criminals for fentanyl-related crimes in the last 2 years than in the previous 5 years. Mr. Speaker, this impeachment has been a pre-planned political stunt from the beginning. I request unanimous consent to include in the record a New York Times article detailing how Secretary of Homeland Security, I request unanimous consent to include in the record a New York Times article detailing how Homeland Security Committee Chairman Mark Green promised donors that the House would impeach Secretary Mayorkas prior to launching any type of inquiry. Get the popcorn, he said.
Without objection. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. would yield to myself as much time as I'd consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I think that most of my colleagues here and a lot of people back home certainly know that I had the unbelievable privilege to interview Saddam Hussein on the night of his capture. And as I was sitting there talking to Saddam Hussein, I asked him why he invaded Kuwait, and he gave me all these justifications about who owned which oil field. And then he held up the palm of his hand, and he pointed to the palm of his hand, and he said, you know, all of human civilization comes from the Tigris and Euphrates River. Every person on the planet is an Iraqi, and I'm the president of Iraq. What Saddam was saying is he was the king of the world. The thought struck me, how does a person get there? Well, the old adage came to mind that, you know, absolute power corrupts absolutely. When you concentrate power into the hands of fewer and fewer people, you get tyranny every time. In this case, one man. Our founders were brilliant. They were following the philosophies of Montesquieu, and they decided that they would divide power out. They would separate three branches of government, and then with the 10th Amendment, they would separate power between the federal government and the states, the local governments. But they did develop three equal and separate branches of government, with the legislative branch writing the laws and the executive branch executing the laws. And interestingly enough, in the Iran-Contra hearing, the Democrats said in their report, you can't pick and choose which law you want to enforce. It's also fascinating that, you know, here we are. They say it's about policy. This is about a systemic, planned mechanism to undo the immigration laws passed before, just because the current secretary doesn't think that's what they ought to be. That secretary is supposed to execute those laws, but he's chosen not to. It says shall detain criminal felons, and he has directed his DHS employees not to do that. Violating the laws passed by this body, telling this separate but equal branch of government, I don't care what you say or have passed as law. I don't care that you represent the voice of the American people. I'm the guy who knows the best way to do it, and I'm going to do it my way. That is the road to tyranny. That is power in one man's hands. And that is not what our Constitution says it's supposed to be. And he took an oath to that Constitution, to defend that Constitution that says this branch writes, that branch executes. He has violated his oath of office. He has subverted the laws that this body has passed and thus basically said, I don't care about the Congress. That is unacceptable. And whether he were a Republican or a Democrat, standing that way, I would be here today doing everything I could to remove him from office. Because when I was 17, I took an oath to that Constitution for the first time. And I served for 24 years willing to take a bullet for that Constitution and the people of this country. And I will not stand idly by while he throws it in the garbage. I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, even some House Republicans have acknowledged that there's no constitutional basis for impeachment. Representative McClintock called this effort an unconstitutional abuse of power and reckless, partisan, and unserious. Representative Buck said it's not an impeachable offense. This is a policy difference. Mr. Speaker, besides failing to articulate a single cognizable charge that would meet the constitutional impeachment standard of high crimes and misdemeanors, this sham impeachment has been marred by procedural failures. I ask unanimous consent to include in the record documentation of those procedural failures.
Without objection. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and am prepared to close after the gentleman from Mississippi closes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. Mr. Speaker, the statements from the other side this afternoon have misrepresented the facts and the laws of this baseless sham impeachment. This extreme mega Republican majority is more about stunts rather than solutions. This political stunt is about placating extreme elements within the Republican conference rather than doing what's right for America. Because it's clear that Republicans have failed to make the case for impeachment, they failed to articulate a single high crime and misdemeanor, the other side of the aisle reeks of desperation. Sadly, many Republicans appear willing to undermine the Constitution they claim to hold dear to score cheap political points. I'm holding out hope that some of my colleagues across the aisle will do the right thing, that they will join us in upholding the oath we all swore to the Constitution. I urge my colleagues to reject House Resolution 863. Vote no on this sham impeachment. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time to myself. As you've heard, the evidence against Secretary Mayorkas is compelling, but so too is the constitutional justification for impeachment. The constitutional history and the framers' intent are clear. We, the people's representatives, have no option but to exercise this duty when executive branch officials blatantly refuse to comply with the laws we have passed, threaten the separation of powers, imperil the constitutional order, and expose Americans to untold suffering and death. This historical record is unambiguous. From Madison to Hamilton, the framers uniformly believed that executive branch officials who failed to defend the Constitution and enforce the law should no longer hold office. We know that Secretary Mayorkas refused to comply with the law. We know that he lied to Congress and breached the public trust. We all witnessed the horrific consequences. But in closing, my question to my colleagues is this. If Secretary Mayorkas' brazen, blatant disregard for the laws we have passed is not enough to warrant action, why are we even here? What is the point of passing laws if we allow the executive branch to violate those laws with impunity? Do we care so little for our constitutional role and responsibilities that we would allow an official of either party to openly defy laws passed by this House, the people's House? I truly hope not. That would be a dangerous precedent and a serious abdication of our duty. Willfully violating the law to open America's borders to millions of unvetted migrants and breaching the public trust are grave offenses against our country, our Constitution, and our constituents. It is therefore incumbent upon us on this solemn day to fulfill our oaths to the Constitution and exercise the power to impeach. I urge my colleagues to join me. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 996, the previous question is ordered on the resolution as amended. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of House Resolution 863 is postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on the motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7217.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7217, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations to respond to the attacks in Israel for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Mrs. DeLauro, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer House Resolution 7217, the Israel Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2024. This bill provides $17.6 billion in emergency supplemental appropriations, which provide needed military assistance to America's great ally, Israel, and support U.S. military forces operating in the region. On October 7, 2023, Hamas carried out a brutal, unprovoked terrorist attack on the people of Israel. The horrific acts committed on this day resulted in 1,200 deaths, thousands injured, and 240 hostages. 136 remain in captivity, and over 30 are believed to be dead. The Israeli people are still reeling from the horrors of October 7th, but have bravely pushed their sorrow aside to root out and fight Hamas and ensure that the people are never threatened again. Last November, the House passed a $14.3 billion supplemental to shore up our ally. The bill included $5.2 billion in missile defense systems such as Iron Dome, David Sling, and Iron Beam, $4.4 billion to backfill U.S. stocks, $1 billion for U.S. munition production such as 155 rounds and small diameter bombs, $3.5 billion for foreign military financing of U.S. systems and munitions, and $200 million for the protection of U.S. personnel and emergency evacuations of American citizens in the region as a result of this conflict. These requirements remain unchanged and are aligned with the Biden administration's supplemental request and are included again in the bill we are considering today. Unfortunately, the situation in the Middle East has continued to deteriorate since November. The Houthis have launched dozens of missile, drone, and boat attacks on military and civil ships in the Red Sea. On January 28th, 3 U.S. soldiers were killed and 40 injured by a drone attack. 3 U.S. soldiers were killed and 40 injured in a drone attack at a military base in Jordan, caused by an Iranian-backed militia. Just this morning, the Houthis fired missiles at 2 civilian ships in Yemen, 1 British, 1 American. We're putting our military in an untenable situation, and attacks continue to escalate. Now we must shore up our ally Israel and provide our military with the resources they need to protect our troops in the region. The new funding in this bill addresses that changing reality by providing $3.3 billion for U.S. military operations in the region funded through December 24. This includes $1 billion for low-cost defensive capability to thwart future attacks on U.S. forces in the region. In many instances, we have been intercepting low-cost Iranian-backed drones with multi-million-dollar munitions. This funding will protect our forces and put us on the right side of the cost curve. This funding bill resupplies Israel's defensive capability, restores American defense industry to replenish our stocks, funds necessary operations for our forces in the region, and sends a strong signal that the United States will not back down. I'm grateful for the support of Chairwoman Granger, Chairman Diaz-Balart, Republican leadership, and dozens of members who have co-sponsored the bill. I'm also grateful for the support expressed by many of my friends across the aisle. We have an opportunity today to come together and send a strong message: the United States stands with Israel. I want to address the position of the Democratic leadership, including President Biden's veto threat. Assertion that this bill plays politics are patently false. Last November, Democrats said they wanted a clean bill. That's exactly what this is. This bill simply provides necessary resources to our closest ally in the region and our own military. I introduced this bill because it's the right thing to do. The only people making it political are those who oppose it. Tomorrow is the 4-month anniversary of the horrific October 7th terrorist attack, an act of war. Israel knows that we stand with them, and today we can send a clear message that we support the efforts to eradicate Hamas and the only way to truly bring peace to the region. Likewise, our American military men and women should know their government stands fully behind them and will respond to these numerous attacks. Terrorists and those supporting them should have no question of American resolve. I encourage all members to support the Israel Security Supplemental and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. 122 days ago, Hamas terrorists murdered over 1,000 Israelis and at least 30 Americans in cold blood. They took hundreds hostage in the worst attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust. President Biden's supplemental funding request for Israel, Ukraine, the Indo-Pacific, and for our border has gone all but completely unanswered by this historic do-nothing majority. For months, our colleagues in the majority insisted that any foreign assistance bill must include border policy changes. So spoke Speaker Johnson at the White House several months ago and said we needed a bipartisan border security agreement that would open the door, unlock the door for funds for foreign assistance. Yet, Republicans have rejected a bipartisan bill that would accomplish exactly what they have asked for. While declaring that bill dead on arrival in the House, the majority has opted to consider a bill that we know the president will veto. This is a political stunt that makes it less likely that Israel gets its funds while endangering U.S. national security. This accomplishes nothing and delays aid getting out to our allies and providing humanitarian relief. Our allies cannot wait. Our border communities cannot wait. Our cities cannot wait. I wholeheartedly support funding for Israel. I have written aid to Israel supplemental appropriations over the last several years. However, I cannot support this bill, which falls dangerously short of what this moment calls for. Our allies are facing existential threats, and our friends and foes around the globe are watching, waiting to see how America will respond. Putin is watching, Xi is watching, the Ayatollah Khomeini is watching, Russia, China, and Iran are watching, and our allies are watching. This bill does not provide a penny in humanitarian assistance. We cannot abandon the innocent civilians caught in the crossfire of these conflicts, particularly in Gaza. The costs of Hamas's rule over Gaza and the war against Israel are borne by innocent Palestinians. Israel's harsh response has raised these costs further. Families, children are facing unthinkable circumstances, millions facing starvation because of this conflict. No one with clear eyes would say otherwise. Furthermore, if this bill were to become law, there is no path to support Ukraine. We are witnessing the first land war in Europe in a generation. And through inaction, this Congress risks handing a sovereign nation over to a ruthless autocrat, jeopardizing U.S. national security. Vladimir Putin wants Ukraine. If he overtakes Ukraine and moves against a NATO ally, we will see U.S. troops in a ground war. If we do not provide Ukraine with what they need, the ultimate legacy of the 118th Congress will be the appeasement of a dictator and the destruction of a free nation. Our allies and our enemies in Europe and around the globe will know that the United States is no longer a trusted partner in the security of the free world. Yet, we know that a supermajority of this body supports Ukraine. There are unquestionably more than 218 votes in the House for a supplemental appropriations that includes Israel, humanitarian assistance, Ukraine, and Indo-Pacific assistance. Yet, House Republicans are refusing to take that path. The Senate bill acts now to address the border that is in crisis. The status quo is unacceptable, but Republicans say no to moving forward. We should reject this unserious effort, this political ploy, and insist on a bipartisan product that supports our allies and protects the integrity of our border. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. And this is a bipartisan effort. This is a bipartisan bill. And with that, I yield to the gentlewoman from Texas, the chairwoman of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Granger, for 3 minutes.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7217, a bill that will provide additional support for Israel. And I want to thank Chairman Calvert for the leadership on his bill that he's given. Nearly 4 months ago, we watched Hamas brutally attack the Israeli people. Unfortunately, the situation in the region has only gotten worse. Israel and now U.S. forces have been attacked by terrorist groups backed by Iran. Funding is needed to address the growing threats we face. The bill before us provides a total of $17.6 billion in emergency resources. Specifically, the bill includes funding for Iron Dome, David Sling, Iron Beam defense system, and other weapons through the Foreign Military Financing Program. To ensure that U.S. support does not impact our own military readiness, the bill restocks the items we have already sent to Israel. It is also providing $3.3 billion to support our military operations in the region. Now, more than ever, we must stand firm with Israel. The bill sends a strong message that the United States supports our great ally. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the important bill. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the ranking member of the Defense Subcommittee, Ms. McCollum.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member DeLauro. Mr. Speaker, our nation faces two immense national security challenges, and Congress must address them both. Russia's illegal and unjust invasion of Ukraine, which threatens their territorial integrity and the security of Europe, and Israel's response to the Hamas terrorist attacks on October 7th, which has spiraled into a regional conflict between the United States and Iranian proxies. Tragically, three U.S. service members have lost their lives in this conflict. Our nation and the world need decisive action from Congress. The Hamas attacks on October 7th were barbaric, and Israel does have the right to defend itself. And I've long supported missile defense priorities like Iron Dome in the defense appropriation bill. But this is not the way to get more aid to Israel. The Senate and the White House do not support this action. This bill was introduced to get ahead of the Senate's bipartisan security supplemental, which does address all of our national security priorities. The Republican House bill plays politics with our national security, and that's wrong. It's a non-starter for those of us who seriously want to address these crises in a comprehensive manner. And here's how we do that. We do provide assistance to Israel, but it's equally important to get more life-saving humanitarian aid into Gaza, because if we don't, the situation for civilians will continue to deteriorate, starvation will grow, disease will spread, and Palestinian civilians, most of them children, will continue to suffer and many die. Because
Israel's security situation will worsen if we don't do the humanitarian aid. We need to support our national priorities around the world. Our service members are working nonstop to defend commercial shipping routes and deter broader regional conflicts with Iran. They deserve our support. We must provide additional security assistance to Ukraine. The situation there is desperate, Mr. Speaker. Ukrainian civilians will continue to be murdered. Their military faces serious shortage of ammunition, and we must remedy that. Congress cannot afford to ignore any of these challenges because America cannot afford to ignore them. We must lead, and the Republican majority, in my opinion, is failing to do just that. If we fail here, the national security consequences we will face abroad are: we will leave both Israel and U.S. troops in the Middle East in a more dangerous position when it comes to Iranian activities. We will condemn more Palestinian civilians in Gaza to die. And we will doom the Ukrainian people to face a dark future with their democratic aspirations crushed by Putin's boot. And we will leave our European allies, who have just approved €50 billion package for Ukraine, to face a resurgent Russian military on their borders. The majority has left us no choice but to vote no.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. The bill before us today is regarding Israel. We have time to debate Ukraine at a later date, but today this is regarding aid to Israel, which we need to do immediately. With that, I yield to the gentleman from Arkansas, a member of the Defense Appropriations Committee and chairman of the Financial Services Committee, Mr. Womack. 2 minutes.
For how long? The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend, Chairman Calvert, for giving me an opportunity to speak on this very vital piece of legislation. It is our solemn duty, Mr. Speaker, our solemn duty to protect our allies and defeat our common enemies. I think we have agreement on both sides of the aisle that we need to do that. October 7th, 2023, Hamas launched a brutal attack on our friends in Israel, and we've all seen the carnage and the assessment of damage and the terrific loss of life in Israel. This unwarranted and unprovoked attack was a cruel display of the worst of humanity. We should all agree to that. Israel is a stabilizing force in the Middle East. It has to be supported at all costs. From my time as a commander of forces in the Sinai Peninsula, where I had a close working relationship with the IDF, to my time as a member of Congress in this important subcommittee, I've always been a strong supporter of Israel and will continue to advocate on its behalf. This $17.6 billion appropriated will save Israeli lives. It'll work to defeat Hamas terrorists. The funding will replenish and procure advanced weapon systems, defense articles, and defense services, provide for the procurement of the Iron Dome, David Sling, and Iron Beam defense systems to combat short-range rockets and support U.S. military operations in Israel. In short, Mr. Speaker, we need to pass this bill. And so I encourage all of my colleagues to take a serious look at it, pass the bill, let's get it to the Senate, get it to the White House. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California reserved. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, Ms. Washington
Gentlelady
Schultz.
is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support Israel's absolute right to exist, to defend itself, and to bring home its citizens and ours, who are still held captive after 122 days. Over those 122 days, President Biden has firmly backed Israel's response to genocidal Hamas terror. He helped free over 100 hostages and continues working tirelessly to bring them all home. And he has forcefully countered malign forces who attack our troops and oppose any future peace. Meanwhile, for 122 days, Republicans have ignored President Biden's urgent request: safeguard our democracy and our allies from adversaries who seek chaos, death, and destruction. This abdication of responsibility fails our constituents, our allies, and our national security interests. After months of waiting, I won't hesitate to vote for Israel's defense in this moment of crisis. But I'm enraged that Republicans are playing political games, caving to Trump and the extreme fringe of their party at the expense of our most sacred national obligations. They cynically pound the table about Iran, but they're suddenly blind to Putin's wrath in Ukraine and deaf to Xi's threats against Taiwan. They callously disregard the humanitarian tragedy facing Gazans, who are also victims of Hamas, eroding our credibility and undermining future prospects for a just and lasting peace. And I'm appalled that after 3,300 anti-Semitic attacks in this country in just 3 months, they will pass a dozen non-binding resolutions only to turn around and defund basic protections for Jewish Americans. We could have passed the president's emergency request months ago in a massive bipartisan show of strength. But instead, Republicans are needlessly weaponizing these vital efforts to score cheap political points. It took far too long to get here, yet this bill still falls short of our needs. As a Jew, as a proud Zionist, my conscience demands that I vote with Israel in her hour of need in this moment of crisis. But I won't pretend that this bill comes close to meeting our security needs. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy, 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of 7217, the Israel Security Supplemental Appropriations Act. In the face of terror and absolute unprovoked aggression, Israel is in the fight for its existence. The United States must not shirk its duty and must support Israel. Israel has the absolute right to exist. Mr. Speaker, the world is essentially on fire. If you do not combat dictators, if you do not combat terrorists, we are shirking our duty. So today, now, with the United States being Israel's greatest ally, we must support them. We already sent the Senate a support bill. We sent them a support bill for Israel. We did that barely a month after the Hamas attack on October the 7th. But what has Senator Schumer and Senator Democrats done? They've sat on it. And now they want to send us a bill to try to fix their crisis at the border and guise that with support of Israel. By the way, their crisis at the border, President Biden's crisis at the border, has cost this nation $450 billion. That pales in comparison to the $17 billion that we are asking for Israel. We don't need gimmicks. We don't need a bill that hasn't even been passed by the Senate, which will allow more and more and more illegals to come into this country. What we need is a singular bill to support Israel, our greatest ally. With that, I ask my colleagues to support H.R. 7217. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill for emergency funding for Israel and for U.S. military operations in the Middle East. On October 7, 2023, Hamas terrorists brutally attacked Israel, murdering, maiming, and raping innocent women, men, and children, taking 240 hostages, many who remain in dark tunnels, being starved and abused. And adding fuel to the fire, Iran proxies are shooting rockets into Israel, jeopardizing commerce in the Red Sea, and killing American soldiers on military bases. Funds from this bill will enable Israel to defend itself and the U.S. to protect our own military personnel. Mr. Speaker, I recognize and I respect the concern of friends who support Israel but want other issues also important to be addressed. But, Mr. Speaker, the perfect should not be the enemy of the good. And let me be clear, my vote will be for what is in this proposed bill and not a rebuke of what is left out. I fear that a divided Congress will embolden Israel's adversaries and put our own military in harm's way. Israel's security is our security. I stand with Israel, I stand with humanity, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, 3 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I rise to show my strong support for this aid package that will support our closest ally, Israel. Providing much-needed assistance for Israel and for U.S. forces in the Middle East region reaffirms our unwavering commitment to democracy, security, and peace in the Middle East. This is a funding package that will enhance Israel's defense capabilities, specifically in the area of missile and rocket defense, with significant allocations for the Iron Dome and David Sling systems, and the innovative Iron Beam system designed to counteract shorter-range threats. All of these are made even more necessary due to Iran's investment in weapons for terrorists around the region, including Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, and others. And these groups are expanding their attacks on U.S. troops. This aid package should transcend partisan lines. It is about more than supporting Israel's right to defend itself. It is about securing our strategic interests and showing support for our closest ally, Israel. That's why I was shocked to see that President Biden swore to veto this legislation, which provides our ally Israel with essential aid. There are no policy riders or poison pills. It is a clean bill supporting the state of Israel. This should not be political, and it shouldn't be that complicated. Yet, for whatever reason, Joe Biden has indicated he would veto this bill, and House and Senate Democrats are falling all over themselves to oppose it. It has been 122 days since the terrorist attack of October 7th. The House passed an aid package months ago. The Senate did not act. And according to reports, the Senate may not even have the votes tomorrow to pass their supplemental bill. Therefore, this may end up being the only bill in town. And I just can't understand why my Democratic colleagues, whether you think it's political or not, vote yes. What are you, crazy? I just don't even understand the logic. It's a clean bill. Vote yes. Even ultimately, if the Senate does pass their bill and it does come here, then we'll deal with that. But why would you ever want to be on the record on a clean bill opposing aid to the state of Israel? It's foolish. It's my sincere hope that all of my colleagues will find the moral courage to support this funding package and support Israel in her time of need while providing critical resources to our troops overseas. A little common sense here. Vote yes. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Connecticut, the ranking member of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Himes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank Ms. DeLauro, and maybe I can help my confused friend from New York so that he might understand what is at stake here and why Democrats are going to vote no. I stand here with some trepidation because for a decade and a half I have stood here and proudly voted to support Israel, and Israel has been attacked, and I know that we will pass Israel aid. But make no mistake, what we're seeing today is a profoundly cynical political maneuver. And for my friend from New York, let me explain it. Mr. Calvert, Ms. DeLauro, and I were in the White House when the Speaker, all of 2 days the Speaker of the House, looked at the National Security Advisor and said, we will do border first, Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel. He demanded that. The White House said, no, we shouldn't bind those things up because that creates the possibility that we don't get any of that done. And then we make very real progress. We have a bipartisan package which does all of those things. It counters Putin's murderousness in Ukraine. It supports Taiwan. It stands with Israel. It provides humanitarian aid. And it offers a once-in-a-generation opportunity to do a border and immigration deal. An immigration deal that the Border Patrol Union has endorsed. My Republican colleagues trot out the Border Patrol every day and say, look at these poor guys. The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. This should pass. It's a historic opportunity to stand for what we believe as Americans. But then something happened. Donald Trump called. Donald Trump called the Speaker. The Speaker said it. And he said, we know how he feels about Ukraine. And he said, don't do the border deal. A border deal negotiated with one of the most conservative senators in the United States Senate, Mr. Calvert, Ms. DeLauro, and I heard Mitch McConnell say, this is a better deal than we get if Donald Trump is president and we have the House and the Senate. But Donald Trump called. I need to put another name out there. Neville Chamberlain, 1938, peace for our time, because he kowtowed to a dictator. That is what is at stake. We will hang the legacy of Neville Chamberlain around our necks if we don't seize this historic opportunity to do a comprehensive security bill and reject this political, cynical maneuver. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserved. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank the Speaker. The House was excluded from all negotiations regarding the Senate supplemental. And today we're talking about assistance to Israel that's needed immediately. I yield to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, 1.5 minutes.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this bill authored by my good friend from California, Ken Calvert. This legislation provides additional security assistance to ensure Israel, our greatest Middle Eastern ally, survives the most significant threats to its existence to date. The Jewish people are confronting the unspeakable evil of Hamas, which perpetrated a callous, barbaric attack against the state of Israel and continues to hold more than 132 people hostage in Gaza, including fellow Americans. Israel needs our support to ensure they can win this war and bring every hostage home, as well as counter the other threats to their national security. This bill reaffirms the United States' strong commitment to supporting the people of Israel by providing critical funding to reinforce Israeli defense system and does so without compromising our own readiness. In addition, it ensures our ability to protect U.S. citizens and personnel in Israel. We cannot and must not turn our back on our ally. Doing so would only embolden Hamas, incentivize Iran to continue funding ruthless attacks on Israel, and weaken the security of American personnel in the region, not to mention the harm it would eventually bring to our own nation here at home. We either ensure that Israel has the resources to win, or we are eventually forced to fight the same enemies here. For those who want to annihilate Israel, wish to do the same to America. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Gentleman from California reserved. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Israel is fighting an existential war against Hamas, a death cult dedicated to the genocide of Jews and the annihilation of the Jewish state, while also being attacked by Hezbollah, the IRGC and Iranian proxies, and Houthis. There is no question that the United States must support our ally Israel. But to my colleagues, I say it is folly to think that what is happening now in the Middle East is not connected to what is happening concurrently in Ukraine. If Ukraine falls, the aid we're providing Israel in this bill is only going to be a small down payment to what will be needed when Israel faces a strengthened Hezbollah backed by an emboldened Iran, encouraged by a newly empowered Russia. And the United States will likely need to spend billions of additional dollars stationing more U.S. troops alongside our NATO allies in Europe. We are selling ourselves and our allies short by not taking the responsibility of leadership this country should be taking. And if we don't continue, it's going to cost our kids and our kids' future. It is shameful that the Republicans and Speaker Johnson are using our most important ally, Israel, as a political cudgel. It threatens not only Israel's security, but America's security and our children's future. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind my colleague that, in fact, I agree with him for one time. These events are connected, and the connection is the incredibly strategic amount of strategic weakness the Biden administration has shown. That's why Putin invaded Ukraine, and that's why Hamas has gone crazy in Israel. Immediately following the attacks of October 7th, I went to Israel and I witnessed what Hamas did to the Jewish people. And as a retired Navy SEAL combat medic, it put me on my heels. And I will remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that there was a ceasefire on October 6th, that there was a de facto two-state solution on October 6th, and that was broken by Hamas. And unlike the vast majority of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I spent my entire adult life either training for, training others for, or at war myself. So there is a difference between the conflict in Ukraine and what's taking place in Israel right now. Vladimir Putin is a war criminal, and he is after territorial gains. Hamas is a group of savages that are after the utter destruction of the Jews as a people. They want to eradicate them. And there are members of the other party who have been censured, member of the other party that's been censured on this floor for grossly anti-Semitic remarks, and that's what's taking place. Do not be fooled by this political rhetoric. I stand with the Jewish people now. I will stand with them from the beginning to the end, so the river to the sea never takes place. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will vote no today on the $17 billion aid package, which provides a blank check to Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, and the extreme right-wing government in Israel. How dare Ben-Gvir, Israel's national security minister, have the gall to criticize America while calling for the mass expulsion of Palestinians? I will vote no because this bill includes zero humanitarian aid while children are dying and 400,000 Gazans face famine. I will vote no because this bill undermines human rights and international law, ignoring the recent ICJ decision calling on Israel to do more to protect Palestinian civilians. I will vote no because it is painfully obvious to the entire world that what is needed today is a permanent ceasefire and a release of all hostages. There come moments in a nation's history when our actions reveal our values. This is such a moment. We must stand for stopping the bombing, for ending this brutal war, and for justice in the Middle East, with a Palestinian state with equal rights living side by side with Israel.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. From Connecticut is recognized.
Sorry. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the chair. Mr. Speaker, more than 1,200 Israelis were killed on October 7th, and 136 remain hostage. In response, 27,478 Palestinians have been killed, 70% of whom are women and children. And most Gazans today cannot reach a fully functioning hospital. This is not war. This is slaughter. And yet, after all this destruction and devastation, the Netanyahu government is still nowhere close to their stated objective of destroying Hamas. Moreover, the United States has our own requirements outlining the transfer of weapons to forces engaged in gross human rights violations. We have a responsibility to honor those laws, to facilitate a bilateral ceasefire, to move to end this campaign of mass casualty and loss of life that risks bringing the entire region closer to a wider, deadlier conflict. This bill contains $17 billion on top of the billions we already transfer every year with no conditions and no humanitarian aid for the most vulnerable. Everyday Americans should not tolerate this squandering of our resources without oversight on such an inhumane and ineffective operation, especially when we are living paycheck to paycheck and they cannot see their Congress address their most basic material concerns. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Here we go again, sending $17.6 billion U.S. tax dollars with no conditions attached to Netanyahu's extremist government to drop more bombs on innocent Palestinians. The Israeli government has already killed 27,000 people, 11,500 of them were children. I'm tired of my colleagues coming to me whispering, I don't really like Netanyahu. Well, then why are we sending him billions of dollars with no conditions? He literally is telling us over and over again what his intention is. I'm tired of my colleagues coming and whispering to me, Rashida, I support a two-state solution. Great. Then send money that conditions for a two-state solution, because Netanyahu has over and over again told us he never wants to see a Palestinian state. So I'm tired. I oppose Netanyahu's war crimes and want him gone too. But many of my colleagues that continue to tell me that do not want to condition the aid. They give it to a genocidal maniac. My message to my colleagues is simple. If you don't support Netanyahu, if you're disgusted by the countless videos of lifeless children pulled out of the rubble, if you actually believe in upholding human rights and international law, vote no on a blank check to Netanyahu's genocide.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
Thank you.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I would say the folks that believe in genocide is Hamas. I yield to the gentleman from Florida, the chairman of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, Mr. Diaz-Balart, 2.5 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Let me first thank the gentleman from California, Chairman Calvert, for his leadership in drafting this critical bill, along with the Chairwoman Kay Granger, and the leadership for bringing this forward. As Mr. Calvert just said, yes, there has been genocide, but the genocide has been from Hamas, And if the world needed yet another reminder of the importance of Israel as a safe haven for the Jewish people, then the attacks of October 7th should be that wake-up call. This is not that complicated. I've been disgusted and shocked by some of the things that we've been hearing, including the sheer glee and displayed in celebrations across, even in this country, because of the murders of October. And remember, those grotesque celebrations and demonstrations happened before Israel even began its military action to defend Israelis, again in Gaza. So let's be clear. Those demonstrations, those statements, those celebrations were and are in favor of the terrorist group Hamas. The despicable anti-Semitism, which has been dramatically increased since October 7th, that we've even seen here sometimes on this floor, has to be condemned and has to stop. Israel is on the front line in the battle against terrorism. The terrorism of Hamas, Hezbollah, ISIS, you name it, and all of those, they continue to await for an opportunity to strike at Israel, as they have, just like they want to strike here to the American people in the United States. Israel and the United States do not want violence. But the problem is that the terrorists do, and they are the ones who have killed and butchered and maimed innocent Israelis. Again, last November, the House passed another Israel security supplemental, which was fully offset by a rescission of the IRS funding, and that was the reason why the White House claimed that they opposed that bill. Well, now there are zero excuses to oppose this bill. This bill does one thing, Mr. Speaker. It provides urgently needed funding for our friend and ally Israel to defeat the terrorists that they are dealing with. The United States must stand with Israel and to eradicate terrorism. This is not that complicated. You can use every excuse in the world and again with the purpose of supporting Hamas and justifying the murders. This bill stands with Israel. No ifs, no ands, no buts. I'm grateful to Chairman Calvert for bringing this important piece of legislation, and I wholeheartedly support it. I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the distinguished ranking member of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, Ms. Lee.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding and for her strong leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose H.R. 7217. The United States and the world are facing a very dangerous time, with the risk of being pulled deeper and deeper into conflicts across the globe. Meanwhile, millions of people around the world are facing violence, dislocation, and hunger. This bill really is not a serious effort. As the ranking member of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, I cannot support a bill that fails to meet the challenges of this moment and abandons those most in need of humanitarian assistance. And yes, this bill undermines the United States policy which supports a two-state solution. This bill is a blatant political stunt that is dead on arrival in the Senate. And so I urge my colleagues to oppose it. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
May I inquire how much time is left? Both sides.
Gentleman from California has 30 seconds. Gentlelady from Connecticut has 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, who has the right to close?
Reserve the right to close. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Yes,
reserve.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Okay, thank you. A short while ago, my colleague from Arkansas said it is our solemn duty to protect our allies. Indeed, it is our solemn duty to protect our allies. Our allies in this case are Israel, yes, and we support Israel. Our ally is Ukraine, and we need to continue to support Ukraine. Our ally is Taiwan, and we need to support Taiwan. We have a solemn duty, yes, to provide humanitarian assistance to innocent civilians. We have a solemn duty to protect our border. These are not the issues that are part of this bill. This bill does not meet those solemn obligations. My Republican colleagues do not want to help Ukraine or the Indo-Pacific and Taiwan. They do not want to address border security. They talked about border security as being the key to opening up the door to foreign assistance. They said it in the White House. The Speaker did that and now has walked away from it. It is really a political sham. They do not want to promote humanitarian assistance and leave millions of innocent civilians without food, shelter, clothing. In a conversation with the director of the World Food Organization, Cynthia McCain, she said, and I asked about Gaza, she said to me, Rosa, these people are starving. It is a famine. And I believe that is as well in this process of providing assistance to just Israel and not our other allies, they do hurt Israel and isolate Israel. It is time for my colleagues to be able to, on the other side of the aisle, to put our country and our national security ahead of partisan politics. What we should do is to vote this bill down. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut yields. Gentleman from California is recognized.
The gentlelady yields the balance of her time.
Yes, sir.
I'll close. The gentlelady is correct. This bill is not about Ukraine or Indo-PACOM or some other things that I would love to have some discussions about in the future. This is about Israel. And I think my friends on the other side of the aisle know I'm not a cynical person. I went about this, I've been in favor of moving an Israel bill for some time, and now is the time. I think it's just simply the right thing to do. And with that, let's pass this bill, let's support Israel, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Okay. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7217? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is...
Mr. Speaker,
purposes of the gentlelady from Connecticut.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1727 if ordered. Adoption of House Resolution 863 if ordered. And the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7217. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 1727 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar Number 297, H.R. 1727, a bill to amend the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal Development Act to extend the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal National Historical Park Commission.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. For what purposes? The gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
And ahead of any vote on the articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, the House is voting first on a bill debated yesterday that would provide funds for the Chesapeake and Ohio Historic Park Commission. Since it's being considered under a suspension of the usual debate rules, it needs 2/3 of those present and voting to agree to pass it. 2 more votes expected after this on impeaching Secretary Mayorkas and on aid for Israel. And a vote here on a bill that would provide funds for the Chesapeake and Ohio Historic Park Commission. Since it's being considered under a suspension of the usual debate rules, it needs 2/3 of those present voting to agree to pass it. 2 more votes expected after this on impeaching Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas and on aid for Israel. While we're in this vote, we'll take a look back at the debate on the impeachment from earlier.
Secretary Mayorkas is guilty of maladministration of our immigration laws on a cosmic scale. But we know that's not grounds for impeachment because the American founders specifically rejected it. They didn't want political disputes to become impeachments because that would shatter the separation of powers that vests the enforcement of the laws with the president, no matter how bad a job he does. Cabinet secretaries can't serve 2 masters. They can be impeached for committing a crime relating to their office, but not for carrying out presidential policy. This border crisis can't be fixed by replacing one left-wing official with another. It can only be fixed by the American people at the ballot box, by replacing this administration with one committed to securing our borders, defending our country, and upholding the rule of law. Americans are already coming to that conclusion. And I'm afraid that stunts like this don't help. I yield back.
Well, I thank my friend from Texas, and I get no great joy of being on the floor of the House of Representatives and talking about something as important and solemn as the removal of a secretary of one of our departments, particularly one as important as the department that is in charge of Homeland Security. This is an individual who was appointed and then confirmed by the United States Senate. And this is one of the highest charges we have as members of the United States House of Representatives. The charge by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, particularly the ranking member on the Rules Committee, that this is a political exercise or that there are individuals taking, quote, orders from former President Trump, I think indicates the extent to which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle desperately want to make this political. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle desperately want to take the abject and total failure of Democrat leadership on the southern border, resulting in death and destruction of the American people, the undermining of economic activity, the death of our children, fentanyl pouring into schools, ranchers who are getting absolutely decimated, the empowerment of cartels, the empowerment of China. This has all happened at record levels, record numbers, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know this. So they're desperately trying to deflect to legislation that was political and never had a chance to move from the Senate to the House, never had a chance to move, but they want to be able to deflect. They want to deflect an entire conversation about the failures of President Biden and the failures of Secretary Mayorkas to secure the border by not having a serious conversation about why we would be bringing articles of impeachment against a sitting secretary. The reason is simple. The Secretary of Homeland Security has blatantly ignored the laws of the United States he is charged to faithfully execute. He has done so with reckless abandon. He has done so in a way that has led directly to the death of American citizens, to the death of the very migrants that the Secretary suggests they want to try to help. 1,000 migrants along the southwest border last year dead. 53 migrants in a tractor trailer in San Antonio last year in the district where I represent. 75,000 Americans dead from fentanyl poisonings last year. These numbers are off the charts at levels we've never seen before, and they are the direct result of the policies enacted by the Biden administration, but very specifically by the Secretary of Homeland Security. It is his leadership of that department that has led to an abject failure of the department to secure the border. It is not the line men and women of the Border Patrol or ICE who are out there trying to do their job, but they're being denied the ability to do their job because the Secretary won't let them. The Secretary has turned them into processing machines. He's done so intentionally to flood the zone, and they basically acknowledged that. He's turned the law upside down, that the basic law of requiring that they have operational control of the border, that we stop the flow, that you have papers coming to the United States, has been turned upside down. And in its place, the administration, and specifically Secretary Mayorkas, has used exceptions to swallow the rule. Exceptions for asylum, exceptions under parole that are supposed to be on a case-by-case basis, based on our benevolence as human beings to try to help people, bipartisan desire to do so, has been made to swallow the rule of actual border security. And as a result, the numbers have been astounding. And a key consideration, of course, are the types of individuals that are coming into the United States. We're not talking about some workers who want to go from Nuevo Laredo to Laredo or Juarez to El Paso. We're talking about dangerous individuals from all over the globe, including 331 that have been encountered that are associated with terrorist organizations under this administration, under Mayorkas' watch, which compares to 11 under President Trump. Now you say, well, aren't they doing their job? They encountered them. No. Those numbers indicate who we're finding, not the 50,000 a month or so gotaways that are pouring into the United States. Now we see cops being beaten in the streets of New York by people who are here illegally, walking out of the court with no bail and flicking off the American people. We have a woman being dragged out of a parking garage in New York by migrant gangs, dragged through the streets of New York. We have all sorts of danger to the American people. People like a cheerleader getting killed in Texas by somebody here illegally. An illegal who posed as an unaccompanied child who lived with a family in Florida and then killed the family. That's what we have happening in the United States of America, and it is directly a consequence of a Secretary of Homeland Security who is failing to secure the homeland, as he is charged to do when he takes an oath to fulfill his duty to carry out the laws of the United States. If the Attorney General just went out and ordered all the United States attorneys and prosecutors and assistant U.S. attorneys to stop enforcing the law, allow reckless abandon, he should be impeached. That is, in fact, a high crime and misdemeanor. And this is where I disagree with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and a few, I think, on my side of the aisle. This notion of high crimes and misdemeanors and what it includes or does not include, but it most certainly includes officials in the administration, the executive branch, who are completely refusing to carry out their duty. It's literally his job is to secure the homeland, and he's refusing to do it. The fact of the matter is, some of my colleagues that have concerns about issues of maladministration and so forth, if you believe this is maladministration, I do not. I think it goes beyond maladministration. It is the purposeful, willing, ignoring of the law to endanger the American people that goes beyond maladministration. But even if you accept the notion that it is maladministration, I keep hearing people say, well, the founders rejected maladministration. Well, the fact of the matter is, Colonel Mason put it forward, Mr. Gary put it forward, he seconded it, Mr. Madison raised a concern. He said a term would be equivalent to a tenure during pleasure of the Senate. There was some debate. Governor Morris, Colonel Mason withdrew maladministration. There was no vote. There was no affirmative rejection of it. It was a debate. They withdrew. And instead, in its place, he substituted, the language was not there at the time, other high crimes and misdemeanors. Okay, now you go back and say, well, what does that mean? Well, I wasn't there. You go back and look. There are debates about what it meant. But one thing is, British common law had developed a definition of high crimes and misdemeanors that included, but was not limited to maladministration. Now, this is a debate worthy of academic debate. But the fact is, it is up to us. There are no elements of the crime in the Constitution. There is no specific requirement that there be a violation of statute. There's no mens rea in the Constitution. It is for us and us alone to determine. And when the Secretary violates his duty to the Constitution, violates his oath to defend the people of the United States and secure the homeland, then it is incumbent upon this body to call out and reject that secretary. And in this case, that secretary being Secretary Mayorkas. There are other tools at our disposal, but there are not many. We have the power of the purse. We should use it. That is a speech for another time. But one last point on this notion that somehow by rejecting the bill that the Senate was debating, and by the way, has not sent to us, the Senate is merely debating it, They're not even debating it yet. They haven't even proceeded to it yet. They haven't even gotten past cloture on proceeding to it yet. Why? Because it is fundamentally flawed. The bill does not do what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were suggesting it does. So I'm sorry, you're getting punched in the head 10 times. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to say, well, sorry, we'll just start punching you in the head 5 times. Why won't you take that half a loaf? I'm sorry, that's not how that works. That's not what we're here to do. We're here to actually stop the flow. And that bill was flawed. It would have set essentially in permanent stone, effectively, mass migration. It has 250,000 visas, 250,000 work permits. It ensconces alternatives to detention as part of how the releases would work for asylum claims. It would spend $4 billion to hire up new asylum officers by this administration, by this secretary, who has the power right now to stop this flow but refuses to use it. The President of the United States could use 212F right now and stop the flow. The Secretary could apply the laws the way they're supposed to be applied with respect to asylum and parole, and he could stop it right now but refuses to do so. We're here to defend the people of the United States who don't have a voice. We're here to stand up for the forgotten men and women of this country who are tired of getting rolled over. That's why we're here, and the Secretary of Homeland Security deserves to be held to account. I rise in support. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this political stunt, this reckless Republican effort to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. Let's be clear. Secretary Mayorkas is a good man, a patriotic man, and a hardworking man doing the best he can under very difficult circumstances. That's not an impeachable offense. Extreme MAGA Republicans have produced no evidence that Secretary Mayorkas has engaged in a high crime or misdemeanor, no evidence that Secretary Mayorkas has engaged in an impeachable offense, and no evidence that Secretary Mayorkas has broken the law or violated the Constitution. Not a shred of evidence, not a scintilla of evidence, nothing but extreme MAGA Republican chaos and confusion, and the effort to avoid doing the hard work necessary to find common ground to actually address the challenges at the border. What do these impeachment articles have to do with the issue of addressing our broken immigration system? Nothing. What do these impeachment articles have to do with building a healthy economy for everyday Americans? Nothing. What do these impeachment articles have to do with addressing the inflationary challenges and the affordability issues that the American people are experiencing day after day as we work to continue to emerge from a once-in-a-century pandemic that shut down the economy? Absolutely nothing.
And the official time for this vote has run out, but members still coming onto the floor to vote on providing funds for the Chesapeake and Ohio Historic Park Commission. 2 more votes expected after this. The next one expected to be on the articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. The second on aid for Israel. And this vote on providing funds for the Chesapeake and Ohio Historic Park Commission running well past its 15 minutes. As Punchbowl News' Jake Sherman writes on X, Speaker Mike Johnson is in a huddle with senior leadership staff toward the back of the chamber. Chiefs and key floor people, all of this ahead of the Mayorkas vote, the impeachment vote, very, very close. That again from Punchbowl News' Jake Sherman on X. Those also absent and not voting during this first vote of the series, Representative Scalise of Louisiana and Al Green of Texas. Also on the floor this evening, one of the Democratic presidential candidates, Congressman Dean Phillips of Minnesota. He's off the campaign trail today here on the House floor ahead of the impeachment vote against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 427, the nays are 2. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of House Resolution 863 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
House Calendar Number 60, House Resolution 863, Resolution impeaching Alejandro Nicolas Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security, for high crimes and misdemeanors.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker,
on that, purposes, the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
And the vote now on whether to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for high crimes and misdemeanors. There are 2 articles of impeachment in this legislation, including one for willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and the other for breach of public trust for actions taken by Secretary Mayorkas at the U.S.-Mexico border. Now, if the House approves the articles of impeachment, they'll be sent to the Senate for a possible Senate trial. This is the first time in almost 150 years that the House has considered articles of impeachment against a cabinet member, not since 1876. And it's the first time a sitting secretary is being impeached. 148 years ago, Secretary of War William Belknap resigned just before the vote. He was later acquitted in his Senate trial. We're going to be taking your calls on the impeachment vote here on C-SPAN once the House gavels out later this evening. And here in this vote to impeach the Homeland Security Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, right now at 215 votes to 215. One no vote, we believe, is Steve Scalise, who has not been here, has been out for some weeks dealing with health issues. And this vote to impeach the Homeland Security Secretary could end in a tie, as we can see members here on the House floor looking up at the voting tally on the floor. And also calling, now that there is no time remaining in this vote, we could see that 3 Republicans who have decided to vote no against the impeachment, including one member that we will have on Washington Journal tomorrow, Congressman McClintock. You can call in with your questions and comments for Congressman McClintock tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Let's see who might have done that.
On this vote, the yeas are 214 and the nays are 216. The resolution is not adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Moore of Utah moves to reconsider the vote on adoption of House Resolution 863.
The question is on the motion to reconsider. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Utah.
They got it. Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and the nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7217, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7217, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations to respond to the attacks in Israel for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
And just a moment ago, the vote to impeach the Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas not passing as it ended 214 to 216. Going on now to a vote on Israel funding. This bill would provide $17.6 billion in emergency aid for Israel and includes $14.3 billion in support for Israel's war against Hamas after the October 7th attacks, as well as $4 billion for Israel's Iron Dome and David Sling missile defense system. The White House hoping for passage of the Senate's bipartisan border and foreign aid bill, which includes separate funding for Israel, and opposes the bill and has issued a veto threat against it. This is being brought up under special procedures, a suspension of the normal debate rules. It's a common way to fast-track popular or non-controversial legislation in order for a bill to bypass the normal process. This has to receive 2/3 of the voting majority for passage.
1 minute. voted. Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 250, the nays are 180. Two-thirds not being in the affirmative, the rules are not suspended, and the bill is not passed. For what purposes, gentlemen from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 999. Resolved that the following named
members... unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of H-Con Res 84 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 84. Concurrent resolution authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center for a ceremony to present the Congressional Gold Medal collectively to the 23rd Headquarters Special Troops and the 31333rd Signal Services Company, known collectively as the Ghost Army, in recognition of unique and highly distinguished service during World War II.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Is there objection to the consideration of the resolution? For what purposes, gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of H-Con Res 85 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title of the resolution.
Concurrent Resolution 85. Concurrent resolution authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center for a ceremony to present the Congressional Gold Medal collectively to the women in the United States who joined the workforce during World War II, providing the aircraft, vehicles, weaponry, and ammunition and other materials who win the war, and who referred to as Rosie the Riveter, in recognition of their contributions to the United States and the inspiration they have provided to ensuing generations.
Is there objection to the consideration of the resolution? Without objection, the resolution is agreed to. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. This gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. This gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 793, a bill originally introduced by Representative Bill Johnson of Ohio to strengthen the American workforce for the purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The House will be in order. Would you please take your conversations off the floor? Purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks, and the chamber is still not in order.
The chamber is still not in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order.